Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Issei feel betrayed and hurt by Rias and become Yokai dragon? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the Skinny 40k for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. Issei Hayato lounged on the sleek and stylish couch in the Occult Research Club room, also known as the Orc. The other club members were occupied with their own things, whether it was doing homework, reading a book, eating, or watching videos, playing video games, or just talking with one another. But despite the calm atmosphere, a sense of unease permeated the air. Rias Gremry, Issei's master and the president of the Orc, was engrossed in paperwork she had received from the underworld. A strained atmosphere had developed between the Gremry princess and her pawn, Issei Hayato. Issei still struggled to see Rias as an equal, choosing to address her as president rather than acknowledging the deeper connection they shared. Unintentionally, this created a gap between them, causing Rias immense heartache. Their emotional bond had intensified during a vulnerable moment in the sauna, where Rias had almost confessed her feelings and offered herself to Issei. But his choice of words, referring to her as president, left her yearning for affection and longing to hear him declare his love or even address her by her name. Issei sighed, feeling totally confused and regretting everything that had happened. He just wanted things to go back to the way they were before and hoped Rias would eventually calm down. He wanted to talk things through and fix the growing gap between them. The whole situation was weighing on him, and he couldn't stop thinking about where he went wrong. Looking for answers, he silently pondered the whole mess, desperately trying to figure out what went wrong. Suddenly, a magical circle materialized before Issei on the coffee table. Startled, he was about to speak when Kaneko, one of his fellow club members, recognized the origins of the magical portal. Kaneko Phoenix, a woman resembling Ravel, emerged from the magical circle. Bearing a striking resemblance to Ravel, the woman exuded elegance and sophistication with her expertly styled blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. Ravel mother. Ravel's surprise was palpable. She had not expected her mother to reach out to them. Issei, so this is Ravel's mother, she's truly beautiful. I can see where Ravel gets her looks from. Lady Phoenix, hello, Ravel? Please forgive the sudden intrusion. I couldn't find a more suitable time, so I decided to reach out now. If I'm not mistaken, it's still school hours in Japan, correct? Ravel, why yes it is, but may I ask why you're contacting us so abruptly? Rias approached the hologram, extending a courteous greeting. Rias, greetings, Lady Phoenix. It has been quite some time. May I inquire about the reason behind your call? Lady Phoenix, indeed. First and foremost, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Layla Phoenix, the current matriarch of the esteemed Phoenix family. If it's not too much trouble, I would like to speak with the Red Dragon Emperor, Issei Hayato. Is he present? Issei, with a respectful tone, he responded, yes, Lady Phoenix, I am here. How may I assist you? Lady Phoenix, hello, Issei Hayato, the Red Dragon Emperor. I must apologize for reaching out to you in such a manner, but it seems necessary at this time. Issei, no need to apologize, it's nice to meet you. Lady Phoenix, thank you. I felt it was important to properly introduce myself. Normally, I would visit Rias, who takes care of the Hayato residence, and the academy where my daughter, Ravel, will be staying. However, circumstances prevent me from doing so. Rias, that's understandable, Lady Phoenix. I know you're quite busy. Lady Phoenix, thank you for understanding, Rias. Now, Issei Hayato, I have a favor to ask of you. I would greatly appreciate it if you could look after and protect Ravel while she is at the school. He never thought this could have happened. After all he has done for her, for his friends. To be repaid this way. It made his stomach crawl, his fists clench. The anger. Issei, of course, I'll make sure she's safe. Lady Phoenix, thank you, Issei Hayato. Additionally, Ravel was previously in Riser's peerage, but since the trade, she is now a free bishop. I heard you aspire to become a high-class devil. If Ravel wishes, she could join your peerage in the future. So, please take care of her. Issei, I promise to protect Ravel with everything I have. You can trust me. Lady Phoenix, thank you, Issei Hayato. I have faith in you. And who knows, perhaps Ravel will. Ravel, mother. Ravel interrupted, clearly embarrassed. Lady Phoenix, oh, my apologies, dear. I can't help but tease you. Issei, please take good care of Ravel. She deserves the best. Issei, I won't let you down. Ravel will be safe with me. I promise. Rias observed the interaction between Issei and Lady Phoenix. Her emotions were a mixture of sadness and slight anger. It was not clear why she felt this way, as she kept her thoughts to herself. But it had to do with what Lady Phoenix was implying about Issei and Ravel. "Thank you, Issei," Lady Phoenix said before turning her attention to Rias. "You take care, Rias." "Of course, Lady Phoenix," Rias replied, the magic circle fading away. Suddenly, she made the decision to leave, catching Issei and the other club members by surprise. "Issei, are you going somewhere, President?" Rias looked at him sadly, and Issei became alarmed. He wasn't sure why she seemed upset. "Issei, is something wrong, President?" Rias. "Issei, I need to know, would you protect me?" Issei, "Of course. I would even give my life for you, President." Rias, "And what about Asia?" Issei, "Yes, I would protect her too." Rias, "And Aquino?" Issei, "Definitely. I would never let anything happen to her either." "But why are you asking? Is there something I should know about?" Rias sighed. Aquino, Asia, and the rest of the ORC understood what Rias was trying to convey. She had a pained expression on her face as she asked her final question. Rias. "Issei, what am I to you?" Issei, Rias, "Just tell me honestly." Issei, "You're the president." Before Issei could finish his sentence, Rias cut him off. "Rias, you're such an asshole. Can't you see beyond that? Can't you understand my feelings? Just leave, please. I can't deal with you right now." Sob. "Issei, if you'd let me finish, Rias, I could explain everything and clear up the misunderstanding." Aquino. "Issei, stop. Your words will only hurt her more. It's so obvious that you don't get how she feels." Issei, "But if you just listen." Kaneko, "Shut it, perv. Just go away." Crack. Issei, "Hey, could you please give me a chance to explain myself? I don't know how I've messed up or why Rias and all of you seem to be mad at me. If you tell me what I did wrong, I will do whatever it takes to make it right." Zenobia, "Oh great, what do you have to say now? You always seem to cause pain to Rias without even realizing it. It's frustrating to watch. And how do you intend to fix something when you don't even know what you did wrong? I know I can be dense sometimes and I can be an idiot at times, but you truly show me how stupid you can be and oblivious to how others feel." Crack, crack. Irina. Issei, "I don't understand how you could be so cold-hearted towards Rias. What happened to you?" Crack, crack, crack. Issei, "Even you." Irina, "Please, I just need a moment to explain myself, so just let me speak." Irina, upon hearing how Issei said her name in such a sad and hurt tone, she started to think that this wasn't the right thing to do and doubted her actions. Regrets slowly seeped into her. But before she could think about it anymore, she heard Kiba speak up, drawing her attention back to the current situation. "Kiba, no, Kaneko is right. Your words have hurt Rias deeply, and anything you say right now will just make it worse. It's probably best if you leave." Crack, 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 crack. Asia, "I agree with everyone here. It's clear that you being around will only cause more pain for Rias. Maybe it's best if you give her some space. And at the same time, why don't you try to think about why she's upset with you, along with why we're all upset with you? Maybe then you can figure out a way to make things right for all of us. But until then, I believe you need to leave, Issei. It's best for everyone right now." Crack, 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 crack. Issei, with tears streaming down his face, at the words that were coming from those he thought cared about him. He then decides to ask Gasper if he's the bad guy in this situation. Issei, "Gasper, what do you think? Am I the bad guy here? Do you think I should leave too?" Gasper, "Yeah, I think so, Issei. You hurt Rias, and only a bad guy would hurt Rias, who has shown everybody here love and care and treated us like family. So yeah, I do think you're the bad guy for not understanding Rias' feelings, Issei, and I think it would be better if you go." Crack, 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 crack. Ravel got closer to Issei only for her eyes to go wide as she saw him crying, causing her to be even more concerned for him, and the way the other girls are treating him right now. Ravel, "Issei, you're crying." Issei, "I get it, Ravel. You want me to leave too." Sniff. Issei tried to hold back his tears, but it seemed like no one actually cared enough to understand his feelings. They didn't even let him explain or finish what he wanted to say. Instead, they just kept berating him. It hurt him even more that the people he thought cared about him didn't seem to care. He was starting to break down. Eventually, he couldn't hold back his tears any longer. Ravel, seeing him breaking down and crying, immediately embraces Issei tightly, giving him some sort of reassurance that she's here for him before she speaks. Ravel, "No, Issei. I don't want you to leave. I don't fully understand what's going on, But I know this isn't fair or right for them to do this to you. I can see that much by the way you're crying. And no, I'm here for you, Issei. Aquino Ravel, don't bother pitying him. He's just too clueless to realize what he's done wrong, and why Rias is so angry. We're all upset with him too, and Issei doesn't even grasp why we're mad. He's just so oblivious, it's draining. If he's going to start crying like a child and having a breakdown because of it, he'll never truly understand Rias' feelings, not to mention our own feelings. That includes you too, so don't try to comfort him. Right now, he needs to hear the truth and understand why we're all so mad and disappointed with him for not understanding our feelings. So why should we understand or care how he's feeling, right? Crack, crack, crack. Ravel, hearing that, was enraged and just bewildered at everyone's lack of empathy towards the person in the group who's not only done so much, but he's always gone out of his way for everybody. She spoke in an angered and disappointed tone. Ravel, you're all wrong. You're being too cruel to Issei, who's suffering right now. If you can't see the pain and betrayal in his face and tears, it's not his fault for not understanding you, it's your fault for not understanding him. You can't bash a man who's done so much good for all of you and make him cry without giving him a chance to speak. I'm talking about you, Rias. You didn't even let him finish speaking before you interrupted him, started berating him, and everyone else joined in as if he's committed a terrible crime. How can all of you be so heartless to someone who's done so much for you? I won't be a part of this. I won't support your cruel and heartless game, Irina. After hearing Ravel's words that snapped her out of her single-minded focus and her somewhat selfish mindset at that moment, she looked at her childhood friend, the man that she truly loves and cares for. She realized Ravel was absolutely right. It is cruel to do such a thing to somebody who has gone out of their way to help everyone, even risking their life at times. He only wanted to be able to help others and be genuinely loved by the people he thought cared about him. Her heart started to feel pain as she realized she had played a part in this, and she wanted to fix it quickly. She felt regret and doubt in her actions and words, realizing the magnitude of her actions. She didn't want to be the reason that brought her childhood friend, the man she loves, to tears. But she wasn't thinking of his feelings. She knew she had to fix things before it was too late, or they got worse. She began having a bad feeling in her stomach, feeling like something horrible would happen, something that couldn't be undone once it did. Irina, I see I'm sore. Irina started to say something, but Rias interrupted her in a fury. Rias got really mad because Ravel defended him without thinking about how she felt. Rias spoke angrily. Issei's heart swelled with gratitude as Ravel enveloped him in a tight, reassuring embrace. In that moment, he felt like someone finally understood the pain he had been enduring. Not only did she offer him solace, but she also stood up for him, adamant that he did not deserve this mistreatment. It was a glimmer of hope in a sea of darkness. Turning his gaze towards his childhood friend, Irina, Issei noticed the remorse etched in her eyes. Ravel's words seemed to have struck a chord with her, hoping that Irina realized what she did wrong. He was hoping they could fix their relationship, and this wouldn't hurt a possible future relationship with her. For a fleeting moment, Issei allowed himself to believe that things might not get worse, that they could actually improve. The anguish he discerned in Irina's eyes confirmed that she realized her actions were unjust and hurtful. It seemed she wanted to make amends, to rectify what she had done. However, before Irina could even utter a single word, the hope within Issei was mercilessly shattered. Rias, who had been seething with anger, unleashed her fury, vehemently silencing Irina. Issei could feel something deep within him snap, unleashing a whirlwind of emotions. He knew that from this point forward, there would be no turning back. Rias, I've heard enough. Ravel, you're completely wrong in defending him, and he needs to realize it. I'm sick and tired of this whole situation. I've put so much effort into showing him that I care, and that I want a deeper and more meaningful relationship, but it's all been a waste on him. I told him to leave, but he's still here, seeking pity from everyone, and he found it from you. I can't deal with this anymore, Issei. I truly mean what I'm about to say. I never want to see you again. And you know what, in that moment with the fallen angel, I wish I had never reincarnated you, but just let you die on that day by Rainer's hands. Ravel and Irina, who were both about to speak up, felt a feeling of dread in the air. Both girls felt like something terrible was about to happen and that there was no going back because of what Rias had said. Even worse, Irina's heart felt broken, while Ravel's heart felt pain, and they both felt like they could feel Issei's own heart shatter at that moment. Irina and Ravel had serious expressions on their faces, ready to rip into Rias for what she said, and the people who joined in berating Issei were shocked by Rias' words. They all felt a sense of dread, realizing that something bad was about to happen and that there was no way to undo Rias' words. Rias herself looked horrified and tried to take back what she said, but it was already too late. The expression on Issei's face made it clear that her words couldn't be taken back. Shatter! Issei's heart shatters into a million pieces in that moment. At the same time, Drake wakes up due to his partner's fluctuating emotions. Drake's thoughts: what happened? Why am I waking up only to feel my partner in so much pain and agony? What's going on? Issei asks Ravel tightly, and he says thank you for caring and standing by me. That statement confuses Ravel, but before she can even ask what he meant, he whispers something in her ear. Issei whispers in Ravel's ear, I'm so sorry for this. Issei lets go of the embrace and pushes Ravel away. Ravel was taken aback and confused by what Issei meant when he said sorry. She was even more surprised when he pushed her away. She didn't have time to ask him why he did that when he spoke up. Drake, mentally, partner, what's going on? Issei sobbed, I can see that I'm not wanted anymore, and you've all made it clear that anything I say will only bring pain to all of you. So I'll do as you wish. I'll leave, and you'll never have to worry about me again. I can't believe I let myself believe that anyone could care about a stupid, worthless pervert like me. I thought we were a family. I thought I actually meant something to you all, but apparently, I was very wrong. Sob. With those words, Issei summons his gauntlet and impales himself in the chest with it, grabbing the 8 pawn pieces. But before he can rip them out of his chest, he speaks to all of them one more time, with tears in his eyes while looking at everyone, and then he speaks up. Issei, I hope that me doing this makes you all happy because it seems like none of you really want me around anymore. After saying that, as he violently rips them out of his chest, splattering blood all over the room and dropping them onto the floor in front of him, everyone watches in horror at Issei's drastic actions. Ravel. Issei, no. This isn't what anyone wanted. I didn't want this for you. I wanted to help you. Why did you choose to go down this path? Drake, partner, there had to be another way. We could have talked things through, found a solution together. Going to such extremes, it didn't have to end like this. Akino. Issei, why did you do that? Irina. Issei, please no. Please don't leave me like this. I never meant to hurt you. I'm so sorry. Kiba. Issei, you can't do this to yourself. You're so much stronger than this. Kaneko senpai. We need you here with us. Don't you see how much you mean to us? Asia fainted upon seeing the gaping hole in Issei's chest. Zenobia caught her before she hit the floor, but Zenobia herself was in disbelief. She looked at Issei with wide eyes, unable to comprehend the gravity of his decision. Gasper, big brother, no. You can't leave us like this. We need you. I need your guidance and strength. Please don't abandon us. Rias. Issei, what have you done? This isn't the way I wanted things to go. I never meant to push you to do this to yourself. Issei. Rias, what I've done is give you exactly what you wanted. I will no longer pose any inconvenience to any of you, Rias. Sorry you wasted your pawn pieces on me, but now you can get new members for your peerage that you actually want to have. And I'll make sure none of you will ever have to see me again. Ravel, I apologize for this, but thank you for being the only one here who actually cares for me. And Irina, if I die, I want you to know that I have always had feelings for you and I've always loved you. I realized that when you moved away when we were children, those feelings have never left. I guess it doesn't really matter now, but with that said, goodbye to you all. Issei's words hung in the air, heavy with sorrow and regret. He stood there for a moment, realizing the weight of his decision. Without another word, he summoned his remaining strength, and with a flash of blinding light, he disappeared, leaving behind a stunned and tearful group of friends. Ravel collapsed to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Her heart was shattered by Issei's sudden actions. With her hands covering her face, she cried her eyes out, each tear hitting the floor where she knelt. Irina, tears streaming down her face, could only manage to whisper, I see, you loved me. What have I done? Issei, please come back to me. I'm sorry. Her voice trembled with anguish and remorse as she grasped onto the hope that Issei would return to them. Unfortunately, her cries for him to return to her would go unanswered. Kaneko, the most stoic and emotionless out of the group, realized what she did and immediately broke down. She started crying like a child, sitting on the couch with her knees up against her chest and head down on her knees. Loud cries came from her, sounding similar to a cat crying out for its master. Akino stood in stunned silence, her eyes welling up with tears, unable to understand Issei's sudden actions. Zenobia was silent, her eyes looking lifeless, while she held the unconscious body of Asia. She had a dead look on her face, realizing the consequences of her actions towards someone she truly had feelings for. Kiba, leaning against the wall, sank to the ground and stared at the spot where Issei had stood moments ago. It was now void of his presence, leaving only his pawn pieces behind. Gasper retreated into his box, emitting a pitiful whimper, unable to process the loss of his friend and older brother figure. Rias, the woman who loved Issei, was devastated. She broke down in tears, her gaze fixed on the place where Issei had vanished, now only seeing the pawn pieces scattered on the floor. At that moment, the governor of the fallen angels, Azazel, appeared through a teleportation circle, utterly shocked to find everyone in tears. He scanned the room, trying to understand the reason behind their despair. It wasn't until he followed their gaze and noticed the blood-covered pawn pieces that he realized the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he used a message spell to contact Sirzechs, informing him of what had happened and the urgency of finding Issei. Azazel Sirzechs, I need you in the orc room immediately. There are 8 pawn pieces covered in blood, and Issei is nowhere to be found. The others are devastated, and I am unable to get answers from any of them right now. Sirzechs, taken aback by the news, had a feeling of dread overcome him. Grayfia, what's happened? Ajuka, who was in a meeting with Sirzechs, inquired with concern. Sirzechs, I'm not entirely sure, but I fear for Issei's life. We need to find him. Ajuka, would you come with me? Grayfia's expression turned to alarm as she grasped the magnitude of the situation. Ajuka nodded solemnly. Let's go, Sirzechs. Time is of the essence. Scene change. Issei teleported himself to an unknown location in the middle of a forest clearing. Drake, mentally, partner, why did you do this? I was sleeping, and I woke up to what I can only describe as a horror scene. My best host, the only one who has treated me like an equal and actually talks to me, summons me and impales himself in the chest. What has happened to you? Better yet, what did the girls do to you to make you feel like this was the only option? Please talk to me, partner. I don't want to lose you. Issei d. Drake. Issei collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Drake, partner, wake up. Don't die on me like this, partner. Please stay with me. Wake up. In the dense forest, Kunu, a young kitsune, leisurely strolled alongside her mother, Yasaka, the esteemed leader and queen of the Yokai faction. The tranquility of their outing was abruptly shattered when Yasaka detected a formidable presence breaching the protective barrier shielding their forest and castle. Alarmed yet intrigued, she noticed the weak and diminishing life force of the intruder, compelling her to urgently alert her daughter of someone in need of assistance. With curiosity piqued, Kunu trailed after her mother, eager to uncover the unfolding drama. Before long, they arrived at the source of the diminishing life force, and upon locking eyes with the wounded man, Yasaka was utterly astonished. Without hesitation, as she approached the fallen man, she immediately recognized him as Issei Hayadu, the Red Dragon Emperor, the young man who had recently saved her and protected her daughter from the hero faction. Yasaka, oh dear, what has happened to you? Issei Hayadu, what brought you to this state? And how did you manage to get here and even bypass my barrier protecting my castle? That's when Kunu caught up with her mother and asked her, Mother, did you find the person that was hurt? But before she could finish her statement, she froze up at that moment, with tears streaming down her face, realizing the man in front of her was the hero who protected her and saved her mother. Kunu, a paid dragon, what happened to you? Who did this to you? As Yasaka kneeled down near Issei, the boosted gear materialized on Issei's left hand, and Drake immediately began to speak. Drake, Lady Yasaka, I implore you to save my partner. Yasaka was taken aback, knowing how prideful dragons are and that they would never willingly ask for help unless it was a dire situation. Yasaka, Drake, what happened to this boy? Drake, I don't know. I felt intense pain and sorrow from him. I woke up to him using the boosted gear to impale himself and remove his evil pieces, and then he teleported away. Somehow, we ended up here. I don't know much more than that. Shortly after, he lost consciousness. Kunu, mother, will a pay dragon be alright? Sniff. Yasaka, looking at her daughter, seeing the immense sorrow, sadness, and fear in her eyes, and looking at the man who had saved both of them and is now lying bleeding and dying on the ground, it broke her heart. Let's find out what happened to bring him here and ensure he is stable. Drake, as the leader and queen of the Yokai, I vow to save your host. After all, he risked his life to protect my daughter and save me from the hero faction. But once we save him, I need answers, but we can worry about that later. Drake, I understand. I am being blocked from his memories right now, so I need those answers as well. But thank you for saving my partner. After that, the boosted gear dematerialized. Yasaka-kunu, I need you to go to the castle immediately. Get the guards and bring them here as quickly as possible. Kunu could only nod slightly, her eyes still fixed on the hero lying on the ground, possibly on the brink of death. Yasaka noticed her daughter's distress and spoke up to help, reassuring her with a sweet motherly tone. Yasaka, don't worry, he will be fine. I promise you, he will not die. I'll make sure we save him. Kunu, a weak smile appeared on her face, and she immediately ran back to the castle to fetch the guards. Yasaka, I don't know why you did this to yourself. But I will not let the hero my daughter admires perish in such a manner. Nor will I let the man who fought hard to save me and reunite me with my daughter die like this. You may not be able to hear me right now, but mark my words, Issei Hayadu. I will not let you die. I will not let all that you have done for me, my faction, along with my daughter, go in vain. I will save your life and I will make sure the world keeps a beautiful and pure soul like yours in it, able to spread your light to others and help even more people in need. That I promise as a leader, a mother to a daughter you have helped, and even more than that, as a grateful woman that you saved when you had no reason to. Scene change back at the ORC. After Azazel reached out to Sirzechs, it wasn't long before a Gremry magic circle appeared in the corner of the room, and 3 individuals emerged from it. They were Sirzechs, Ajuka, and Grayfia. Sirzechs, Azazel, what happened to Issei? Azazel extended his hand towards Sirzechs, revealing a blood-stained pawn. Sirzechs, no, this can't be. Grayfia, her usual cold and stoic expression shattered. She covered her mouth, tears streaming from her eyes. This can't be true. Azazel, unfortunately, it appears to be so. However, I have been unable to uncover any information since my arrival. None of them are currently in a state to have a rational conversation about what transpired here. Sirzechs, I see. I must agree. Ajuka, may I see Issei's pawn pieces? Azazel, of course. Azazel handed the 8 pawn pieces to Ajuka. Ajuka proceeded to analyze the pieces. Sirzechs, we cannot leave them like this. We must bring them to the Gremry estate until they are stable enough to tell us what exactly happened here and what happened to Issei. Azazel, I agree. Ajuka, I will take the pawn pieces to my lab for further analysis and inform you if I find anything. Sirzechs, very well. Ajuka teleported away. Sirzechs, Grayfia, I understand your emotions, but we must remain composed until we discover what happened to Issei. Grayfia, swiftly regaining her composure. Grayfia, I understand. I will transport them all to the Gremry estate. But where is Rosweiss? Azazel, she went back to Asgard to help Odin with something, but I'll inform her of the situation when we find out more. There's no need to worry her until we actually know exactly what happened. I do think she would care, and she would feel horrible for what might have happened to Issei. I just don't think her connection with him is that deep yet. They haven't known each other for that long. But more importantly than that, if I tell her anything, she would tell Odin, so I don't want to tell her anything until I have a good idea of what happened, because then I have to inform Odin about the situation involving Issei, and I would rather know exactly what happened before I make that call to him. Sirzechs, I see. You make a good point, Azazel. We should wait to inform her until we are able to discern what exactly happened. That way, when we tell her, we can also inform Odin of the situation. I would rather know exactly what happened before alerting the other leaders of the Alliance about the situation involving Issei. Azazel, I completely agree with you on this, Sirzechs. Sirzechs, but if that's the case, Grayfia, can you take them to the Gremry mansion now? Grayfia nodded in agreement. She then gathered Rias and her peerage, as well as the angel Irina, and teleported away, taking them to the underworld to stay at the Gremry mansion for the time being. Azazel, what about Ravel? Sirzechs, I will take Ravel back the Phoenix. But before Sirzechs could finish speaking, Ravel interrupted him. Ravel, Sniff, I can tell you what happened to Issei. Sniff, however, you may not like what I have to say. Azazel and Sirzechs, both of their eyes widening upon hearing, then asked her to please explain everything that happened from start to finish. After Ravel informed both Azazel and Sirzechs about what had happened to Issei and how the girls had treated him, making him feel like he didn't have any other option but to forcibly remove his evil pieces by impaling himself in the chest. He dropped his evil pieces on the ground and teleported away to some unknown location. Upon hearing this, Azazel and Sirzechs realized that their anger had transformed into an unyielding fury. Sirzechs, unable to ignore his sister's actions, couldn't allow these transgressions to go unpunished. Before addressing this urgent matter, both Sirzechs and Azazel unanimously agreed that it was crucial to inform the other leaders in the alliance about Issei's sudden disappearance. With unwavering hope that they would find him and he would be safe, the search for Issei Hayadu, the renowned Red Dragon Emperor, was conducted for grueling months. Unfortunately, despite the concerted efforts of everyone involved, Issei Hayadu has been declared dead. This devastating news has caused an overwhelming sense of sadness and grief to ripple through the hearts of all the leaders of the Alliance, underworld denizens, and even those in heaven, the Norse pantheon, and fallen angels who held deep affection, admiration, and respect for him. The absence of a clear explanation for Issei's demise or his sudden disappearance has led many to speculate and place blame on Rias, further compounding the sorrow. The impact of Issei's loss has also left other girls who loved him in a state of heartbreak. In light of these circumstances, Ravel has distanced herself from those associated with the events leading to this tragedy. She has made the decision to withdraw from Ku Academy and return to the Phoenix Mansion in the underworld. Similarly, Irina, consumed by regret and grief, has pledged to never fall in love again, knowing she lost the only man she could ever love. She has also severed her ties with the group, departing from Ku Academy to focus solely on her duties as an angel in heaven. The repercussions of Issei's passing have had a profound impact on everyone, particularly Rias and her peerage, Ravel and Irina. The loss of their beloved hero has left an immense void and a sense of uncertainty for the future of the underworld's children, who had found solace and inspiration in Issei's steadfastness. Though the children cling to a glimmer of hope, believing their hero will return in their darkest hour, the harsh reality of his absence may eventually shatter their innocence and dim their optimistic dreams. Despite the anguish, some draw comfort from the resolute faith exhibited by the children, a tiny ray of hope that pierces through the gloom. They yearn for their savior to reemerge, to rescue them from despair. However, deep down, everyone else understands the painful truth: their radiant hero, once a beacon of light in their lives, is no longer among the living. Despite whispered desires for his miraculous return, the grimness of reality looms large. Issei is gone, and any notion of his resurrection remains a distant and unattainable fantasy. Kunu dad, Issei oh, Kunu! She runs up to Issei, and he picks her up and asks her, "What's my little girl up to?" "Kunu, I'm good, me and mom just came back from the meeting." Issei oh, is that so? Yasaka, yes dear, and we need to talk. Issei, hey, Kunu, me and mom need to discuss some things, can you give us some time alone? Kunu, ah, but dad. Issei, no buts, young lady, now go. Kunu, alright. Yasaka, emerging gracefully from behind Issei, she delicately wraps her arms around his neck while her 9 magnificent tails lovingly enfold his waist. My love, you have been truly magnificent to her, and she adores you with all her heart. So, when do you think we should tell her about our little secret? Issei turns towards his stunning mate, allowing his majestic fox ears and tails to be revealed, entwining some of his vibrant red tails securely with her shimmering golden ones. Soon, my love. I was contemplating informing her on our wedding day, which is just weeks away. Yasaka, ah, my dearest, what a splendid idea. We can share the joyous news of her impending role as a big sister alongside our sacred vows. Issei, indeed, I am excited to tell her that she is going to be a big sister. However, I sense that there is more to our discussion than just this, judging by the seriousness of your tone. So tell me, my love, what is this really about? Realizing the depth of their conversation, both partners gingerly disengage from their embrace and settle down, side by side, ready to approach the matter at hand. Yasaka, yes, my beloved, you are absolutely right. I believe the time has come for you to make your return because you will have to do it eventually. Sooner or later, the truth shall surface, particularly once our union is solidified, and you ascend as the Lord of the Yokai. Issei, I understand, but, Yasaka, no more objections, my cherished little red fox. This is something you must undertake. Furthermore, I feel you have caused enough distress to those you hold dear, particularly that little phoenix girl. I understand your sentiments towards her, and I wholeheartedly accept it. I consent to you expanding your harem, but as the alpha, It is my responsibility to discern their worthiness to be a part of your affectionate entourage. I refuse to allow you to suffer in such a manner ever again, for it pains me to witness your anguish, and it breaks my heart to see our daughter witness her heroic father in such despair. A sharp pang of the past grips Yasaka, threatening to bring tears to her beautiful golden eyes, until a warm and tender embrace envelopes her. Issei, I understand, my love. That will never happen again. I couldn't bear to have you or couldn't see me in such a horrible state ever again. I promise you, my love. Yasaka melts into the loving embrace, finding solace in its warmth, and eventually, she musters the strength to continue speaking. Yasaka, if I, as your partner, endured such immense pain from witnessing you in that condition, can you fathom the anguish that little Phoenix experienced when she witnessed what you did to yourself in front of her eyes, or how you expressed your feelings to that angel right before you disappeared in front of her eyes? From what you told me, it seems like she was trying to apologize, make amends, and that the little Phoenix girl was trying to support you and help you. Could you imagine how both of them feel after witnessing with their own eyes what you did to yourself, and then just teleported away? What about those who genuinely care for you and were not involved in the incident? They are suffering immensely due to the aftermath. It is time for you, my beloved, to put an end to this selfishness and alleviate the torment of those who hold you dear. He never thought this could have happened. After all he has done for her, for his friends. To be repaid this way. It made his stomach crawl, his fists clench. The anger. Issei's eyes widened as he began to understand the pain that everyone else had experienced, the same pain that Kunu and Yasaka were going through. It dawned on him that Ravel must be taking it the hardest, as she had witnessed him impaling his chest and removing his evil pieces before teleporting away. Yasaka noticed the realization on Issei's face and spoke up, addressing the situation. Judging by your expression, I can tell that you understand what I mean. Your dear Phoenix, Ravel, and that angel, Irina, is likely feeling the worst out of everyone. It's time for you to make things right, not to mention your feelings for that angel. You can't keep running from your emotions. You have told me how you feel about the other girls, but the one constant is her place in your heart has not changed, and you can't fight that anymore. You're just going to keep hurting yourself. I'm not going to tell you what you need to do, but I think you already know what should be done. Your heart has been telling you the right thing to do, letting you know it's not going to let that one person go. So stop torturing yourself. After all, you are the Red Dragon Emperor, my little red fox who is my mate, and the future lord of the Yokai. You are in no position to run in fear because you're afraid to confront your feelings, and you know I'm right. And after all, you've done so many incredible feats in the last few months, and you have faced so many daunting foes and challenges. It's hard to believe my fearless mate would be cowering in fear of his own emotions, and not confronting them. That's not the man I have fallen in love with or who Kunu looks up to. Kunu looks up to a fearless and brave hero who backs down from nothing, regardless of the challenges or how daunting the task is. It's time to be that hero, not only for her but for those that are suffering because they believe you are gone. It's time to face the things that you need to. It's time to step out of the shadows, my love, and bring yourself back into the light for all to see once again, because your soul is too bright to let it keep hiding like this. Issei nodded, acknowledging the truth in Yasaka's words. You're right. Alright, can you contact Serafal for me? Let her know that you have some news about upcoming changes in the Yokai faction. And ask her to bring Ravel along, as these changes will involve a deal for Phoenix Tears, and Ravel's presence is requested for the discussion. Yasaka agreed to help, her pride for mate's decision evident in her voice. Of course, my love. I'll inform Serafal and make the necessary arrangements. Also, the Shinto faction, with whom we have close relationships, would like to meet you soon. We'll have to plan for that as well, my love. Issei sighed, sensing a headache coming on. Why do I feel like this will bring more chaos? But of course, the Shinto gods want to meet me now. It'll be quite a surprise for them to learn that your husband/mate is the Red Dragon Emperor. Yasaka giggled playfully. Hee, don't worry, love. You'll be fine. You may surprise them, and they'll likely want to know how it all happened and how you've transformed from a devil. But I have faith in you. Just be prepared. Once I contact Serafal, she'll be here soon. With that, Issei left the room to make preparations for the meeting, while Yasaka reached out to Serafal. Serafal answered the call, curious as to why Yasaka was contacting her. Lady Yasaka, what is the reason for contacting me? Yasaka took a moment to gather her thoughts before responding. I wanted to inform you that there will be changes in the Yokai faction soon. These changes will impact how relationships are handled. I thought it was important to inform you beforehand. Sarafal, is everything alright? Yasaka, yes, everything is fine. However, I would prefer to have this conversation in person to address any potential issues that may arise from the changes. Would that be alright with you? Sarafal, of course, I understand. What would be a good time for me to come by and discuss the changes? Yasaka, later this afternoon would be suitable. Additionally, I have a request. There is someone here who has personally requested to meet with a member of the Phoenix clan to discuss business related to Phoenix tiers. Specifically, they have asked for Ravel Phoenix to be part of the negotiations. Could you bring her along when you come for the meeting? Sarafal, this afternoon works well for me. I must admit, it is unusual for someone to specifically request the presence of the youngest and only daughter of the Phoenix clan. Is there a particular reason for this? Yasaka, according to the person, they are aware of Ravel's exceptional negotiation skills and believe she is the best fit for this particular deal. Hence, the personal request. Sarafal, I see. I will make sure Ravel attends the meeting then. Yasaka, excellent. See you this afternoon? Sarafal, alright, I'll see you then. Ends call. Yasaka, I hope my little red fox is ready for this. Time skip to afternoon. Sarafal and Ravel are in a room, waiting for Yasaka. Ravel, Lady Sarafal, I still don't quite understand why they specifically recommended me to negotiate this deal with the Yokai. Usually, such matters are handled by my parents, or Ravel. Sarafal, I understand your confusion. However, since they specifically requested you, let's see how things unfold. Ravel, I suppose you're right. Sarafal, personally, I'm more curious about the changes happening within the Yokai faction. There have been rumors that Lady Yasaka might soon be married off to someone, but no one knows the details. Hearing that, Ravel feels a pain in her heart. It is evident on her face that she is reminded of the man she loves, a person with whom she was hoping to have a future with. Unfortunately, due to the actions of some girls, she knows she will never get the chance to be with him, or even see him again. Sarafal, feeling empathetic towards Ravel's sadness, was about to console her when Yasaka made her entrance into the meeting room, effectively interrupting the moment. Yasaka, I apologize for making you wait. Sarafal, no worries, Yasaka. I understand that you are a busy woman. However, I am curious to know who specifically requested Ravel's presence here. It seems peculiar, as matters concerning the acquisition of Phoenix tiers are usually handled by Lady or Lord Phoenix, or even Ravel Phoenix. Issei, it should be quite evident. I requested her presence. Both Sarafal and Ravel were taken aback by the familiar voice that filled the room. Slowly turning their heads towards the entrance, they couldn't believe their eyes. The person they thought they would never see again stood before them. Issei, hello, ladies? It has been a while, hasn't it? It has been a while, hasn't it? Overwhelmed with emotions, Sarafal burst into tears and rushed towards Issei, jumping onto him and embracing him tightly. Sarafal, Issei-kun, is it truly you? Issei, yes, Sarafal. It's me, Sarachan. Sarafal, Issei-kun, you're alive. I missed you so much. My heart was shattered when I heard what happened. But now you're finally back. Feeling Sarafal's tears soaking his clothes, Issei returned and reassured her that he was indeed back. Just then, Ravel caught their attention. Her hair covered her eyes as tears streamed down her face. Issei gently released Sarafal and approached Ravel. Issei, are slap! Before Issei could even utter her name, he felt an intense sting across his cheek. Recovering from the slap, he looked at Ravel in shock. She was in tears, on the verge of a breakdown. Without hesitation, she ran up to Issei, burying her face in his chest, sobbing uncontrollably like a child who had lost her favorite toy. Ravel sobbed, tell me, why did you leave me like that? Why'd you do it right in front of Mezub? Why didn't you let me help you? Why? Issei was speechless as he listened to Ravel's cries and whimpering. Seeing her in such despair, he couldn't help but feel immense guilt for the pain he had put her through. This woman, who had cared for him and tried to protect me in my darkest moments, was now broken in front of him. Ravel, I am truly sorry for causing you so much pain, Issei managed to say, his voice filled with remorse. But Ravel, through her tears, quickly snapped at him, her grief palpable in her words. Sob, you have no idea, Issei. I couldn't sleep for 3 agonizing months, haunted by the image of you impaling yourself and removing your own evil pieces, all while teleporting away from me. You didn't even give me a chance to help you. Do you realize how difficult it was for me, the woman who looks up to you, who loves you, to witness you being berated by those who should have loved you but didn't care about your pain. I saw the pain in your eyes, Issei. It shattered my heart. All I wanted to do was incinerate those who caused you such suffering, but instead, I embraced you, only wanting to provide comfort. Issei hung his head, the weight of his selfishness sinking in. I understand now. I was selfish, blinded by my own pain, and I didn't consider how it would affect you, my phoenix. Ravel's eyes widened and stared at him, searching for sincerity in his words. There was a moment of silence before she finally spoke, her voice trembling. Issei, I love you. Please promise me you won't ever leave me like that again. I cannot endure that kind of agony once more. So, promise me, promise me, Issei. With conviction, Issei looked into Ravel's tear-filled eyes and gently caressed her cheek. I promise, Ravel. I will never leave your side again. I love you. Ravel's grip tightened around him as relief washed over her. But then, a lingering pain remained, and she mustered the courage to voice her concerns. Issei, how do you intend to make this up to me? How will you atone for all those months of torment and suffering? Issei sighed deeply, his remorse evident in his eyes. Honestly, Ravel, I cannot fathom what could ever be sufficient to make it up to you. But perhaps you can help me decide. What would you need from me to begin rebuilding the trust once shattered? Ravel's tear-stained face lit up, and she held him even closer. Gathering her strength, she asked of him what she had longed for in her heart. Then, Issei, I want us to get married. Issei's heart swelled with a mix of emotions: relief, joy, nervousness, and a renewed sense of purpose. He could see the hope in Ravel's eyes, and without hesitation, he replied, Yes, Ravel. I want nothing more than to spend the rest of my life with you. Let's make it happen. In that tender moment, as they held each other tightly, they found solace and a renewed sense of love. The future, once clouded by pain and despair, now promised happiness, healing, and the unbreakable bond of matrimony. Issei was struck speechless, his eyes widening in surprise at Ravel's request. He held her even tighter, as if to ensure that he was not dreaming, that her words were real. The weight of her pain and suffering that he had unknowingly caused weighed heavily on him, and he couldn't bear the thought of ever hurting her again. Issei, Ravel, you want us to get married? Ravel, yes, Issei. I want to make a lifelong commitment to you. I want to be there for you, support you, and love you unconditionally. I want us to face everything together, as husband and wife. The emotions in Ravel's voice were evident, a mix of vulnerability and determination. Issei felt a surge of love and admiration for her strength and resilience. He cupped her face in his hands and looked into her eyes, sincerity evident in his gaze. Issei, Ravel, I will make it up to you. I will spend the rest of my life showing you how much I love and cherish you. Marrying you is the least I can do to express my commitment to you. I want to be the partner you deserve, to be there for you in every way. Your pain has opened my eyes to realize just how much you mean to me, and I vow to never take your love for granted. Ravel's tears gradually subsided, replaced now by tears of joy. She smiled, a mix of relief and happiness. They held each other tightly, the weight of their shared pain and their shared commitment mingling in the embrace. In that moment, they both knew that they were embarking on a new chapter of their lives, one filled with love, understanding, and unending support. Ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, side by side. After both Ravel and Yasaka finished watching the emotional scene between Ravel and Issei, where they confessed their love for each other, the two were abruptly interrupted by Yasaka's words. Yasaka, oh my love, it seems like you'll be getting ready for another wedding soon. Ravel, what? Issei, I'll explain everything, but first, Ravel, I think you should contact Sirzechs, Ajuka, Michael, and Azazel so we can explain the situation to them as well. Ravel, alright, I will contact them. But shouldn't I also reach out to Rias and her peerage, along with Irina? Issei was about to object, but before he could, Yasaka spoke up. Yasaka, yes, it would be best for all of them to be present. Issei, but, Yasaka, no buts, my little red fox. It's time to face them. You can't continue hiding. Issei, you're right. Fine, tell them that you have found me. Ravel, alright, I'll contact them. But you should know that once I do, they'll be here immediately. She said with a mischievous smirk. Issei, I am aware of that. It's time they knew what happened to me. Ravel, very well, give me the contact details. Ravel, Issei, what did Yasaka mean by preparing for a second marriage? Issei felt a chill run down his spine as he observed the sweet yet dangerous smile on Ravel's face. It was clear that she was expecting him to spill all the details, or else face the consequences. Yasaka, I believe we should wait until everyone is present before we explain. Don't you think so? Ravel was giving Issei a very serious and intimidating look before she spoke to Issei. Ravel, I want answers about what's going on, Issei. Issei, I understand and promise I'll tell you everything you want to know. Ravel, her intimidating glare that she was giving to Issei disappeared, and she had a more neutral expression. Fine, but I expect to hear the whole truth, Issei. Do you understand me? Issei nodded frantically but appreciated that his new fiancée stopped giving him the intimidating glare. However, he heard his other mate, Yasaka, begin to speak, gaining his attention as he listened to her. Yasaka, let's go to the throne room. I'll inform the guards about the visitors. Issei, okay, I'll take Ravel to the throne room. Yasaka, my little red fox, make sure Ravel sits next to you in the throne room. She'll be like a sister to me now. Yasaka winks at Ravel. Ravel, what does she mean by sister? Issei nervously scratches his head. Issei, I'll explain everything when everyone else is here. Let's go to the throne room. Ravel, alright, as long as I get answers and you don't leave me again. Issei, I promise to explain and never leave you again, my phoenix. Ravel and Issei head to the throne room while Serafal contacts the leaders to share the news. Scene change with Serafal contacting the other leaders of the Alliance. Serafal, hey everyone. I've got some really interesting news that I think you all should know about. Sirzechs, oh seriously, I'm all ears. What's up? Ajuka, wow, it must be important if you're reaching out to all the leaders. Michael, you've definitely piqued my curiosity. I'm dying to know what this is about. Azazel, come on, hurry up. I'm swamped with work here. Give it to me straight. Michael, brother, I know things haven't been easy for you lately, but there's no reason to be hostile towards us. Azazel, Michael, if I wanted your opinion, I would have asked. Also, why isn't Odin or Falbium in the call? Sirzechs, Falbium went to Asgard to help fortify their defense. We received information that the Cow's Brigade is planning an attack on them. So after we told Odin, most likely he is too preoccupied making sure everything is ready and he's not caught off guard. We sent Falbium and some of our forces to reinforce their defenses. Michael, I see. Ever since they learned of the boy's death, they have become emboldened and have been attacking us more frequently these last few months. It's becoming quite troublesome, Sirzechs agreed. That's when Serafal coughed, gathering their attention on her once again. Serafal, cough, let's get back on topic and why I called all of you. Azazel, spit it out already. Serafal, I don't have time for your childish games right now and I really don't want to be in the call if you guys are going to bring him up. You know how I feel about the situation, so unless this is very important I will leave. So what do you have to tell us that's so important that you needed us to all be in this call? All those on the call could tell, though they didn't say his name. The mention of what happened by Michael touched a sore spot for Azazel. He always saw Issei as an adopted son, and after losing him, he was never the same. He just dug himself into his work and his sacred gear research. It also started to cause him to have an aggressive attitude towards those around him. Though no one could truly blame him, everyone's been dealing with the loss in their own way, and no one could criticize how he handles his grief. But that's when they were all brought out of their thoughts, and wanted to hear what Serafal had to say. Serafal, well, speaking of him, you should all know that Issei Hayato is actually alive. Sirzechs/Ajuka, what? Azazel was speechless for a moment, but recomposed himself and spoke. Azazel, are you serious? Tell me everything you know. Michael, I'm honestly shocked. We spent months searching for him with no luck. How did you find out? Serafal, honestly, I just found out myself. Talk about a surprise. Sirzechs, wait a minute. Weren't you in Kyoto discussing those upcoming changes happening in the Yokai faction? Ajuka, and isn't Queen Yasaka getting married in 2 weeks? Is there a new Yokai lord on the horizon? Azazel, hold on a second. How did you manage to get information about Issei when you're supposed to be in Kyoto? Does that mean Yasaka kept this from us? Michael, that's a valid point. If Yasaka knew about Issei and chose not to inform the Alliance, it raises questions about her loyalty. Serafal, let's not jump to conclusions just yet. I don't think we have the full story. Besides, I think Yasaka was asked by someone not to reveal Issei's whereabouts. Sirzechs, who the hell asked her to keep such important information a secret? He said angrily. Azazel, yeah, I want to know too. Spill the beans, Serafal. Michael, I'm curious about her reasoning as well. Do enlighten us. Ajuka, don't leave us hanging. I'm dying to know who requested such confidentiality. Serafal, well, It turns out Issei himself asked Yasaka to keep quiet. And that's why I'm reaching out to all of you. He's ready to explain everything that happened to him. Oh, Sirzechs, he specifically wants you to bring your sister and her peerage. And Michael, he wants you to bring your ace, Irina. Yasaka has already granted you permission to enter her domain. If you want answers, I suggest you get here ASAP. Trust me, I don't have any more answers than you do. The only way to get the whole story is by asking Issei yourself. I'll be waiting here for your arrival. Ravel then ends the call, leaving the leaders in shock but understand the only way they will get their answers is by going to Kyoto and talking to Issei himself. In no time, they have gathered the people they needed to head to Kyoto, which includes Rias and her peerage, along with Michael's ace, Irina. They were all surprised after hearing the news of Issei still being alive, and wasted no time in heading to Kyoto alongside the leaders. After receiving the news of Issei's survival, the leaders of the three factions swiftly assembled their members and made their way to Kyoto. Currently, they are gathered in the throne room of Yasaka Castle. In the center of the room, Yasaka, the queen of the Yokai, sits next to her mate, Issei, the future lord of the Yokai. Beside Issei, his future second wife/mate, Ravel, takes her place. Standing before them are the leaders, including Sirzechs, accompanied by Grayfia, Ajuka, Ravel, Michael with his ace, Irina, Azazel, and Rias with her peerage. A sense of shock fills the air as they look on in disbelief. Breaking the silence, Yasaka speaks. Yasaka, welcome, everyone, and thank you for joining us. I am aware that many of you have numerous questions regarding the current situation, but I will allow my future husband to provide the necessary explanations. Everyone is shocked, but before anyone can say anything, the person they were gathered for speaks up. Issei, greetings, everyone. It has been a while, but allow me to properly reintroduce myself. My name is Issei Hayadu. I am Yasaka's mate and soon-to-be husband, as well as the future lord of the Yokai, Issei says with a smile, shocking everyone. Amaterasu, so this is where the missing Red Dragon Emperor has been hiding. I came here to check on you, Yasaka, because I sensed strong demonic and angelic powers around you. To my surprise, not only do I find the leaders of the angels, devils, and fallen angels here, but I also learn that your future husband is the Red Dragon Emperor. Can you please explain this situation? Yasaka got off her throne and knelt in front of Amaterasu, one of the gods who is part of the Shinto Trinity. Issei also knelt before Amaterasu next to Yasaka. Meanwhile, everyone else was taken aback to see one of the gods from the reclusive Shinto pantheon present. Yasaka, my sincere apologies, Lady Amaterasu. My intention was to introduce Issei to you before the wedding and seek your blessing. Issei, Lady Amaterasu, I deeply apologize for any offense or inconvenience caused by the delay in our meeting. I offer my sincerest apologies for hiding here with Lady Yasaka without your permission. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback by the transformation in Issei. His manners and demeanor have greatly improved since they last encountered him. Gone is the lecherous gaze that used to accompany his admiration of beauty, replaced now by the self-control and utmost respect Issei was displaying in the presence of a goddess. Amaterasu, well, I must admit, this is not the Red Dragon Emperor I was expecting or have heard stories of. However, I cannot say that I am displeased with the evident changes. It is clear that Lady Yasaka has taught you proper etiquette and how to interact with those of higher standing. While I am not upset or angry about your presence here, Red Dragon Emperor, I am curious to know the reason behind it. I sense not the energy of a devil from you, but rather that of a kitsune. Lady Yasaka, did you have a hand in this transformation? He never thought this could have happened. After all he has done for her, for his friends. To be repaid this way. It made his stomach crawl, his fists clench. The anger. Yasaka, yes, Lady Amaterasu. Issei, Lady Amaterasu, if I may speak. Amaterasu, you may speak, Red Dragon Emperor. Issei, thank you, Lady Amaterasu. Well, the reason why the leaders are gathered here is for me to provide an explanation. I will address my disappearance and the transformation from being a devil to becoming a kitsune. Furthermore, I would also like to inform you of some information I've gathered over the last few months about the status of the territory that Rias Gremry co-runs alongside Sona Citri. The information I have to share with you is quite damning, and something you should be aware of. Sirzechs feels a hint of unease regarding Lady Amaterasu's interest in the affairs of the Co territory. After discovering how selfish Rias was when it came to prioritizing her own feelings over Issei's, he dreads knowing what kind of misdeeds she could have performed while co-running the town of Ko without his knowledge, or even Sona's awareness. This makes the dread even worse for him, especially considering how Issei said he had gained information on how she was running the territory. It gives him a bad feeling that this meeting will cause a lot of problems that all lead back to his little sister, Rias. But after Yasaka had requested some of her attendants to prepare a seat for Lady Amaterasu next to hers. When the seat was ready and everyone was seated, all those present were prepared to hear the explanation behind the disappearance of Issei Hayadu, the Red Dragon Emperor, and the reasons for his presence in Kyoto. Furthermore, the revelation that he is no longer a devil but a kitsune, and his upcoming marriage to Lady Yasaka added to the intrigue. Issei, I understand that you all must have numerous questions. So, what would you like to know first? Sirzechs, what did Lady Amaterasu mean when she said that you are no longer a devil, and how did Lady Yasaka play a role in turning you into a kitsune? Ajuka, I am also keen to understand this, as you forcibly removed your pieces, which should have resulted in a slow and agonizing death since they were intricately linked to your soul. Yasaka, allow me to provide an explanation for that. Yasaka then began to explain what happened 8 months ago when Issei managed to make his way into her territory in that state, and how she saved his life. Flashback 8 months ago, when Issei appeared within Yasaka's domain. After the guards arrived and assisted in bringing Issei's unconscious and severely wounded body to a room in the castle, Yasaka began employing sage arts in an attempt to heal his injuries. Yasaka, oh my, his wounds are incredibly severe, penetrating even to the depths of his soul. Red Dragon Emperor, what has befallen you to leave you in this state? Kunu, teary-eyed, mother, will he be alright? Yasaka, my sweet daughter, I am uncertain. His wounds are so severe, even reaching his soul. I fear I cannot handle this alone. I must seek help if there is any chance of saving his life. Yasaka then calls for the guards to escort her daughter out of the room, shielding her from seeing Issei in such a state. She then activates a communication circle near her ear and contacts someone who can provide assistance. After concluding the conversation, a portal materializes in the corner of the room, and a tall, voluptuous woman with cat ears and 2 black tails emerges from it. Kuroka, Yasaka, you called for me. Kuroka was taken aback once she stepped out of her teleportation circle. She was surprised to see the Red Dragon Emperor in such a dire state. She could only ask a simple question to Yasaka: what the hell happened to him? Yasaka, I do not know. He appeared here in this condition, with no explanation. However, I summoned you to aid in his healing. Kuroka, why? Yasaka, he saved my life from the hero faction and protected my daughter. I am not so prideful as to allow the man who risked everything to save us from a meaningless death. He deserves better after all he has done for the Yokai faction. Kuroka, very well, I will assist you. But I expect something in return for my services. Yasaka agreed. We can discuss the details once we have saved him. Kuroka begins using sage arts to heal Issei. This is really bad. Even with my help, he might not pull through. Yasaka, it seems like something has been forcefully torn from his soul. I can sense the deep trauma, rage, and hurt from that moment. Whatever he experienced was incredibly traumatic for him. What did he endure that led him to hurt himself like this? Yasaka, damn, those girls. They must have done something to him that left him feeling so shattered. He took drastic action that resulted in him being in this state. Kuroka, and to think, my own sister played a part in this. I'm sorry, Lady Yasaka. Yasaka, it is not your fault. But our main focus right now should be on healing him and attempting to save his life. Kuroka, you're absolutely right. But the damage inflicted upon his soul is extensive. By forcefully removing the evil pieces, he has inadvertently torn his soul apart. Even I doubt our ability to repair something of this severity. Drake, I have a suggestion. Even if we manage to save him, he will become a regular human with significantly weakened life force. Furthermore, his body will no longer be capable of harnessing the power of the boosted gear. However, the real issue lies in his shredded soul, which now contains missing fragments. I propose that Lady Yasaka transfers some of her spiritual essence into my partner to help fill in the gaps within his soul. Meanwhile, the cat can skillfully employ sage arts to bond the new soul fragments with my partner. As this process unfolds, I will transform parts of his body into a dragon to offer assistance. Additionally, I will link our souls together to facilitate the overall procedure for you. Kuroka, that could potentially work, but Yasaka, if I take your advice, he'll end up. Drake, yes, he will transform into a hybrid of a dragon and a kitsune. I understand that this will result in him becoming a dragon yokai hybrid. However, I am unwilling to lose a partner who has treated me not just as a weapon, unlike many of my previous hosts. He has always regarded me as more than just a tool, but as a brother. It is because of this bond that I am willing to merge our souls together, allowing him to become the last Red Dragon Emperor. Therefore, if he perishes, I will perish as well. Lady Yasaka and Kuroka, I implore you to save my partner. At that moment, Kunu rushes into the scene, having managed to evade the guards and eavesdrop on the conversation between her mother, Kuroka, and the dragon. Kunu sobbing, "Please, mother, save him. Don't let him die. He kept his promise to me when I asked him to save you. Please, mother, don't let the red dragon die, especially after everything he has done for us." She clung to her mother's yukata, looking up at her with pleading eyes. Kuroka remained silent, her face reflecting a profound sadness. Yasaka, upon witnessing her daughter's desperation and profound sorrow, responded with a gentle and affectionate smile, embracing her tightly. "Yasaka, don't worry, my dear daughter. We will save him, I promise. But for now, I need you to go to your room. Alright, once we have completed our task, I will allow you to visit him." Speaking to herself, I must ensure that the guards keep a closer watch on Kunu. "Kunu, alright, if you promise to save him, I will believe you. Mr. Dragon, please do everything in your power to assist Mother and the cat lady to save him." Kuroka had a visible twitch on her forehead in response to the cat lady comment. "Drake, I promise, little one, I will do everything within my power to help. We will save him, and that is a dragon's promise." "Kunu, thank you." She walks out of the room. "Drake, so, are you both ready?" Yasaka, "Yes, let's proceed." "Are you prepared, Kuroka?" Kuroka, "Yes, I have to rectify what my sister caused, anyway." "Drake, then let us begin." Once all three of them were in agreement to do whatever it took to save him, they commenced the process of repairing his soul. Drake successfully merged his own soul with Issei's, while Yasaka filled in the missing fragments of his soul with her essence. Kuroka utilized sage arts to ensure a proper and harmonious bonding of the restored soul. Upon completing this phase, they turned their attention to his physical body. Drake transformed all of his organs, including his heart, and various body parts into that of a dragon. Meanwhile, Yasaka ensured a smooth progression of the dragonification process. Kuroka dedicated her efforts to repairing Issei's physical body, including the hole in his chest. After hours of intensive work, Issei's condition finally stabilized, allowing a collective sigh of relief to escape from Yasaka, Kuroka, and Drake. He rested peacefully in his bed, oblivious to the efforts made to save him. "Drake, thank you, Lady Yasaka and Kuroka. I cannot express my gratitude enough for saving his life. I will now monitor his condition within his soul. If any significant developments occur, I will inform you. If you require anything, simply call for me, and I will manifest with the boosted gear." With those words, Drake dematerialized the boosted gear and entered Issei's soul, becoming immersed in his inner realm. "Yasaka, thank you, Kuroka. Without your assistance, I would not have been able to save him. Whatever you desire, as long as it is reasonable, I will grant it." "Kuroka, thank you, Lady Yasaka. However, I feel a sense of responsibility because my sister caused this problem in the first place." "Yasaka, nonsense. Her actions were not your own, nor did you force her to do what she did. I insist that you allow me to reward you for your invaluable help. While your sister may have caused this situation, it was you who aided in fixing it." "Kuroka, alright, fair enough. I will get back to you regarding that reward. But for now, I must return to my group before they come searching for me. Goodbye until then." "Yasaka, very well, the offer will always stand for you. Farewell for now." Kuroka teleports back to her group, leaving Yasaka alone in the room with Issei, who remains unconscious. "Yasaka, I will let him rest for now, as it is uncertain how long he will be unconscious. Furthermore, I must also rest, as I have expended a significant amount of energy in saving his life. Yasaka, I will inform Kunu tomorrow that he will be alright. It is late, and I do not wish to disturb her sleep." She proceeds to switch off the lights and gently closes the sliding door, leaving Issei to rest. After Yasaka's departure, a small fox sneaks into Issei's room and approaches the dragon. "Kunu, hey, Mr. Dragon, are you there?" The boosted gear materializes on Issei's left arm. "Drake, yes, I am here, child." "Kunu, is he going to be okay?" "Drake, yes, thanks to the combined efforts of your mother, Kuroka, and myself, we were able to save his life. He will be just fine. Kuna, thank you very much for saving my hero. Drake, you're welcome. Now I think it's time for you to go back to bed. Kuna, actually, do you think I could sleep next to him? I'm still worried about him. Drake, I have no problem with that. Watch over him and keep him safe, little one. I will be heading back now. Kuna gets into bed and cuddles up to Issei, wrapping her tails around him. Thank you, Mr. Dragon. Good night. Drake, good night, little one. The boosted gear dematerializes. The next morning, Yasaka went to check on Issei, but as she slid open the door, she was surprised to see Kuna cuddling with Issei. Yasaka smiled upon seeing her daughter cuddled up to Issei, with her tails wrapped protectively around him. Yasaka, oh, how adorable. I think I'll let her sleep a bit longer. Flashback ends. Yasaka finished explaining everything that happened. Amaterasu, how tragic. I heard what happened to Yasaka when the hero faction kidnapped her, and how you saved her and protected her daughter. But for all of that to happen to you, I'm sorry. I understand why you did what you did. Issei, I appreciate your concern, Lady Amaterasu. But neither Drake nor I have any regrets. Boosted gear materializes. Drake, I agree with Issei. Amaterasu, but you do realize now that your souls are linked. You are truly the last Red Dragon Emperor, and if he dies, you die. Drake, I completely understand. I have no regrets either. If he is to be my final host, I am willing to face whatever comes, whether it be life or death. He is not just a partner to me, but more like a brother. He has always treated me as an individual, seeking my input and opinion in various situations. He is the only host who truly communicates with me. I have no regrets, Goddess Amaterasu. Sirzechs, does that mean you're no longer a devil? Issei, no, I'm a yokai dragon hybrid. Issei then released his red fox ears and 9 red fox tails. Sirzechs, I see. Seraph, also, is that the reason Ayasekuin's hair and eye color changed? Drake, that is because when our souls merge, some of our aspects merge together. So his hair color turned red like my scales, and his eyes turned a yellow-greenish color, a mixture of mine and Yasaka's eye colors. Michael, well, at least this explains why we couldn't determine if the boosted gear moved on to a new host, and why the sacred gear system was experiencing issues a few months ago. Azazel, indeed. It is highly likely that the system was attempting to recalibrate itself due to the absence of one of the Longinus sacred gears. But now, if Issei dies, Drake dies. Michael, you're correct, brother. The sacred gear system no longer acknowledges the existence of the boosted gear. Grayfia, but Issei, why didn't you return once you were healed? We understand that you were hurt by what Rias and the girls did. But, Issei, it's simple. I didn't want to go anywhere near the woman who allowed me to die. Sirzechs, what are you saying? Issei, let me ask you, Sirzechs. If a high-ranking devil were responsible for a territory, let's say Ku, wouldn't she be aware of the presence of fallen angels within her domain? Sirzechs, Issei, I'll take your silence as the answer. So, your sister knew about the fallen angels in her territory, who might potentially kill the sacred gear wielders if the fallen angels deemed them a threat. And yet your sister did nothing about it. Rias finally interrupted. Rias, Issei, please stop. Issei, be quiet. Now, Azazel, I assume you have informed the other factions about the activities of your fallen angels, particularly if they trespass into different territories inhabited by angels or devils. Azazel, yes, indeed. I have informed both Michael and the Muz about the actions of my fallen angel subordinates within their respective domains. Additionally, I have granted permission to eliminate any rogue groups of fallen angels who have been disregarding my orders. Issei, Sirzechs, if someone in control of a territory was unaware of fallen angels disobeying their orders or going rogue, couldn't they simply contact one of the Muz? They could confirm if these fallen angels were on the list of rogues who have been disregarding their given orders. Sirzechs, yes, that would be the appropriate course of action. What are you implying, Issei? Issei, what I'm saying is that your dear sister deliberately chose to ignore the presence of fallen angels in her territory. She turned a blind eye to their actions, which included killing innocent humans who possessed sacred gears. Furthermore, she failed to inform her co-leader, Sona, about this issue. Knowing Sona's diligent nature, she would have promptly verified if these fallen angels were rogues and authorized their elimination to prevent further harm to the innocent. However, instead of taking decisive action, your sister had her rook follow me and had her familiar provide me with a summoning paper. Sirzechs, Rias, you didn't. All Rias could do was weep. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from Lady Amaterasu. Amaterasu, Sirzechs, your sister has single-handedly violated the agreement we had when the Shinto pantheon granted you control over the town of Ko within our territory. But what's even more alarming is that I have just discovered that innocent humans have been killed, and your sister allowed it to happen, all for the sake of acquiring a new piece for her peerage. Issei, Lady Amaterasu, there is more to this. Rias, Issei, please don't tell her. Amaterasu, silence, girl. Now, Red Dragon Emperor, tell me everything. Issei, when Kokabeel was discovered hiding in their territory with their group of rogue fallen angels and priests, they deliberately chose not to inform their brother, allowing their pride to cloud their judgment. They believed they could handle a cadre-class fallen angel on their own. It took one of their servants who had a better understanding of how serious the situation was to inform someone in the Muz about the ongoing attack from the cadre-class fallen angel, but it was done at the very last moment. If they had informed him earlier, he could have prepared the necessary forces to aid in stopping the fallen angel. To make matters worse, if we had failed in that critical moment, and the fallen angels hadn't sent reinforcements in the form of the White Dragon Emperor, it could have sparked a war within the Shinto pantheon's territory. I understand why the angels and fallen angels couldn't actively intervene in this battle, even if it involved one of their own. Since it took place in the devil's territory, the presence of any high-ranking angel or fallen angel would have exacerbated the situation, possibly sparking war. That is why the angels sent in the exorcists for support, and the fallen angels dispatched the White Dragon Emperor. However, the devils from both the Citri and Gremry households were not sufficient to confront Kokabeel, the cadre-class fallen angel. Even with the presence of the Red Dragon Emperor, I was still new to being a devil at that time and lacked the balance breaker and proper training to face such formidable power. What should have occurred was for Rias Gremry to inform her brother and subsequently notify the Shinto pantheon about the situation. This would have allowed them to address the issue and prevent the outbreak of war. Handling the situation in this manner would have been the appropriate course of action. Rias, sobbing, why are you doing this to me? Issei, Amaterasu, that's enough. Sirzechs, it appears that your sister has deliberately violated the rules and agreements that were established for her and Sona to govern that territory within the Shinto domain. Furthermore, it seems she has been misusing her authority, considering your family's ownership of the Ko Academy. Sirzechs, I fully comprehend the gravity of this situation, Lady Amaterasu. I cannot condone the actions she has taken, and I do not expect any leniency towards her. Rias, but brother. Sirzechs, no, Rias. I was already furious with how you treated Issei, prioritizing your own feelings above his and causing this entire situation to unfold. Now that Issei has informed me and everyone else about the full extent of your incompetence and abuse of power, I will allow whatever consequences that come your way to unfold. You were well aware of the rules and expectations set by the Shinto pantheon when they entrusted us with their territory. To discover that not only did you allow fallen angels to kill innocent humans, but you also used those fallen angels to recruit Issei into your peerage by letting them kill him, is utterly inexcusable. As the Mao, Sirzechs Lucifer, I cannot overlook your actions. Rias lowered her head in shame, realizing the gravity of her actions and the impending consequences that would not only affect her but also the Gremry household and her brother. Amaterasu, Sirzechs, it is not only her responsibility. Seraphal and her sister are also accountable for their actions. I am hereby revoking both of your sister's rights to govern the Shinto lands. Seraphal was about to say something, but Issei interjected before she could. Issei kneeled in front of Lady Amaterasu and said, Lady Amaterasu, please understand that I fully comprehend your anger towards Rias and Sirzechs. However, I implore you to consider that Seraphal and her sister are not involved in this matter. I personally know Sona and can attest to her dedication and seriousness towards her responsibilities. The only reason certain actions took place was because Rias withheld vital information from Sona. Seraphal is in a similar position, and despite occasional childish behavior, she is committed to her role and displays genuine love and care towards others. It would be unbearable for me to witness Seraphal or Sona suffering consequences for the mistakes of others. I sincerely beg you, Lady Amaterasu, to consider this. Upon hearing Issei's defense for her and Sona, Seraphal's heart began to race with gratitude and hope. Amaterasu responded, very well. If the Red Dragon Emperor is willing to vouch for you, Seraphal, and your sister, then I will allow your sister to continue residing in the Shinto territory without any further issues. Seraphal, you will also be permitted to freely enter and exit the Shinto territory as you please. Seraphal expressed her gratitude to Lady Amaterasu, and thanked Issei for standing up for her and her sister. Issei assured Lady Amaterasu that Seraphal and her sister were not involved in the events, and would not have supported them if they had been aware. Amaterasu then addressed Sirzechs and Rias Gremory. Leave my presence immediately. Sirzechs, may I ask one thing, Lady Amaterasu? Amaterasu, go ahead. Lucifer, ask your question while I still have the patience to put up with you in my sight. Sirzechs could feel the straight malice, hatred, and disdain coming from Lady Amaterasu with each word she spoke. He eventually gathered himself and asked what he needed from her. Sirzechs, can my sister's peerage be allowed to continue residing in the city of Ku? Amaterasu, I will grant that request, but as for you and your sister, I want you out of Shinto territory immediately. I will convene a meeting with the other Shinto gods to address the transgressions committed by you and your sister. Until then, I am revoking your permission to be present in our lands. If I sense you or your sister within Shinto territory, it will be considered an act of war against the Shinto pantheon and the devils. Therefore, until we discuss the consequences and repercussions that will befall you and your sister, and how the devils will rectify this situation, I command you to leave. Sirzechs understood. With that, Sirzechs, accompanied by Grayfia and Rias, teleported out of the meeting and back to the underworld. Azazel, well, that just happened. Amaterasu, Lady Yasaka, I must depart, and inform the other Shinto gods about the information I have just learned. However, I expect you to bring your future husband to meet the other Shinto gods and receive their blessings for your marriage. Yasaka, I can assure you that we will soon visit the Shinto pantheon to seek the blessings of the gods for our union. Amaterasu, ensure that you do so. And as for you, Issei Haidu, I eagerly anticipate our next meeting and further conversations. Issei, I am also excited to meet the other Shinto gods and to see you again, in order to receive your blessings for my marriage to Lady Yasaka. Amaterasu, I too look forward and anticipate our meeting. However, for now, I must bid you all farewell. She then teleported back to the divine realm. Yasaka, era, how unexpected. This meeting has been quite exciting. But I'm sure you would like to continue with the main reason why we're all here. However, I think we should take a break and have some tea prepared to settle everyone's nerves. Issei continued massaging his temples as he tried to process the events that had just unfolded. He anticipated that more problems would be on the horizon, which only meant more headaches for him. Interrupting his thoughts, Ajuka approached him apologetically. Ajuka, first and foremost, I would like to apologize for Rias Gremory's actions and the way she acquired you in her peerage. Seraphal, joining Ajuka in solidarity, expressed her agreement. Seraphal, I agree with Ajuka. Rias' behavior was unbecoming of a high-class devil who had been given co-leadership of a town. Her abuse of power, incompetence, and failure to share vital information with her co-leader, my sister Sona, are undeniable. We can only request that you refrain from harboring resentment toward devils, even though it would be justifiable. Hesitant to accept Seraphal's statement, Issei removed his hand from his face and raised an eyebrow before responding. Issei, Seraphal, that is a naive thing to say. Confused, Seraphal asked for clarification. Seraphal, what do you mean? To Issei's surprise, Yasaka chimed in, offering her input. Yasaka, it is evident that he does not hate devils, nor does he hold any animosity towards them. Issei's actions have already demonstrated his lack of hatred. In fact, he holds the utmost respect for you, Seraphal, and your sister. Issei nodded in agreement. Issei, she is right, Seraphal. I defended you and your sister when Amaterasu unfairly sought to punish you for Rias' actions. Seraphal, then why did you let Sirzechs get punished because of her actions? Seeking further clarification, Ajuka raised an eyebrow. Ajuka, I am also curious about that. Azazel, intrigued, added to Ajuka's statement. Azazel, I'm intrigued by that as well, kid. Michael, expressing his curiosity, also sought answers. Michael, indeed, what was the reasoning behind your decision, Issei? Issei sighed heavily before explaining his rationale. Issei, Sirzechs should have been more involved in monitoring his sister. Knowing her selfish and spoiled nature, and considering that this was her first time governing a territory, he should have anticipated the consequences. Those aspects of her personality led to my death at the hands of a fallen angel. Instead of giving me the opportunity to willingly join her peerage by revealing the supernatural world and seeking my consent, she selfishly allowed me to be killed on our first date, and then reincarnated me as her servant. She completely stripped away my free will by making me her servant in that manner. Understanding Issei's perspective, Azazel voiced his support. Azazel, so that's why you defended Seraphal and Sona. Issei, yes, Sirzechs and the Gremory family have undoubtedly spoiled Rias, contributing to her entitled attitude and belief that she should get whatever she desires without facing any consequences for her choices or actions. This was particularly evident during the incident when I was revealing the truth to everyone, especially Amaterasu, as Rias was aware of the wrong she had done and desperately tried to prevent me from exposing it. She knew the potential ramifications would be severe and far-reaching. Michael, so, to address this issue, you allowed Amaterasu to administer punishment to both Rias and Sirzechs. And I presume this also explains why you refrained from defending Sirzechs, Issei precisely. Azazel, won't this decision cause problems? Yasaka, my discernment is that Lady Amaterasu's animosity and anger are directed primarily towards Sirzechs and Rias, rather than the fallen angels or angels. Issei, with that said, I have a proposition for all of you leaders. But before we delve into that, there is someone I need to speak to, isn't there, Irina? Irina, who has been notably silent until now, raises her head to find Issei approaching her. Irina, yes, Issei. This is the first time she has seen him since their encounter in the Occult Research Club. She is overwhelmed by anxiety and guilt as he approaches her. Issei, I want to see your wings. Irina, but why, Issei? Issei, because I want to confirm something that has been on my mind. Michael, if he only requests a glimpse of your wings, Irina, there is no harm in showing him. Irina, very well, Lord Michael. Irina unveils her wings, leaving everyone astonished by what they witness. The feathers are predominantly gray, with a few black ones interspersed. Michael, Irina, how long have your wings appeared this way? Issei, allow me to answer that. They change due to the guilt she feels over her actions towards me that day. Her deeds influenced my own, and this guilt has manifested in her wings. Isn't that right? Michael, is this true, Irina? Overwhelmed with emotion, Irina collapses to her knees, breaking down into tears. Irina sobbed, yes, Lord Michael. It is because of my actions that my childhood friend went through such pain. I didn't fully understand why he was afraid to confess his feelings because of the fallen angel that traumatized him, making him afraid to love again. If I had known, I would have been there to comfort him, but instead I joined in berating him, causing him to leave us. I am a horrible friend, and I don't deserve to be an angel. A heavy silence hangs in the air as the angel reveals her raw emotions. The members of the ORC, apart from Rosweiss, hang their heads in shame, knowing they played a part in his departure. Michael begins to move forward to comfort the sobbing angel, but Issei raises his hand, gesturing for him to let him handle the situation. Issei, Irina! He materializes his boosted gear, and Drake's voice echoes, calling out Ascalon. The atmosphere in the room thickens as everyone gazes at Issei, unsure of his intentions. Fear and concern mix in their eyes, unsure of how to react to what they are witnessing. However, Yasaka, maintaining her faith in Issei, holds a belief that he knows exactly what he is doing. With teary eyes, Irina looks up at Issei, a perplexed expression etched across her face as she struggles to comprehend his actions. Issei, after dropping the sword before her, instructs her to stand up and pick it up. Confused, Irina whispers with a trembling voice, questioning Issei's reasoning behind this. Issei simply tells her to do it, his voice filled with an undertone of determination. Reluctantly, Irina rises to her feet and reaches for the sword. As soon as she grips it firmly, Issei takes hold of the blade, positioning it so that its tip is directly aimed at his own heart. In a spontaneous reaction, cries echo throughout the room, condemning Issei's reckless action, except for Yasaka, who maintains a calm demeanor. Her eyes are closed as she sips her tea. Ignoring the pleas from everyone, Issei yells for them to stay out of this. It is between him and Irina. Irina's tears uncontrollably stream down her cheeks as she asks him for an explanation. Why did he have her pick up the blade only for him to grab it and aim it directly at his heart? What is the reasoning behind this? She's confused, scared, and already so broken. This is the first time she has seen the man she loves since that day in the Orc, the same man that she thought she would never see again, the only man she could ever love and love no one else but him. The same one she helped break down and brought to tears and made him do something so horrible to himself, causing him to leave her. And now he tells her to pick up a sword and has it directly aimed at his heart, while she is holding the blade at him. Truly, utterly shocked, confused, and saddened that he's even asking her to do this, Issei's hair obscures his eyes as he speaks, revealing a sense of deep pain within him. He explains that her words had pierced his heart on that fateful day in the Orc, causing him to feel broken. He admits to losing his feelings for Rias, Kaneko, Aquino, Zenobia, and Asia, but forgetting my feelings for you, Irina, had hurt me even more. The conflict that arose within you, I could see on that day when you realized, after what Ravel said, you began to immediately regret your actions and what you've done. I could see it in your eyes. It didn't make what you did any less painful or hurt me, but I felt like things could work out. But your words still hurt me more than anything I could have imagined. Over the past few months, I discovered something. I had lost all feelings for the other girls except for Irina. Faced with this realization, he mustered the courage to ask her a question that would leave her stunned. With tears streaming down his face, Issei gazes at Irina, into her red, puffy, and tear-soaked violet beautiful eyes, shocking her further with his vulnerability. In a trembling voice, she manages to ask him what he wants to say. Issei, with a smile on his face, opens up about his deepest emotions. He makes a heartfelt request to Irina, asking her to end his suffering by using escalate to strike his heart, wishing to be killed by her own hands. Issei explains that his feelings for Irina started when they were young and grew stronger once she moved away. He admits that her absence had a significant impact on him, making him realize that he was genuinely in love with her. The pain caused by her actions was immense, but he found solace in seeing the remorse in her eyes and her genuine desire to fix their relationship, albeit cut off by Rias. Issei reveals that he always cherished their relationship as children, but the realization of her absence deeply wounded him. All he ever wanted was to have her by his side, to be there for each other. Consequently, he implores Irina that if she truly desires to cause him more pain, he would prefer to die at the hands of the woman he loves rather than live knowing they can never be together. The weight of Issei's words causes Irina to drop escalate, their significance sinking in. Realizing that Issei still loves her despite her hurtful actions, she can do nothing but embrace him in a loving as tears continue to flow. Through her sobs, Irina expresses regret, not comprehending the extent of Issei's anguish. She pleads with him not to make her commit such an act, not wanting to hurt him anymore. Issei, with closed eyes, assures her that he understands. The words Irina uttered had wounded him more than the light spears that Rainier used to kill him. Despite the pain inflicted, Issei confesses that he could never stop loving her. He forgives her, begging her not to hurt him like that again, for he cannot bear losing her. Moved by Issei's unwavering love, Irina clings onto him tightly, promising to stay by his side, her own emotions overflowing. Irina, I promise, from the bottom of my heart, that I will never intentionally do anything to hurt you again. I want nothing more than to stay by your side because I genuinely love you. Witnessing the pain you went through, seeing you harm yourself like that, was unbearable for me. Please let me prove to you that I'll do everything in my power to make it up to you. You are my everything, and I can't imagine my life without you. As this emotionally charged moment unfolded, Michael found himself unable to hold back a smile. It warmed his heart to see Irina being forgiven, her once tainted feathers regaining their pristine whiteness. Azazel also had a smile on his face, glad to see that the person he considered a son was still his compassionate and caring self. Serafal and Ejuka shared in the joy, with Serafal shedding a few tears. Ravel, while not fully approving of Irina's actions, recognized the undying love between Issei and her. As long as he was happy, that was all that mattered to her. Yasaka looked upon her mate, grateful that he was finally confronting his feelings for Irina, forgiving her, and confessing his love. Rosweiss nodded with a small smile, silently showing her approval of how things were turning out for Irina. However, she couldn't help but notice the downcast looks on Akino, Kaneko, Zenobia, and Asia after hearing Issei's declaration that he no longer had feelings for them. In that moment, Yasaka rose from her seat and approached both Issei and Irina, enveloping them in a loving embrace that brought them comfort. She spoke with a mix of pride and joy in her voice. Yasaka, it brings me immense happiness to see my little red fox finally acknowledging his feelings for the woman he loves, and offering his forgiveness. Would you not agree, Michael? Michael, I must admit, seeing Irina smile again and witness her being forgiven by the man she loves does indeed bring a smile to my face. Yasaka, all right, my little red fox, let's not forget that we still have matters to discuss in this meeting. After taking a moment to collect themselves, Issei and Irina composed themselves and prepared to continue with the meeting, focusing on Issei's proposal to the faction leaders. Their love had been tested, but now they were united once more, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Issei, sorry about that everyone, but continuing on with my proposition to the leaders. I would like to first re-strengthen my connections with the devils. Serafal, how do you two intend to do that? Issei, the first thing that's going to happen is I have to go to Lord and Lady Phoenix, and let them know that I will be officially marrying their daughter, Ravel Phoenix. Then I would like to build a relationship with the Azazel and Sirzechs clans. Serafal, wait, you want to build a relationship with the Sirzechs clan, Issei-kun. Ajuka, I'm also quite surprised you wish to build a relationship with the Azazel clan and that you intend to marry the youngest and only daughter of the Phoenix clan. Issei, I can see you're both surprised, but let me explain why. The first reason is I do not wish to have a relationship with the Gremries anymore, and I can also see that relationship deteriorating real quickly, mainly because I intend to televise my return and explain why I left and how I was reincarnated, which will cause massive damage to the Gremries' reputation due to what Rias did. That will also affect my relationship with Serorg, unfortunately. Ajuka, I see. Well, honestly, after the whole Diodora scandal happened, the Astaroth name has been slightly damaged. But working with the hero of the underworld would help boost the clan's reputation and fix the damage that was done by him. Serafal, honestly, Issei-kun, I have no issues with this, especially after you defended me and my sister from Lady Amaterasu. Also, I believe Sona would be more than happy to know that you want to build a relationship with the Sirzechs clan. You could even help her by backing the creation of her raiding game school. Issei, that's exactly why I would like to help both of your clans. For the Astaroths, to fix the damage that Diodora caused by betraying the faction. Build a stronger relationship with you, Ajuka Beelzebub. And with the Sirzechs clan, I can help boost their reputation along with helping Sona achieve her dream of the raiding game school through the backing of the new lord of the Yokai. I can transfer control over the Issei dragon and rebrand the show with the help of Serafal. Serafal, I love this plan, Issei-kun. I'm on board with this. Ajuka, I personally don't see any downsides with it, and I can imagine my family would agree with it. And I would like to be able to get to know you more, so this works out for me as well if we can build a better relationship. I agree with this plan as well, Issei. Azazel, that's all good and fine, but what about the Phoenix clan? Serafal, yeah, Issei-kun, are you sure they will allow you to marry their daughter? Issei was about to speak but Ravel cut him off. Ravel, my parents will have no objections to this arrangement. Ajuka, how can you be so sure? Ravel, because my father's original plan for me was to come and stay with the Red Dragon Emperor to get closer to him and produce a child with him. This way, the Phoenix clan could have a powerful child with the abilities of both a dragon and a phoenix, and it would give the Phoenix clan the same prestige as the Beals or Gremries. However, that's not the reason I wanted to come here. I told my mother this, and she told me to forget what my father told me and to explore my feelings for Issei. She encouraged me to fall in love with him not out of duty for the family, but because I truly love him. Serafal, that was horrible of your father to use his only daughter like that. Issei, I agree. And I would be lying if I told you I'm not pissed off because of his intentions. But I'm also glad because the reason you truly came here was that you actually had feelings for me. But I'm letting you know right now your father will not be using any of our children for his own gain. That statement made Ravel blush heavily and have an atomic blush on her face at the thought of having kids with Issei. Ravel, don't say things like that out loud, dummy. Blushing heavily and looking away. Issei, I love Ravel's pouting face, it's adorable. But at least I know that the Phoenixes will not object to the marriage of me and Ravel. Yasaka, well, that's all good for the devil's side. But what about the angels and fallen angels, my little red fox? Michael, I'm curious about how you intend to strengthen our relationship, though I have an idea of what you are about to ask. Issei has a smile on his face. I would like to marry your ace, Irina, my angel. Irina puts hands over her mouth and starts to tear up. I see, do you mean that? Issei, I wasn't kidding when I said I could never lose the feelings I had for you, and I forgive you. Irina runs up and yes, Issei, I love you, I see. Michael, well, I see this is a great way for us to strengthen our bonds. Plus, who am I to deny the love of an angel, especially one that I can see truly loves you? Irina, thank you so much, Lord Michael. Issei, I would like her to move in here, along with Ravel. Michael, I have no problem with that if Lady Yasaka has no issue with it. Yasaka, I see no issue with having my mate's other lovers move in, after all. We will be sharing him, so at that point, we are practically sisters, making us family. Irina and Ravel are blushing heavily after hearing Yasaka say that. Michael, well, then I see no problem with it. I'll work on everything to get you transferred to a school in this area, and you can go back to heaven to get your things. Irina, yes, Lord Michael. Thank you. Michael, think nothing of it, Irina. Azazel, well, kiddo, how do you intend to strengthen relationships with the fallen angels? Issei, easy. I intend to help you and the other leaders connect to different pantheons to increase the strength of the alliance. Though I won't be able to be on the front lines anymore because I'm going to be a faction leader, being the new lord of the Yokai, but having the Red Dragon Emperor as a faction leader, along with a possible ace in the hole for when we need to take out a big threat, should seem appealing enough for you, right, Azazel? Azazel, if you agree to going out and having a few drinks with me every now and then, and come over to play some video games once in a while, you have a deal, kiddo. Issei, I can agree to that. Azazel, then you've got a deal, kiddo. Seraphal, I never knew Issei-kun was so good at negotiating. Issei, I'm full of surprises. That's when Issei heard a voice that he really didn't want to hear. Asia, Issei, what about us? Issei, what about you? Asia, aren't you coming back to with us? Issei, are you kidding me? Were you not paying attention to what was said and what happened in this meeting, or was Rosweiss the only one in my former peerage paying attention? I'm getting married to Yasaka in weeks, which will make me the new lord of the Yokai, and come with its own responsibilities. Akino, I know, but don't you care about us anymore? Issei, not really. I'm pretty sure you heard what I said to Irina and how I lost any and all affection towards you, Rias, Kaneko, Asia, and Zenobia. That includes seeing Kiba and Gasper as brothers. Akino, we apologize for everything that happened between us, Issei. We were all in the wrong, and we shouldn't have berated you like that. Issei, save it. Your apologies mean nothing to me, especially you, Akino. It was you who said, and I quote, if he's going to start crying like a child and having a breakdown because of it, he'll never truly understand Ria's feelings, not to mention our own feelings. That includes you too, so don't try to comfort him. Right now, he needs to hear the truth and understand why we're all so mad and disappointed with him for not understanding our feelings. So why should we understand or care how he's feeling, right now? After you said that, your apologies mean nothing to me, nor are the memories we made together personally. I regret having those memories, but I can't change that. But what I can do is change who I love, which is none of you anymore, and I will never love you guys again. Kaneko, but senpai. Issei, don't senpai me. Do you remember the last words you said to me? Because I do. You called me a pervert and told me I should leave. Zenobia, can you give us a second chance? Issei, just like you did for Irina. Issei, the difference is, she didn't berate me as badly as the rest of you did. Not to mention, when I looked into her eyes, I could see her regret, uncertainty, and realization during that situation. And before she was cut off by Rias, she attempted to apologize. She had genuine remorse for what she did and regretted it. She was trying to say something to prevent what I did from happening, but she just wasn't fast enough. And I know her well enough to know that sometimes she can be easily pressured into doing things, so it wouldn't be hard for me to believe that all of you influenced her into berating me. But she realized immediately that she wasn't certain about doing this, and it quickly turned into her not wanting to do it anymore. Yes, she said some things that broke me on the inside, but at the end of the day, my feelings for her never faded. Unlike my feelings towards all of you, including you, Zenobia, considering you said, I know I can be dense sometimes and I can be an idiot at times, but you truly show me how stupid you can be and oblivious to how others feel. So, to prove that I'm not stupid and not as oblivious as you presume, I'm not going to be the fool who gets back with the women who berated him to the point that he thought killing himself was the best option. They ignored my trauma for their own selfish needs, and I'm not oblivious enough to let myself willingly put that aside and just accept you with open arms. All of you had your own thoughts and individual decision-making, and you could have decided at some point in that conversation that this may not be the right thing to do, like what I saw with Irina. But instead, all I saw from the rest of you was contentment, resentment, and hatred when you said those things to me. So no, I won't forgive you like I forgave her, so accept it for what it is. You ruined your chances, all of you. Asia, but Issei, you can't just throw us away like this, not after everything we've done together and been through. Issei, none of you had any problem doing the same to me, telling me to leave, telling me it's always me. Especially you, Asia, the woman that I literally activated the Juggernaut drive for because I thought you were killed by Shalba Beelzebub. You still had no problem doing what you did to me, treating me like I was the worst thing on this earth, like I committed a crime. Yes, I'm going to throw you away just as easily as all of you were ready to do to me, all because you guys put your emotions and feelings above mine. I tell you the same thing I told Zenobia, you ruined your chance, and you're not getting a second one. Accept it. Irina listened to what Issei said, and it made her happy that he could still read her like that just by looking at her. However, it also made her sad to think of that day when she thought she had lost him forever. Asia, so you truly don't love us anymore, Issei. Issei no, except for Rasweiss, who was in Asgard at the time and had no idea what was going on or how you girls were berating me. Being the most sensible one in the group, she would have told you it was a bad idea, and she would have also stood by me and defended me. She would have made sure Irina wasn't influenced by the rest of you to join in berating me. Most importantly, if she were there, I would have had 3 people defending me instead of just 1. Rasweiss, Irina, and Ravel would have made sure what happened in the orc room that day would never have happened, I'm certain. As for you, Asia, I always thought you would stand by me, even though I knew you were a little too influenced by the other girls, especially Rias. But I would have thought you would stand by me regardless, considering everything I have done for you. But I was wrong, just like I was wrong about all of you other girls. However, the silver lining for the 3 of you is that I could eventually start to have a friendship with you, Gasper, and Zenobia again, although we wouldn't be anything more than friends. Nothing more will come out of it besides that. As for everyone else who knew about Rias' plan to let me die, I will never forgive any of you, because you took away my right to choose when you went along with her plan. Even if you didn't agree with it, you didn't try to stop it, like trying to contact her brother. You are all equally at fault. Now get out of my sight. After that, the rest of the peerage of Rias, except Rasweiss, teleport back to the Hyder mansion with sad and defeated looks on their faces. Rasweiss, so Issei, what did you need to speak to me about? Issei, first I have to ask Ajuka something. Ajuka raises an eyebrow. What would that be, Issei? Issei, I would like to know if you could safely remove the evil piece from Rasweiss, or at least make her a free piece. Rasweiss, Issei, what are you talking about? Ajuka, well, after what you did, I have been looking into being able to remove evil pieces from reincarnated devils. Since I found out you removed yours by force and now know the full story of how you were brought into the supernatural, I thought it would be a good idea to figure out a way to remove evil pieces if the person was brought into the supernatural unwillingly, or in your case, being set up to die and then being reincarnated that way. Issei, really well, that makes me feel a little bit better knowing that situations like mine won't happen again. But are you able to do it now? Ajuka, unfortunately, I have not been able to completely perfect the process so that it doesn't cause damage to the soul. But given a little bit more time, I can remove her piece. But may I ask why you would like me to remove her piece? Issei, because I feel like Rias took advantage of Rasweiss and got her to join her peerage. Ajuka, Rasweiss, is that true? Issei, Rasweiss, you don't owe Rias anything. Be honest with your feelings. Rasweiss, honestly, I do feel like she took advantage of me at a very vulnerable time after I was abandoned by Odin. Ajuka, I see. Issei, I would be more than happy to let you live here if you want to turn your piece into a free piece until we can remove it. That way, you don't have to deal with Rias or the peerage. Also, the Gremory house is about to go into a shit show, and I don't believe you need to suffer through that. Issei, Ajuka, can I ask you for a favor to turn her piece into a free piece until we can permanently remove it? Ajuka, I will take you up on that favor later, but I was going to do it for you regardless just for what you've already gone through. And hearing that Rasweiss was taken advantage of in a time of weakness by Rias, considering her track record, I cannot consider this an innocent act after what I've learned today. So Rasweiss, would you like to become a free piece until I can remove the evil piece from you without damaging your soul? You will be free from Rias, and I will personally make sure Sirzechs does not do anything to you in retaliation for this. I give you my word as the mighty Ajuka Beelzebub. Rasweiss, so Issei, can I live here with you even after my pieces are removed? Issei, with a soft and sweet smile, of course, Ras. I love your company. Yasaka, era, oh husband, already adding a new mate to your harem. Rasweiss blushed at Yasaka's comment, surprised by the statement. That's when Issei spoke up to try and move the conversation along and save Rasweiss from becoming even more embarrassed and flustered due to his mate's comments. Issei, it's your choice, Rose. But I'll support whatever you decide to do. Rasweiss, alright, Ajuka, I agreed to having you turn my pieces into free pieces. Ajuka then put his hand on Rasweiss' chest and removed her piece, transforming them into free pieces that floated back into her. Rasweiss, so I'm a free piece now. Ajuka, yes. Issei, thank you, Ajuka. Ajuka, you're welcome. I'll keep in mind the favor you gave me. But I have to head back to my domain to inform my family of your offer. Sarafal, I will also be heading back. I have to set up the studio for when you make your announcement to the underworld, broadcasting your message and helping start the transfer of your assets and control of the show to Citri. Issei, alright, I expect to hear from you later, Ajuka and Sarafal. But until then, see you. Ajuka, I look forward to when we meet again, Issei. Teleports back to the underworld. Sarafal, bye-bye, Issei-kun. Can't wait until we see each other again. She winks at him and blows him a, then teleports back to the underworld as well. Michael, I should be heading back to heaven as well, to deliver the news that you are alive and well, and to inform them of our new relationship between the new lord of the yokai and the heavens. But until then, farewell, Issei. Teleports back to heaven. Azazel, yeah, I have to go too. If I'm gone for too long, Penemy will think I'm slacking off from my duties as governor and give me a mouthful. But I'm happy to know you're alive, kiddo, and you're doing better. Hope to talk to you again, and I expect some drinks later on. Issei named the time and place, and as long as you're paying, I'm willing to drink. Azazel, I got the first round on me then. But until then, kiddo. Teleports back to Grigori. Issei falls back in his chair. Man, I'm exhausted from all that. Irina, darling, are you truly okay with me here? Issei, I meant what I said. I truly love you, my angel. I forgive you, so I suggest you forgive yourself. Irina, alright, my darling. Ravel, Issei, when are we going to go see my parents? Issei, well, I was going to see the Shinto gods. But I'm assuming Lady Amaterasu is currently informing them of what happened in our little meeting, so it might not be a good idea to see them right now. Yasaka, I will get a date set up for my love with the Shinto gods. So don't worry about that and go with Ravel to meet her parents in the underworld and announce your engagement and wedding date to the underworld. Issei, yeah, that's a good idea. But first come out, Kuna dad. Issei, hey, my little girl. Said with a smile. Irina, Ravel, and Rosweiss are looking at this interaction between Issei and Kunu. They find it so cute and adorable, and they are blushing, seeing Issei's fatherly side. It's also triggering their maternal instincts, making them want to have their own kids with Issei. Issei also, Rose, assuming there is a reason Odin wasn't able to attend this meeting, could you relay the information that was discussed? Please also inform him that he will be contacted in the next few days for an alliance meeting and a broadcast. Rosweissam, yes, I can do that for you, Issei. If you would like, I can also find out why he wasn't able to attend, but I'm sure there's a good reason for it. Issei, thank you, Rose. I appreciate it, but that's not necessary. I'm assuming there must be a good reason. However, if he does tell you, please inform me. But it's not something I'm too worried about. He is a faction leader, so I understand that he has his own responsibilities. Sometimes, the affairs of his own faction come before other obligations. And Rose and Irina, my little Kunu, can show you two around the castle if that's alright with you while I handle some things in the underworld with Ravel. Irina, I don't have a problem with that. I would like to see more of this castle and the beautiful scenery around it. Rosweiss, I wouldn't mind that. If I'm going to be staying here, I would like to know the layout, and, as Irina said, I'd like to be able to see the beautiful and tranquil scenery. Issei, alright, perfect. Okay, Kunu, can you please show them around the castle and anything else they would like to see on the grounds? Can you do that for your dad? Kunu, I can do that for you, Dad, but I want you to play with me when you come back. Issei, alright, deal? Kunu, yes. Alright, Irina and Rosweiss, let me show you my home. Issei, alright, Ravel, let's head to the underworld to meet your parents and tell them the news of the engagement. Ravel, alright, honey. She is blushing after giving her future husband a pet name. She then made a teleportation circle under both of them and teleported to the underworld. Currently, Ravel and Issei find themselves in the underworld. As the teleportation circle flickers and disappears, they are greeted by the majestic sight of Phoenix Castle. Ravel turns to Issei, her voice filled with concern. Ravel, I see. Are you really sure about this? You don't have to go through with it if you're not ready. Issei's eyes were full of determination as he looked at Ravel. No, Ravel, it's something I have to do. I want to make amends for all the pain I've caused you during my absence. Not only that, but I also want to make things right with your family. I want to ask each and every member for their blessing to marry you, my beautiful Phoenix. Ravel's heart swelled with emotions upon hearing Issei's words. Oh, I see, you have no idea how much that means to me. The fact that you're doing this for me and my family. It's truly heartwarming and means so much to me, Issei. But if you're truly set on doing this, Then let's head inside the castle and go see my family. I'm sure they'll be surprised to see you alive with me, hee hee. Issei smiled upon seeing Ravel's cute little smile. He loved seeing her happy, it reminded him of what he needed to do. He refocused himself for the conversation that was about to happen as they both headed into the castle. The couple made their way into the castle, but when they reached the entrance of a room, Ravel asked Issei to wait outside. Ravel entered the room, which turned out to be a living room. There, she found her parents and her two brothers engrossed in a lively conversation. Lady Phoenix, oh Ravel, you've returned so soon. How did the negotiations with the yokai go, my dear daughter? Ravel, welcome back, sister. I hope everything went well. Lord Phoenix, daughter, it's a pleasant surprise to see you back already. How did the negotiations fare with the yokai? Ravel, mother, father, Ravel, and Riser, it went better than I could have expected. Ravel, that's wonderful news, Ravel. But I must admit, I am curious to know what has brought such a radiant smile to your face. Riser is genuinely shocked to see his sister so full of joy again. Lady Phoenix, oh my dear, it has been far too long since we last saw that beautiful smile of yours. Lord Phoenix, it's nice to see my daughter happy again. It's been a while since I've seen you smile, not since what happened to Issei Hayadu. Ravel, speaking of Issei, there is someone I would like you all to meet. Please come in, honey. At that moment, Issei walks into the room, and everyone's eyes widen in surprise as they realize who it is. Lord Lady Ravel, Riser, Issei Hayada. Ravel, mother, father, Ravel, and Riser, I know you must have a lot of questions for him, but please let him explain. Issei sighed and started to explain everything to Lord and Lady Phoenix, Ravel, and Riser. After minutes, he finished telling them everything, leaving Lord and Lady Phoenix, along with Ravel and Riser, speechless until Lord Phoenix spoke. Lord Phoenix, you know, Issei, at first I was mad that you broke up the marriage between my son and Rias. But now I get it, you were just a pawn in her game, and she used you to get what she wanted. I am sad that the marriage did not go through, especially since the prestige and reputation of the Phoenix has gone down since that day. But now I see a way to fix that with the marriage of the Red Dragon Emperor to my lovely daughter, Ravel. But now, after everything you told us and how you will be marrying Lady Yasaka soon and becoming the new lord of the yokai, and with you marrying our Ravel, it will strengthen our bond with the yokai faction, not to mention that you are now half dragon and kitsune. I can only imagine the powerful offspring that will come from this union, so I approve. That's when Lord Phoenix was cut off before he could finish his sentence by his wife. Lady Phoenix, hold on, dear. I agree that Issei was manipulated and unwillingly dragged into the supernatural world, but there are some things I need to say before we give our blessing for him to marry Ravel. Issei, unlike my husband, you mean something different to me. Well, actually, to my daughter. But I want you to know, as a mother, I saw how devastated my daughter was when she thought you had died, and the actions that caused this whole situation. Although what you did was only a reaction to others' actions, it still doesn't make it any less heartbreaking to see how broken she was. She was always sad and never talked to us anymore. It hurt all of us to see her like that. But as her mother, it broke my heart to see her so heartbroken. I tried my best to comfort her, but nothing worked. I felt like a failure as a mother. So, with all that said, I understand why you did what you did because of Rias and the others. But here's what I need to know: what does my daughter mean to you, and how will you make up for all the pain and heartache you caused her? Riser and Ravel were not surprised by their father's words, they expected nothing less from him. However, they were surprised by their mother's honesty when it came to expressing her emotions about what had happened and how it turned Ravel into an emotionless shell of her former self. As she was saying all that, she began crying. They couldn't help but empathize with her, knowing how their sister had been shattered since Issei's supposed death. Despite their efforts to comfort her, nothing seemed to work. And now, it seemed like their mother shared the same fear that Ravel would never be the same again. Lord Phoenix, understanding his wife's pain all too well, remained silent. He had spent countless nights consoling her, assuring her that things would eventually improve and their daughter would return to her old self. But deep down, he knew how devastated she truly was. As a father, it pained him beyond words. Despite his reputation for using his children for the clan's prestige and benefit, he loved his family fiercely and felt just as broken as his wife to witness their little girl so broken. Ravel, feeling downcast after hearing her mother's emotions and seeing her tears, couldn't help but blame herself for causing her family so much pain over the past 8 months. However, before she could dwell on her guilt any longer, her attention was drawn to Issei, who stood up and spoke. Issei, I deeply apologize to you, Lord and Lady Phoenix, as well as to you, Ravel and Rias. My actions were selfish and resulted in immense pain and heartache for your family. I am truly sorry for the suffering I have caused. Additionally, I must also apologize for hurting Ravel so much. After all, she was only trying to help me and keep me from falling into despair, which she saw was being caused by the other girls on that fateful day. Despite her genuine attempts to help me, I was overwhelmed by feelings of betrayal, making me want to get away from those who I believed treated me as nothing more than expendable, even after everything I've done for them. Regrettably, I gave in to despair and committed an unthinkable act in front of her, which made her think I had died. For this, I can only express my deepest apologies. All of the Phoenix family members were surprised by Issei's words. Ravel, Issei, what are you doing? Issei cut her off before she could finish speaking. Issei, I know the damage I have caused and the pain I put Ravel through. And believe me when I say this, I do not want to do that again. I'm a dragon, yet I'm also a kitsune. Being a dragon, I value my treasures, and I will protect them with everything I have. But I'm also a yokai who cherishes my partner just as much as a dragon does. I realize how much I love your daughter, and she is like a treasure to me, Lady and Lord Phoenix. From her loving and caring personality to her elegance and nobility, she shines. I love seeing when she gets flustered or how, when she's embarrassed, she acts like she doesn't care but turns her head and has a cute pout on her face. And her delicious cooking, which she puts so much love and care into every dish she makes, and the adorable smile she has when seeing someone enjoy what she makes. Ravel was currently trying to hold back her tears of joy and happiness from hearing Issei say all the things he loves about her. Issei, Ravel is the woman I want to see smile every chance I get. I want to always wake up with her next to me, so the first thing I see would be her beautiful sapphire eyes looking at me with nothing but love. I want to see Ravel on our wedding day, smiling and happy, as I slide the ring onto her finger. She is the woman I want to have a family with, and raise children together. So, Lord Phoenix, you should know that I will not let our children be used for breeding stock for the council, or for your own family's personal gain, because I love Ravel Phoenix, and I will love the future family we make together with all of my heart, and I'll protect them from anyone or anything that wants to cause harm to my family or loved ones. Even if I must sacrifice my own life to keep them safe, I will do so without hesitation if that is necessary to protect them. With all that said, Lord and Lady Phoenix, as well as both Ravel and Rias, those are the reasons I love Ravel Phoenix, and why I want to marry her, and I hope I can get your blessings to do so. All of the Phoenix members were shocked and astonished by the amount of passion and determination they could feel in every word Issei spoke to them, especially how he talked about Ravel in such a loving and protective way. They knew Issei meant everything he said. However, Lady Phoenix was the most pleased with Issei's words regarding her daughter and how he felt about her. She could tell that the boy had not lost his earnest and honest personality when it came to expressing his feelings. Even after everything that had happened to him, she was happy and satisfied with his answer, knowing that he truly loved her daughter. Ravel was crying out of happiness until she couldn't hold herself back anymore after hearing everything Issei said about her. She got off the couch and ran in front of Issei. In front of her parents and both of her brothers, she jumped onto Issei, wrapping her legs around his waist and putting her arms around his head, and gave him the most passionate, loving she could, while Issei reciprocated with the same amount of intensity. While this was going on, all the Phoenix members were speechless, seeing Ravel act so boldly in front of them. Eventually, they broke and looked lovingly into each other's eyes, putting their foreheads against each other. Ravel then told Issei that she loves him, and Issei told Ravel that he loves her. But they were soon broken out of their musings by a coughing sound made by Lady Phoenix. Lady Phoenix cough, fufufu. Oh, my sweet little Ravel has become so bold. Ravel had an atomic blush after realizing the position she was in, and what she was doing in front of her entire family. She could only put her face into Issei's chest in embarrassment. Lady Phoenix, well, that's all I needed to know and see. I have made my decision. Issei Haidu, you have my blessing to marry my daughter. So take care of her, and that precious smile of hers that you treasure so much. She looked at her husband. What about you, my love? Will you give him your blessing? Lord Phoenix, Issei Haidu, I know you must think I'm only giving you my daughter to have a strong child born from your union with her. But I've learned something after these 8 months of seeing my daughter so broken. And I now understand that my family means more to me than the prestige of my clan. With that said, I'm still a proud member of the Phoenix clan, and don't get me wrong, your joining our family will definitely fix our damaged reputation and restore our prestige. But I will no longer sacrifice my children's happiness for others' gain, so please understand that if you and my daughter have children together, I have no intentions of using my grandchildren for political gain. All I want is for them to know that they have loving grandparents, as well as 2 great uncles. Now that I've made my intentions clear to you, I give you my blessing to marry my daughter, but I will hold you to your word that you will protect my daughter with your life. Issei puts Ravel down, confusing her until she sees him put his hand out in front of her father. Then, Lord Phoenix stands up and shakes Issei's hand. Issei, it makes me happy to hear that, Lord Phoenix. I give you my word that I'll protect her no matter what, he said to Lord Phoenix while smiling. Lord Phoenix, please call my wife and me mother and father from now on because you're part of this family from now. Lady Phoenix, yes, Issei, please just call me mother from now on. You are family now. But I must say, Issei, I'm impressed. You even made my husband change his ways and realize that his family is more important than what could benefit the clan or what the council wants. And for that, I must thank you. Issei, is that so? Well then, mother and father, feel free to call me son. I'm glad I could help him see that family is more important than some clan or council. Both Lord and Lady Phoenix are happy to know that Issei is comfortable with them calling him son. It shows that he fully accepts them as family, and they are happy to know that. Lady Phoenix, yes, indeed. But what about you, Ravel, and Riser? Will you give Issei your blessings to marry your sister? Ravel is happy to see her parents accepting Issei so warmly and lovingly. They even want him to address them as mother and father, and Issei allows them to call him son. Ravel is very happy that her family is accepting him and giving their blessings for him to marry her. She is only worried about what her 2 eldest brothers think of Issei and whether or not they will give their blessings as well. Ravel, to be honest, I haven't had many chances to actually interact with you in the past. But judging by your actions and all the deeds you have performed, I see that you are worthy enough to be with my baby sister. But even without knowing all of that, it wouldn't change the fact that I can see how happy you make my adorable baby sister. You brought back that smile we all missed, so I'm happy to call you my brother-in-law. I give you my blessing, and Ravel. Ravel, yes, Ravel. Ravel, I'm happy you have found your true love, my baby sister. Ravel ran up and get Ravel, thanking him. It truly meant a lot to her hearing her brother say that and give his support in marrying the man she loves. Ravel, you're welcome, my adorable Ravel. He stood up and put out his hand to shake Issei's. Issei shook Ravel's hand. Issei, thank you, Ravel. I'm happy to know that you accept me into the family, and that I have your blessing to marry Ravel. Ravel, think nothing of it, but if you could, please give me some nieces and nephews soon, ha ha ha. Ravel blushed heavily at the comment from her brother. Ravel, don't say things like that in front of everyone. Lady Phoenix, era. But you had no problem passionately ing him in front of your parents, and both of your brothers, my sweet Ravel. Ravel could only blush madly and bury her face in her hands. Ravel, ha ha ha. It's good to see you act like this again, Ravel. But I think we still need to hear from one more person. Lord Phoenix, you're right, Ravel. So, Riser, what are your thoughts about Issei marrying your sister, and you giving him your blessing to do so? Everyone looks towards Riser, who finally speaks. Riser is honestly still upset about how you made my sister suffer for months. But Riser will admit that this is the first time in a long time that I've seen Ravel this happy and smiling again. And after hearing everything you said about Ravel and seeing her reaction, Riser will give you his blessing on one condition. Issei, what would that be? Riser knows how much dragons love their freedom, and as punishment for the months of pain you caused my sister, Riser Phoenix, demand Issei Hayadu to give up his freedom and become Ravel's first peerage member. He will be her queen and serve by her side. Ravel, brother, what? Riser cuts his sister off. Riser, no, Ravel, this is what I demand of him. If he truly loves you like he says he does, then he will do this if he wants my blessing and approval to marry you. Ravel was about to protest until Issei spoke up. Issei, I agree to your terms, Riser Phoenix. Ravel was surprised that Issei agreed, as were Ravel, Lady Phoenix, and Lord Phoenix. However, Riser was happy to know that Issei agreed to this. Ravel, but why? Issei, Ravel, my love, your brother asked this of me for a simple reason. It's a punishment for the pain I caused you and your family. Riser cares deeply about you, just like everyone else here, and he, like everyone else, saw all the pain and suffering I caused you. I regret hurting you, my love, over the past 8 months due to my selfish actions, so if being your first peerage member is the price Riser believes I must pay to get his blessing to marry you, then I have no objections. I will do it. Ravel started to cry after realizing how far Issei was willing to go for her family's blessing to marry her. She ran up to Issei and get him tightly, crying softly in happiness because, once again, Issei proved how much she really means to him. The other Phoenix members understood why Issei agreed to Riser's terms to get his blessing and approved of how far Issei was willing to go for Ravel. Issei showed them that he truly loved her, which made any lingering doubts they had towards Issei completely disappear. Riser is pleased you agreed. Issei yes, but I'll have to get a Juka to make a special piece though. Considering I'm a little too strong for any real pieces other than a mutated queen piece to turn me into a devil again. And I'm not willing to become a devil again, not after what happened, but I'm sure a Juka could make a unique queen piece for Ravel that would make me part of her peerage but not turn me into a devil. So Riser, if you're okay with that, then I'll become my lover's queen. Riser has no issue with that. As long as you become her queen, I'm fine with it. Issei good, I'll talk to Ajuka about this so he can start working on it. Lord Phoenix, I'm amazed you agreed to that, knowing that once you become part of my daughter's peerage, even if you don't turn into a devil again, her being your king, she could enforce her will onto you by using her authority as your king. Ravel was upset hearing her father say that about her, thinking she would do that to Issei after all he's been through due to Rias' actions. Issei, father, I know she wouldn't do that. Ravel is not like that. I trust her enough to know she would never do that to me. Lord Phoenix, it makes me happy to know you have so much trust in my daughter. Ravel, who was still holding Issei, looked up at him and smiled, knowing he trusts her so much. Riser Issei Hayadu, I, Riser Phoenix, give you my blessing to marry my sister. He extended his fist to Issei. Ravel let go of Issei, and he walked up to Riser and returned the fist bump. Issei, thank you, Riser. I promise to always protect and love your sister for as long as I live. Riser, you better, and just remember, if you hurt my sister again, I'll burn you to ashes. Issei, I will never do that again. I promise you on my dragon pride. Riser, good. Lord Phoenix, so when will you announce the wedding? Issei, within the next day or so, because I intend to make a broadcast announcing my return. Lady Phoenix, it seems you're truly cutting all ties with the Gremries now because of Rias. Issei, yes, mother, a lot of things are about to happen, and as soon as my full story is released, the Gremries are going to feel the full consequences of her actions, especially from the Shinto pantheon since they now know of her actions. Lord Phoenix, well, you'll have our full support in this because from what you've explained to us, you're working with the other two mouths, Ajuka and Serafal, right? Although I don't think your relationship with Sirzechs will be affected too much by your actions because most likely he will support you in this. He always puts his duties as a leader above his obligations to his family. Issei, yeah, true. But the fact that I didn't defend him or his sister, and I defended Serafal and Sona, could cause some tension. Ravel, love, you said it yourself. He should have been more involved in monitoring Rias, considering it was her first time running a territory. She abused the power she had and proved herself incapable of handling the responsibilities of running a territory. Ravel, I have to agree with my sister here. From what you told us, there were a lot of mistakes that could have been avoided if she had just taken the responsibility seriously, and wasn't entitled and selfish. Lord Phoenix, true. But moving on from that, I would like to know when we should expect this wedding to happen. Lady Phoenix, oh yes, we should start preparing for it. I know you said your wedding with Yasaka is in weeks. Issei, yes, mother. Lady Phoenix, can we schedule it a week after that? Issei, that shouldn't be a problem, but just in case, be prepared as we might have to move it back a week or two after my wedding with Yasaka's mother. Lady Phoenix, that won't be a problem, dear. But will you be okay with that, Ravel? Ravel, that will be fine, mother. I'm just looking forward to being married to the man I love. Issei, same here, my love. Issei put his hand on Ravel's, causing her to look up at him and see him smiling at her. As she grabbed his hand in return, she looked up at him with her beautiful sapphire eyes and a heart-melting smile. This made both Lord and Lady Phoenix smile warmly, and Ravel nodded in approval, while Riser looked away but was happy to see his little sister smiling and happy again. But all of a sudden, a magical circle appeared next to Issei's ear. Issei, hello, Serafal Issei-kun. We need your help. Issei, Serafal, what's going on? He said, getting up. Serafal, the Cow's Brigade is currently attacking the capital of Lilith and has captured a part of the city. They have gathered all civilians in the area and are threatening to execute them. We need you here now, please. Issei, I'll be there as soon as possible. Serafal, thank you, Issei-kun, but please hurry. The call ended. Ravel, what's happening, love? Issei, the Cow's Brigade is attacking Lilith, and they need my help. They have hostages, and they're going to start threatening to kill them. Lord/Lady Phoenix, oh no. Ravel/Riser, we will join you. Issei, no, Ravel and Riser, stay here. This could be a diversion to lure out ultimate and high-class devils from other areas, leaving them vulnerable to attack. I understand your frustrations about this situation, but it's better for me to go than either of you, mainly because they wouldn't be expecting their reinforcements to be the Red Dragon Emperor, who has been labeled as dead. It will throw them off just in case they do plan to attack other locations. So, I will go there and stop them, and at the same time, I will show them that the Red Dragon Emperor has returned. Lord Phoenix, he is right about that, Ravel and Riser. This could be a diversion to lure out more high-class and ultimate-class devils to help out with the situation in Lilith. And we could be walking right into their trap if we do. Riser, damn it. Ravel, I understand, father. Issei, you should be able to fly from here to the capital of Lilith in minutes. I would say just teleport there, but they most likely put up barriers preventing you from teleporting in or out of the capital itself at this moment. Issei, I understand. Thanks, Ravel. Ravel, I'm coming with you. Issei, no, I won't risk your life or you being captured. If that happened, I would never forgive myself. Ravel, well, I just got you back and I won't let you go alone, only to lose you again. Tears started to form in her eyes, but Issei saw this and led her to calm her down. Ravel reciprocated until Issei broke it off as he wiped away her tears. Issei, my love, have faith in me. I will not abandon you ever again. Ravel, all right, I'll hold you to that, my love. So you better come back to me. Issei, I will. Father, where is the closest exit so I can start heading towards the capital? Lord Phoenix, Ravel, can you show him, please? Best of luck, son. Ravel, yes, father. Come on, Issei. I'll show you the closest exit out of the castle. Issei, thanks, father. All right, let's go. After Issei left, Ravel looked sad until her mother put her hands on her shoulders. Ravel, mother, Lady Phoenix, have faith in him, my daughter. He will return to you. He's never been known to break his promises, and I doubt he'll start now. Ravel, you're right, mother. Go kick some terrorist ass, my love. Lady Phoenix, now let's start planning and preparing your wedding, my dear daughter. Ravel, all right, mother. Scene change outside the Phoenix Castle. Issei, thanks, Ravel. Ravel, no, thank you for bringing my sister back and making her happy again. So you better come back for her sake. Issei, I will. Drake, are you ready? Drake, hell yeah, partner. It's time to see the result of the training we've done over the last few months, and try out some of the new abilities you've learned. Issei, well then, let's do it. Drake, Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Issei, hell yeah. Let's go and show the world that the Red Dragon Emperor has returned. Drake, I'm with you all the way, partner. Issei flies away towards Lilith. Ravel, man, that power he was radiating was incredible. Maybe when I see him next time, I'll ask him to spar with me. Issei is flying through the skies of the underworld, heading to Lilith. His goal to save the hostages, take down the Cow's Brigade, and make a grand return to the supernatural world. He wants everyone in the underworld, especially the kids who admire him, to know their hero is back and ready to save the day. Issei is full of hope and determination as he pushes forward, aiming for victory. Scene change underworld, capital city of Lilith. Terrorist leader, we have received orders to kill the hostages. Terrorist, can we have some fun with them before we kill them? Terrorist leader, certainly, go ahead, men. Enjoy yourselves. Terrorist, alright, time for some fun. Come here, you. Mother, please, no, child, leave my mommy alone. The child bravely stood in front of his mother, wielding a toy version of the Red Dragon's gauntlet, aimed at the terrorists. Terrorist, ha ha ha. Look, the brat thinks he can fight us with a toy. Terrorist, hey kid, didn't anyone tell you your hero is dead, haha. Terrorist, let's kill the kid and have fun with his mother. After we are done with her, we will kill her because we still have other hostages to kill and violate. Ha ha ha, child, my hero isn't dead. He starts crying, because I believe in the Issei dragon, and he will return when we need him the most, sob. And when he does, he will defeat all of you because he is our hero. But until he arrives, I'll follow in his footsteps and what he stood for. I will stand against you evil bad guys, I will stand up to you, and I won't let you hurt anyone. I will protect the innocent and those who can't protect themselves, no matter what. Because that's what he taught me, so I'll protect my mommy and make my hero proud. Sob. One of the terrorists walked over to the boy while raising his axe to strike the child, and he spoke condescendingly to the boy. Terrorist, haha, sorry to disappoint you, kid, but this isn't some Saturday morning cartoon TV show where the hero will save the day at the end. This is real life, kid, and no one is coming to save you or your mother or anyone else that we want to kill or harm. But I'll give you a special prize for your foolish bravery. I'll reunite you with your hero in the afterlife. Ha ha ha, mother and oh. Please do whatever you want to me, but don't hurt my baby. Please. I beg of you, the terrorist who was right in front of the boy told his mother to shut up. He told her that if he wants to play hero, then I'll show him how heroes can die horrible and meaningless deaths. But don't worry, once we're done killing him, we'll make sure you look at his dead body as we violate you, and we will take our time with it too, and make it as painful and traumatic for you as possible before we end your life. After saying that, the devil was ready to swing down his axe on the boy. The mother was stuck there, being bound with magic holding her down, preventing her from running to her son. All she could do was scream for them to stop, as she watched in horror as they were going to kill her baby boy in front of her. She cried out for anyone to help, to save him. Mother, please don't do this. Please, someone stop them. Save my baby. The boy, seeing this, closed his eyes with tears still falling from them. He was terrified and scared, but he gathered all the strength and courage he had and formed his hand into a fist with the toy version of the red dragon's gauntlet. While shouting with all his might and extending his arm, he mimicked the same attack his hero used. The devil was blown away before his axe reached the boy. The devils were surprised by the attack that came out of nowhere, which took out one of their comrades. They also felt a sense of fear wash over them when they sensed a wave of murderous and killing intent directed towards them. This caused the devil who was casting the magic that was holding the mother down, preventing her from running up to her son, to release the spell he was casting on her due to the pure shock and dread that he was feeling from that killing intent. Soon, one of them finally spoke up and broke the others out of their shock. Terrorist, what the hell? Terrorist leader, who was that? Issei, man, you guys have no shame or self-respect to try to kill a child and violate his mother. Even worse, you would do it in front of me. You all know how to truly enrage a dragon. The child's surprise grew as he realized he hadn't been struck by the attack. Recalling the earlier shout of dragon shot, he cautiously opened his eyes. To his delight, he found himself face to face with his savior, the one who had rescued both him and his mother, his hero. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed down the child's face as he spoke in between sobs. It's really you, a paid dragon. I always knew you were alive. I never stopped believing in you, because deep down, I knew you would come to our rescue. And now, here you are. Issei turns around, dematerializing his helmet, and kneels down on one knee to look at the boy while giving a warm and reassuring smile before speaking. Issei, good job, little man. You showed those bad guys that you're not someone to mess with. The Issei dragon is super proud of you, both for being so brave and for standing up for your mom. You held them off until I got here. But rest assured, your hero is here, and I will take care of it from here. Now, while I handle these guys, I need you and your mom to get out of here. That's when the boy's mother runs up and grabs her child in a loving embrace, holding him while crying. She then looks up to the man whom everyone knows as the hero of the underworld, the Red Dragon Emperor Issei Haida. She is so happy and relieved that her son was saved by his hero, and even more relieved knowing that if their hero is here, everything will be all right and he will save everybody. Getting out of her thoughts, she speaks to him in a somber and grateful tone. Mother, thank you so much for saving me and my child. Sobbing, Issei stands up and turns to face the devil terrorist while speaking to the mother. No problem, ma'am, but I must ask you to leave with your child immediately. It's not safe here, and I don't want either of you to be caught up in the fighting. Mother, yes, of course. Thank you so much for saving my baby boy and protecting both of us. I am forever grateful. Afterwards, the mother picked up her son and they began heading in a different direction to escape the area before the fighting broke out. However, before they could get too far away, the boy managed to wipe away his tears and speak to Issei, offering some encouraging words. Child, kick their butts, a paid dragon. Issei gave a thumbs up to the boy, who smiled, while his mother held him as they ran away. Eventually, they were both out of sight. Issei then focused his attention on the enemy, materializing his helmet for the fight to come, while asking his dragon partner Drake something. Issei, Drake, Did you see the way that child stood up to defend his mother? Drake, yes, I did, partner. Issei, then you understand the depth of my rage that these devil bastards have stirred within me. Drake, I understand, partner. Let's show them what it means to fight an enraged and angered dragon. Do it for that child who stood up for his mother and for everyone else who has been waiting for you to return. It's time for them to see that their hero has returned to save them once again, and for our enemies to know that the Red Dragon Emperor has returned and will show them why they feared you before, and why they will fear you once again. Issei, I completely agree with you. Let's show them the unstoppable force of an enraged and angered dragon that they have just brought upon themselves. Drake, I agree with you, partner. Now show that anger and rage that they brought out of you. Terrorist, what are you talking about? And how are you alive? We thought you were dead. Terrorist, yeah. We never expected to face the Red Dragon Emperor again. Terrorist leader, enough. It makes no difference now, because we will be the ones to kill him and be given the glory and praise for doing so once we bring your severed head to the leaders of the Cow's Brigade. Issei, you all seem to think killing me and taking my head will be easy. Well, go ahead, give it a shot. I dare you all to come at me and see if you're capable of taking me down. Scene change: the capital of Lilith, outside the terrorist-controlled areas of the city. Reporter, we are now broadcasting live from the capital of Lilith, providing an update on the current situation. I am joined here by Sirzechs Lucifer and Seraphal Leviathan. Could you share any details about your plan to rescue the hostages held by the Cow's Brigade? Before they could respond, a thunderous dragon's roar echoed through the air, capturing everyone's attention. All eyes turned upwards, filled with astonishment. Issei, Reporter, I am utterly amazed by the spectacle unfolding before my eyes. Issei Hayadu, the Red Dragon Emperor and the true hero of the underworld, has returned and is currently battling against the Cow's Brigade. Seraphal Isikun, Sirzechs Issei. The citizens erupted in cheers, their hearts filled with hope, as they witnessed their revered hero return to rescue them in their darkest hour. However, none were as overjoyed and exhilarated as the children who caught a glimpse of their beloved Pei dragon, returning to restore peace and save the day. Back with Issei. Issei Drake, there are so many of them. It's like dealing with multiple annoying mosquitoes that won't leave you alone. So, I think it's time we get out the bug spray, don't you think? Let's show how truly outmatched these terrorist devil scum are compared to us. What do you say, partner? Drake, I agree, partner. They aren't even a threat to us, they are like annoying bugs flying around us that couldn't hurt us, they only act as a mere annoyance. However, you have the power to blast them all away in a second if you truly power up to your full potential right now. But you would waste more power just by powering up than you would use to take them out, it would be overkill. I also don't believe that they are worthy enough to die to such power, considering these individuals are willing to violate women and kill children. They don't deserve the honor of dying by your full strength. Personally, they shouldn't even be granted the pleasure of dying by my balance breaker. However, I understand why you're using it. But I digress. Though I do agree with your idea. You should give your new moves a try and see how much better you've become with the mastery of these new techniques you've created. Issei, yeah, I guess you're right. I could take care of these terrorists without breaking a sweat. But come on, where's the excitement in that? Gotta flex a little, you know, give the people that have been waiting for my return a show and show the children how strong their hero has become. Drake, well, I think I know what you're getting at, partner, and I completely agree. Let's do it. Issei, hell yeah. I'm glad you agree with what I was thinking, Drake. But enough talk. It's time to kick some terrorist ass, but first, let's even the playing field a little bit with some of my dragon clones. Soon, Issei was engulfed in a red glow, and as quickly as it came, it disappeared. What came from it was 10 Issei clones, all adorned in the balance breaker armor. Drake, exceptional work, partner. You've outdone yourself. You made clones this time, a new record. Issei, hell yeah, a new record, but that's enough wasting time, let's get to it. Drake agreed. Issei, alright, boys, our mission is to rescue the hostages and eliminate every last member of the Cow's Brigade. I want all the members of this terrorist group to suffer a painful death. They deserve it for what they've done. Make them suffer for all the innocent lives they have hurt, and those they've killed. But above all else, make sure rescuing the hostages is the priority, and no harm comes to them in the process. Understand? Clones, yes sir! After that, Issei and his clones split up and began rescuing the hostages and defeating the members of the Cow's Brigade. Meanwhile, the news reporters and Devil Kings watched intently, closely observing the unfolding situation. Serafal, oh my, there are now Issei Kun's Sirzechs, when did he acquire such a remarkable ability? Reporter, I am genuinely astonished to witness the Red Dragon Emperor unveiling a newfound power. He is effortlessly rescuing the hostages and triumphing over the Chaos Brigade. After a short amount of time, the remaining members of the Chaos Brigade were killed or managed to retreat, and all the hostages were successfully freed. Issei realized he had won the battle and defeated the Chaos Brigade assault. He called back his dragon clones, absorbing them back into himself before releasing a resounding roar of triumph. Issei www. After Issei let out his victory roar, he noticed Sirzechs, Serafal, and a reporter below. He used a message spell to ask Serafal for help in arranging a meeting with the other Devil Kings and a certain individual he's been meaning to talk to. He also wanted her to give the reporter a message on his behalf about the upcoming broadcast he intends to do, showing all those within the underworld and members of the Alliance what happened to him, everything he has learned, and what he wants to tell them all. Issei then flew off in the direction of Leviathan Castle to meet up with Serafal, have the meeting with the other Devil Kings, and talk to someone he has been wanting to see but hasn't been able to properly speak with since his return. Reporter, it brings me immense joy to report that our valiant hero not only made a miraculous return when we needed him the most but also rescued the hostages from the clutches of the Chaos Brigade. He single-handedly beat back the Chaos Brigade's assault. Lady Serafal and Lord Sirzechs, I am eager to hear your thoughts on the Red Dragon Emperor's current return, his newfound abilities, and the transformation he displayed and underwent. Serafal stepped up and took the microphone from the reporter to deliver Issei's message. Serafal, I am here to provide information to those who have questions regarding Issei Hayato. He will be making a public address in a few days to explain his disappearance and absence, and share details of the past 8 months. This is the message he wanted me to pass on to those citizens within the underworld and members and citizens of the different factions of the Alliance until the broadcast day. That's all I have been asked to relay. I will let my fellow Mao, Sirzechs Lucifer, take it from here with any further questions you may have. After returning the microphone to the reporter, Serafal proceeded to walk towards Sirzechs. She informed him about Issei's request for a gathering with all the Devil Kings. Serafal, Sirzechs, Issei has summoned a meeting with all the Devil Kings, and he specifically expressed his desire to meet with us. With that, Serafal vanished in a teleportation circle, leaving Sirzechs to handle the remaining tasks. Sirzechs, oh, Issei wants to have another conversation with me. I hope I can mend our relationship, or at least help him reconcile with Grayfia. She's been feeling so down, believing that Issei despises her. But damn it, Serafal just left me to deal with this mess on my own. Scene changed to Leviathan Castle. As Serafal arrived at the Leviathan Castle, she was taken aback to find Issei already waiting for her in her office. The sight of him brought a smile to her face, as she had longed for his presence during his 8-month absence. Serafal, hey, Issei-kun. Unable to contain her excitement, Serafal embraced Issei, expressing her admiration for his triumphant return and his newfound abilities and techniques. Issei, thank you, Serafal, but I actually came here with a purpose. Serafal, oh, what might that be, Issei-kun? Issei, I would like to speak to Grayfia in private, just the two of us, if you don't mind. Serafal, smiling, I can arrange that, Issei-kun. Grateful for Serafal's willingness to assist, Issei expressed his gratitude before she arranged a room for his meeting with Grayfia. Serafal then reached out to Grayfia to convey Issei's request. Serafal, hello, Grayfia. I hope I'm not bothering you, but I need to ask you something. Grayfia, good day, Lady Serafal. And no, it's not a bother at all. But how may I be of assistance to you? Serafal, I have someone who would like to have a private meeting with you. Grayfia, oh, is that so? May I inquire who it is? Serafal, it's Issei. He asked me to contact you for a private meeting prior to the gathering with the other Devil Kings. Grayfia, I will be there in minutes. Serafal, alright, see you then. Scene change, Lucifuge Castle. After concluding the call with Serafal, Grayfia experiences a mix of nervousness and anticipation. The prospect of meeting Issei, someone she regards as a little brother, holds immense significance for her. Before leaving, Grayfia plans to leave Milikas with his grandparents. However, before she can tell her son anything, Milikas notices that his mother looks nervous and sees her hands shaking. He asks her if she is okay. Milikas, Mom, are you okay? Your hands are shaking. Grayfia, yes, sweetheart, I am fine. I just need to attend to some matters. But can you go and spend some time with your grandparents? Milikas, if you are sure, Mom. And alright. After Milikas left his mom to be with his grandparents, Grayfia couldn't help but reflect on how much her son longed for Issei's presence as a beloved older brother figure. A solitary tear escaped her eye, silently conveying her yearning for reconciliation. With a heavy heart, Grayfia utilized teleportation to arrive at the Leviathan Castle, holding on to hope that her meeting with Issei would mend their relationship and restore joy to their family. Scene change. Serafal's office. Grayfia teleported to the Leviathan Castle and arrived in Serafal's office. The room looked grand with beautiful tapestries and lavish furniture, matching the castle's regal atmosphere. Serafal then greeted Grayfia kindly, saying, "Welcome, Grayfia." Grayfia nodded in acknowledgement with a courteous bow and replied, "Thank you, Lady Serafal." Serafal quickly told Grayfia there was no time for small talk or pleasantries and informed her where she could find Issei. She instructed Grayfia to follow her to go see him. "Come with me, Issei is waiting," she said. Grayfia smiled briefly before returning to her serious and stoic expression, asking Lady Serafal to please lead the way. They walked for about 5 minutes until Serafal brought Grayfia to a room in the castle. "He's in there," Serafal told her. "You two can have a private meeting. I have some tasks to do before the meeting with the Devil Kings that Issei called for. You have about an hour before that meeting, so there's plenty of time for you to talk and clear things up. I have my own duties as the Mao, so I'll leave now." Grayfia thanked Serafal. "Thank you," she said. Serafal smiled reassuringly and left. "You're welcome. I believe things will turn out better than you think," she said, encouraging Grayfia before disappearing around the corner. Left alone, Grayfia took a deep breath before opening the door and stepping into the room. She closed the door behind her, turned around to find Issei standing up, a warm smile on his face. "Issei, hey, big sister," Issei greeted her with a warm and kind smile. "It's good to see you again, but this time in a better situation." Grayfia's stoic demeanor crumbled as Issei's words touched her heart. The boy she had always considered her little brother referred to her as his big sister. Overwhelmed with emotion, she rushed towards him, wrapping her arms tightly around him as tears streamed down her face. "How could you do this to your big sister?" she cried, her voice a mix of relief and frustration. "Do you realize how heartbroken I was when I believed I had lost you forever?" Issei gently embraced Grayfia, providing her with the space to express the suppressed emotions she had concealed for so long. "I understand, sis," he whispered softly. "Please take a seat and I'll tell you everything, especially the things I wanted to share before you had to leave with Sirzechs and Rias because of Lady Amaterasu's orders." As Issei explained the situation to Grayfia, Serafal took the initiative to contact the other Devil Kings, Ajuka Beelzebub and Falbium Asmodeus, informing them about Issei's request for a meeting with all the Devil Kings present. Falbium expressed surprise upon hearing Ajuka's previous mention of Issei's return as the Red Dragon Emperor, confirming the authenticity of the news. Serafal affirmed Falbium's observation, emphasizing that Issei must have something of great importance to discuss with all the Devil Kings in attendance. Ajuka inquired about the timing of the meeting, to which Serafal replied that it would commence in an hour, asking if there were any scheduling conflicts. Meanwhile, Issei and Grayfia continued their conversation, with Issei taking an additional minutes to disclose all the details, including his future plans moving forward. "Grayfia, Issei, I understand your reasoning, and I appreciate your efforts to protect my son. However, it's crucial for you to realize that your plan will sever your ties with the Gremry clan. Moreover, by exposing the Council's favoritism towards pure-blooded devils and their involvement in the Nikomata race's slaughter and enslavement, you will make yourself a target. Have you considered the potential consequences of your actions?" Issei. "Grayfia, I am fully aware of the implications. I want to clarify that my intentions are not aimed at Lady Venelana or Lord Zeoticus. However, as Rias is the heiress of the Gremry clan, her actions reflect on the clan and its reputation within the Devil Society. By revealing the abuses of power and misconduct she has committed while governing, Grayfia Issei, I must say, you have grown remarkably within such a short span of time. I am incredibly proud of you for taking your future responsibilities as a faction leader seriously. I completely support your plans moving forward. However, it is important to inform the other Devil Kings, including Sirzechs, especially considering that some of your plans involve our son, Milikas." Issei. "I understand, Grayfia. I have already made arrangements for that. After rescuing the hostages and defeating the Cow's Brigade, I had Serafal inform the other Mus that I requested a meeting with all of them." Grayfia. "I see that you have thought ahead in that regard. But what about Azazel, Michael and Odin, do you intend to involve them in your plans as well? Issei, yes, I definitely plan on including Azazel, Michael, and Odin. However, I'll talk to those three leaders separately. I will have the same conversation with you as I will with them, but I believe it would be best to disclose that information once everyone else is present. Grayfia, that sounds reasonable, Issei. However, before we continue, there is something I need to tell you. But before Grayfia could proceed, they heard a knock on the door of the room where they were having their meeting in. Ravel, sorry for interrupting, but the other Devil Kings will arrive soon. We need to head to the meeting room now. Issei, alright, we'll be right there. Grayfia, can we continue our conversation after the meeting? Grayfia, yes, we can continue our conversation afterwards. Issei, okay, let's head to the meeting room then. Grayfia agreed, we shouldn't keep anyone waiting. Scene shifts to the meeting room in the Leviathan Castle. Issei, thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this meeting. I have important matters to discuss with you. Sirzechs, Issei, it's no trouble at all. However, we are curious about the purpose of this gathering. Issei, I understand, Lord Sirzechs Lucifer. To put it simply, I want to expose the Council's crimes, including the slaughter of the Nikomata and Nekishu, their favoritism towards pure-blood devils, and their mistreatment of lower to mid-class devils and reincarnated devils. Additionally, I intend to sever ties with the Gremry clan for two reasons. First, I aim to bring Rias Gremry's actions to light. Lord Falbium, have you been briefed on the situation by Ravel or Ajuka? Falbium, yes, Red Dragon Emperor. Ajuka has already informed me. But please call me Falbium. I insist. Issei, alright, only if you call me Issei. Falbium, fair enough, Issei. Please continue with what you were saying before we got sidetracked. Issei, you're right. Let's get back to the topic at hand. If I expose everything Rias has done, it will likely result in a complete severance of my relationship with the Gremry clan. This brings me to my next point. I have no sympathy for Rias because her actions have brought her to this point. As the heir to the Gremry clan, any action she takes, whether good or bad, reflects on the entire clan and influences how others perceive it. Ajuka, you should understand this well, considering how Diodora's actions negatively impacted the Astaroth clan as a whole. Ajuka, that is indeed true. Diodora's foolish actions have caused significant damage to our clan. Issei, however, as I mentioned before, Ajuka, I am determined to strengthen my relationship with the Astaroth clan in order to assist in repairing our clan's reputation. Sirzechs, while I understand your focus on the Astaroth clan, I have concerns regarding my son, Milikas. He will suffer alongside Rias and the Gremry clan. Therefore, it is entirely justified for you to reveal the truth and the crimes committed by my sister. I agree that it is due to the indulgence and self-centeredness my parents and I displayed towards Rias that we have reached this point. I fear that young Milikas will bear the brunt of something he had no involvement in. Issei, Sirzechs, I am relieved to hear that you acknowledge your role in spoiling Rias. You are not requesting me to withhold the truth about her crimes or shield her from facing the consequences of her actions. Sirzechs, I have come to realize that my parents and I played a part in shaping Rias into a self-centered and entitled young woman. It has become evident to me that I have failed as an older brother when I witnessed her begging and pleading for you not to expose her crimes. Protecting her would only enable her behavior and could lead to more problems in the future. As the Devil King, Sirzechs Lucifer, I cannot turn a blind eye to the abuse of her power and mishandling of the territory, especially in violation of the agreement with the Shinto pantheon. Lady Amaterasu was justified in her actions towards both me and my sister. I now understand why you defended Ravel and Sona. Sirzechs stood up and bowed before Issei. Issei, I wholeheartedly apologize to you, not just as the Devil King Lucifer, but as Sirzechs Gremry. Issei, there is no longer any need for you to apologize. I can see that you have acknowledged your mistakes with Rias and are actively trying to correct them by allowing her to face the consequences. So, I had a discussion with Grayfia about this beforehand. I believe the best way to protect Milikas from the impending chaos in the Gremry family is for him to become a Lucifuge. Sirzechs, what? Grayfia, I understand your love for your family, but considering Rias' actions and the negative repercussions they will have on the Gremry family, the only way to spare Milikas from that is for him to separate from the Gremry household. Sirzechs, Grayfia, are you suggesting what I think you are? Grayfia, yes, my king. I propose that Milikas revive the Lucifuge family and assume the role of the new heir to the clan. Sirzechs, I see. Issei, I understand, Sirzechs. That this might be shocking to hear, but honestly, believe me, it's the best option for Millikas. Grayfia also agrees with me on this, seeing this as the best plan for young Millikas to prevent him from being an unwilling participant in the consequences of your sister's actions. Additionally, I would like your and Grayfia's permission to take Millikas with me to Kyoto for a while until things settle down. And with Millikas and Kunu being similar in age, it would be beneficial for them to interact and play together, and become friends with each other, and possibly even more in the future. Grayfia, he is absolutely right, my king. Millikas lacks the opportunities to interact with kids his age, so this would be beneficial for him. And like Issei said, Kunu and Millikas are near the same age range, and it would be good to see them become friends or even more. Moreover, you can trust that he will be safe with Issei and Yasaka there. He will continue his studies, having somebody to do it with instead of doing it alone. And as Issei said, this will keep Millikas from dealing with the consequences of your sister's actions. So, I firmly agree with this plan proposed by Issei. Issei exactly? Kunu will also benefit from having a study partner, and generally just having someone her age to play with. But with all that said, Sirzechs, what do you think about this plan? Sirzechs, though it pains me to admit it, you are both correct. Millikas will undoubtedly face the repercussions of Rias's actions. Therefore, I agree to Millikas leaving the Gremory household and reviving the Lucifuge house. He can also stay in Kyoto with you and Yasaka for a period of time until the situation calms down. It would be good for him to be able to play with somebody around his own age. Like you said, if they become just friends or maybe even something more, I don't see any downsides to this. However, I request that Grayfia visit and monitor his well-being regularly, if that is agreeable. Issei, I'm perfectly fine with that. Is Grayfia as well? Grayfia, I would have no problem with that. 1. Because he's still my little baby boy and I would love to be able to keep an eye on him and check on his well-being. I would be able to spend some more time with my little brother to make up for lost time, though I won't be able to be there all the time because I still have to keep up with my duties as your queen, among other things. Sirzechs, I'm on board with your plan, Issei, but I would now like to know more. And I assume everyone else here that you have called to be in this meeting would also like to know your overall plan and intentions for your broadcast, if you wouldn't mind. Issei, I'm glad you agree. And of course, now that that's settled, I can get into that. Issei then began to explain everything, including his plans for the broadcast. He discussed some of the things he intends to bring up, along with what happened to him and his engagements. After about hours of discussion and going over all the details, including how it would be publicized to the underworld media, they began preparations to announce that he intended to reveal the Council's misdeeds. He also mentioned his new place among the Alliance as the new Yokai faction leader. He knew full well the consequences of this announcement, and the aftermath that would follow. In just a matter of days, the very foundations of the underworld would be rocked to their core. The hero's imminent announcement would send shockwaves through the ranks of the devils, leaving certain individuals to face the consequences of their actions. The time had come to bring to light the crimes of the Council, and hold them accountable for their actions against the Yokai faction. Soon, all would know the new lord of the Yokai, and enemies and allies alike would learn to respect and fear the power he now held. The meeting between Issei and everyone had just ended, and now he was walking through the Leviathan mansion with Ravel. She had mentioned that there were some people who wanted to see him, which didn't come as a surprise to Issei. After all, he had just made his big return, saving people and showcasing his new appearance and powers. He couldn't help but feel curious about who Ravel was leading him to. As they reached the door of the room where the people were waiting, Ravel spoke up. Ravel, so, ready? I see, Queen, you'll probably be bombarded with questions, but these people are also here to help us prepare for the upcoming broadcast. It's the perfect opportunity to have a chat and fill them in on everything that happened. Issei raised an eyebrow, intrigued, but nodded in agreement. He pushed open the doors fully and was taken aback because standing there was Sona and her entire peerage, all waiting for him. Everyone Issei. Sona's peerage ran up to him, eager to embrace the person they thought was dead. Only Tsubaki, Saji, and Sona held back, a mix of shock and relief on their faces. Issei, hey guys. It's been a while. I can tell you all miss me. Momo, of course, we did. You've done so much for everyone. When we heard what happened, we were heartbroken. We searched tirelessly, hoping against hope that you were still alive. Rias, she's right. We all had so much respect for you. We saw the good you did for everyone, even with your perverted side. You always strive to be a good person and bring joy to those around you. Tomo, we may have had some clashes in the student council, but that doesn't mean we don't care about you. We were all angry and upset when we found out what Rias and her peerage did to you. Tsubasa, yeah, we had to hold Sona back from killing Rias when we heard the truth. She was absolutely furious. Sona blushed and cleared her throat, trying to dismiss Tsubasa's comment. Sona, enough, Tsubasa. At that moment, Issei locked eyes with someone, causing Issei to release his embrace on everyone and approach Saji. The unexpected punch from Saji, which Issei caught, still surprised everyone, but his words quickly followed. Saji, why didn't you come back sooner? Why did you make us all suffer? Thinking that you were gone, I understand that what happened to you was difficult, and I don't know the full story yet, but you have to know that all of us were hurting in your absence. My king was upset, and even someone I considered a brother was affected. We had our rivalry, but I still respected you. You just left, you could have come to us for help. I don't know what happened, but I need an explanation. But more importantly, Issei interrupted him, expressing his understanding and remorse. He acknowledged that everything would be explained to them and expressed gratitude for the caring people who still had faith in him. After the exchange, Saji and Issei shared a brotherly embrace until the arrival of Sona and Tsubaki, prompting them to break apart. Issei, hey, Sona and Tsubaki. I wanted to have this conversation with both of you. Before I explain everything, I just want you to know that whatever you're feeling, it's valid. Sona, I understand that opening up might be difficult with so many people around, but please know that I'm here for you. And Tsubaki, I can sense that you're going through some emotional turmoil. If you want, you can let it all out. I'm here now, so there's no reason to keep it bottled up. Tsubaki, breaking her usual stoic facade, couldn't hold back anymore. She embraced Issei tightly, tears streaming down her face as she spoke. Tsubaki, Issei, I'm so incredibly sorry for what happened. You didn't deserve any of it. It breaks my heart to think that someone I had feelings for could do something so cruel to someone as kind-hearted and selfless as you. You've always put your life on the line for others, and finding out that Kiba betrayed you made me furious. If I hadn't had to restrain Sona at the time, I would have attacked him myself. But I'm so happy and glad you're back. Issei returned the embrace, feeling the wetness of Tsubaki's tears on his clothes. He held her tight in a comforting, reassuring her that everything is alright before speaking. Issei, please don't blame yourself, Tsubaki. I can see that all of you were hurt by what happened to me. I'm sorry for making things worse with my actions, but in that moment, I needed to get away. I couldn't be a part of a peerage that only valued me as long as I did exactly what she wanted. I may regret how I handled it, but I don't regret why I did it. That being said, I'm grateful to be back and to feel the love from all of you, who truly care for me. Issei ended with Tsubaki and turned to face Sona. Finally, Tsubaki understood what needed to be done and stepped back, joining the rest of the peerage and Serafal. Sona, hello, Hayadu. It has been some time since we last met. I've noticed that you've undergone both physical and behavioral changes. It appears that the past 8 months have had a profound impact on your life. You now possess the presence of a yokai dragon rather than that of a devil. Could you please explain how this came to be? When Sona's peerage became aware of this revelation, they were taken aback and began to focus on Issei's newfound presence. One of them spoke up, expressing their bewilderment. Ruruko, how is this even possible? Saji, Issei, what happened to you? Issei, it seems there are many questions that need answers. This is going to be a long-winded explanation, so I think it'd be best for all of us to take a seat before I start. Is that all right with you? Sona, very well. Please start from the beginning and provide us with a comprehensive account of what has transpired. We are all curious to know what occurred during your absence over the past 8 months. Issei took a deep breath, sat up straight, and prepared to share the full story. As he began explaining everything to Sona and her peerage, another conversation was taking place at Yasaka's castle with Irina, Ravel, and Kanu. While Yasaka was talking with her guest whom her little red fox saved from the Cow's Brigade months ago, an old friend came over and brought an unexpected but welcome visitor. Scene changed. Yasaka Castle, with Irina, Ravel, and Kanu exploring the grounds. The air was filled with a sense of curiosity and anticipation as they soaked in the beauty and grandeur of the castle. Irina, unable to contain her thoughts any longer, turned to Ravel to engage in a heartfelt conversation. Irina, Ravel, I can't help but wonder if Issei's forgiveness is genuine. I mean, He openly admitted in front of everyone that he had lost all feelings for the other girls. It's remarkable that he still loves me, and it fills my heart with joy thinking about it. Yet I can't shake off the torment of seeing his sad smile, the tears in his eyes when he asked me to end his pain by killing him. It was heart-wrenching, and I couldn't bear to bring him more suffering when I was already the cause of so much pain. I still question whether I truly deserve him, let alone his forgiveness. Just as Rosweiss was about to respond, Kunu interrupted their conversation by halting in her tracks, causing them to stop as well. She turned around, facing Irina directly, and spoke with unexpected insight and maturity. Kunu Angel, I may not know the specifics of what happened in that meeting, but I found my hero a few months ago, lying on the ground, wounded and broken from whatever ordeal you and the other girls had put him through. My mother and I spent months nurturing his spirit, helping him heal from those emotional wounds. One thing I've learned is that he could never completely let go of his feelings for you, Angel. It's been both beautiful and painful to witness his struggles and progress. But my dad loves you, and he has a kind and forgiving heart. He has chosen to give you a second chance, which means you must be special to him. My mother always taught me that when someone forgives you and offers you a chance to make amends, you should never doubt your worth. Take this opportunity to prove to yourself that you are deserving of his forgiveness, and cherish the love that he still holds for you. Both Irina and Rosweiss were taken aback by the maturity and upfront honesty of the 8-year-old Kunu. Irina, moved by Kunu's words, knelt down and embraced the little fox girl. Irina, thank you, Kunu. Your words have dispelled my doubts. I promise you that I will never hurt Issei like that ever again. From now on, I will only love and care for him. I won't make the same mistake again, I promise that. Kunu was grateful for Irina's response and returned the. After a few seconds, they broke apart, and Kunu spoke up. Kunu, I'm glad to hear that you won't cause my father any more pain. But let's move on from this sad topic and continue exploring the grounds. Oh, by the way, are you a Valkyrie? I'm curious. Rosweiss was puzzled by the question but nodded in confirmation. Kunu excitedly approached Rosweiss, surprising both Irina and Rosweiss. Kunu, since you're from the Norse pantheon, maybe you can help. Dad has been searching for a specific spell in the Great Yokai Mystical Library, but he hasn't found any information except for a few references. Maybe you can help him if you're familiar with Norse magic, right? Upon hearing that Issei was looking for a particular spell, Irina stood up and exchanged a perplexed look with Rosweiss. Rosweiss then turned her attention back to Kunu. Rosweiss, yes, I come from the Norse pantheon, and I used to serve under Odin as one of his Valkyries. But I'm a devil now. But I could try to help Issei if I know the spell he's looking for. I'm just surprised that he's seeking a spell from the Norse pantheon. Do you happen to know the name of the spell? Kunu pondered for a moment before responding. Kunu, I think Dad mentioned something called Valhalla's Gate. Rosweiss's face revealed confusion as she had never come across such a spell. Despite her extensive research in Asgard's archives and even Odin's personal library, she had never encountered it. Rosweiss, I've never heard of that spell before. I have searched through the Asgard's archives and even some of Odin's personal collection, but no record of such a spell exists. It's possible that it's a forbidden spell that has been lost throughout history or locked away. It might be best to consult Odin himself. He may have knowledge about it that I don't possess. I can contact him for you, if you'd like. Kunu, yay! It would be great if you could help my dad with his research by contacting that old pervy guy. But let's not forget about the tour. I still have more to show you in the castle. After that, my dad said you guys would play with me. Let's go. Kunu turned around and started walking back down the castle corridors, leaving Irina and Rosweiss looking at each other. Irina, so, you're telling me that you've never come across a spell called Valhalla's Gate before? Rosweiss, no. I have thoroughly searched through the archives of Asgard and even explored some of Odin's own personal collections of spells, but I have never come across any mention of such a spell. It is possible that it is a forbidden or lost spell that is hidden somewhere within the archives. I find it concerning that Issei has been going to find spells like this or similar ones in the Yokai Mystical Library, especially since he found a reference to the so-called spell called Valhalla's Gate, and is looking for more information about this spell. Irina, I wonder why Issei would need a spell like this. It makes me think he might have stumbled upon something unknown to us. Rosweiss, it is a possibility. Considering that Issei has been away for 8 months, he could have used that time not only to train but also to investigate the various groups attacking our alliance, such as the Cow's Brigade. He might have discovered something that necessitates the use of specific spells. My concern lies in the fact that this spell could be in a forbidden section of Asgard's library, or even in Odin's forbidden texts, accessible only to him. This raises further worries about the potential consequences of using such a spell. Irina, the thought of him uncovering something dangerous or forbidden is quite terrifying. Let's hope we are just overthinking things and it's nothing of that nature. Rasweiss, yes, we will have to wait for an opportunity to ask Issei about it. In the meantime, it would be best not to dwell on it too much and just focus on the present. Just then, Kunu calls out to them, reminding them that she still has more to show them. Kunuhei, are you two coming? I still have plenty of things to show you. Irina and Rasweiss realize that there is not much they can do with the limited information they have. They decide to catch up with Kunu and continue their tour of the castle, trusting that they will get a chance to discuss this matter with Issei later on. Elsewhere in Yasaka Castle, she was having a conversation with the last descendant of the Leviathan clan, unveiled Leviathan. At the same time, her old friend Kirara came over with a certain Nekashu. Yasaka, how are you doing, dear? I hope you understand why I sent you away for the meeting. My little red fox was worried about your safety, as he believed that your presence could have been sensed by the devils present for the meeting, and he didn't want to expose you yet due to what you know and what the council would do to keep you from talking, especially after what you've already been through and all he went through to save you. Unveiled, no worries. I completely understand why he wanted me to leave during the meeting. So, how did it go? Yasaka, surprisingly well, better than we could have expected. It was surprising Lady Amaterasu herself showed up, which added a bit of tension to the situation. But overall, everything worked out. It seems he finally made peace with the one girl he could never forget, and admitted his feelings for her. Unveiled, so, he confirmed his love for the girl Irina. That's good to hear, but I can't help but feel uneasy about her involvement in what happened to him, as you told me. Despite that, I'm glad he was able to forgive her and give her a second chance. At least now, Irina has an opportunity to redeem herself, unlike the other girls you mentioned. Yasaka, indeed, Irina has a chance to make amends, and I believe she will do everything in her power to do so. He forgave her for a reason, and I trust his judgment. He also made amends with the young phoenix, the woman who tried to save him from his darkness when he appeared on my doorstep. Unveiled, you mean Ravel Phoenix, right? I'm glad they were able to reconcile. I heard it was quite an emotional scene, but it's good they sorted things out. Yasaka, yes, he made it up to her. They had a conversation and a meeting with the other Devil Kings, this time in the presence of Sirzechs. But my dear, when are you going to confess your feelings? I know you care for him, and after all you've done for him during his recovery these past 2 months, it's only fair that you have a chance at love as well. Unveiled, I want to, I really do. But I think I should wait until after he makes his announcement. He already has a lot of important things going on, and I just don't want to trouble him any more than he already is. Because I need to avoid putting more stress on him, and I'm also afraid that he won't reciprocate my feelings. Yasaka, nonsense. Anyone who waits to reveal their love for the person they have fallen for is destined to lose them. Unveiled, you must not hesitate in the war for love. I guarantee that he shares the same feelings for you. I recommend that you tell him. And yes, indeed, you will be going there to help my friend expose the crimes of the council along with my little red fox who plans to broadcast his message and reveal what happened to him. Unveiled, alright, if you think that's what I should do, then I will definitely tell him how I feel and confess my feelings to him. I will also ask him to announce me as one of his fiancés and mates. And yes, it's necessary for him to do it. That's why he kept me hidden for the past 2 months so that the council couldn't interfere or put a stop to it. I have valuable information against them, considering they were the ones who handed me over to the Cow's Brigade. Their failed attempt to control the dragons with my sacred gear is quite significant. Yasaka, good, there is no need to hide your feelings, and I will definitely help you when the time comes. It was fortunate that my little red fox was in the area searching for certain spells. He stumbled upon information about the Cow's Brigade's plan for you, and when he learned about the meeting and your captivity, he bravely stormed the fortress to rescue you. Unveiled, yes, I am truly grateful to him. It was a stroke of luck that I got to witness his heroism and his fearlessness. He charged into an entire fortress just to save one girl, and it made my heart skip a beat. I've never had a man go to such great lengths for me without ulterior motives. Yasaka, indeed, he is a loving man with a big heart. He is fearless when it comes to saving others, even if it means risking his own life. Yasaka glanced towards the sliding door and spoke. Wouldn't you agree, Kuroka? Kuroka, your observation skills are as sharp as ever, Lady Yasaka. Yasaka, of course. It seems like you have arrived as well, Kirara. It's been a while. I'm glad you were able to take care of our little unveiled while the meeting was taking place. Out of everyone, you are one of the few I can trust with such an important responsibility, considering how vital she is to both me and my little red fox. Kirara, hey there, no worries about it, considering the new mate you've got. It's about time someone takes a stand and gets justice for the slaughter of my people. I'm actually excited to be a part of this broadcast and shed some light on the Council's misdeeds and the unprovoked massacre of the Nikomata and Nekishu. I'm actually excited to be a part of this broadcast and shed some light on the Council's misdeeds and the unprovoked massacre of the Nikomata and Nekishu. Kirara, an elegant Nekishu with striking black hair, adorned with ornate Japanese buns, emanates an air of beauty. She wears a revealing outfit that accentuates her alluring cleavage, while her orange and yellowish eyes sparkle with allure. Two graceful cat tails and delicate cat ears grace her head and rear, completing her enchanting appearance. Kuroka, absolutely. I'm all for justice. Yasaka, speaking of which, Kuroka, I've been meaning to ask you. How are Vala and your team doing? I heard that you informed them a while ago that Issei was still alive, and you all had a discussion about something. Mind filling me in on the details? Kuroka, oh, sure thing, Lady Yasaka. When I finally managed to set up a meeting with Issei and my group, the atmosphere was pretty tense. Le Fay was thrilled to see her idol hero alive. Arthur and Baiku were pretty upset about what had happened to him but understood there was nothing they could do about it now. They were also surprised to find out that he is no longer a devil but a yokai dragon hybrid. But our team's battle maniac and leader was more interested in how strong Issei had become. They were ready to throw down until I had to step in and remind them why we were there. Long story short, we've decided to leave the Cow's Brigade because we noticed that there's an even more shady group operating from within. We don't want any part of it anymore. We were discussing the idea of joining the Alliance, but considering our criminal records, it would have been hard. We figured we needed at least 2 faction leaders to support us, and we thought we could probably get that from Azazel, but we'd face a lot of criticism. So we thought, why not ask Issei? Considering he is your mate/husband and will be the next lord of the yokai, we were hoping he could grant us amnesty and protection, allowing us to serve the Alliance under the yokai faction. Yasaka, so you and your group intend to leave the Cow's Brigade and join the Alliance with the backing of 2 faction leaders, Azazel and my little red fox. Kuroka, yes, indeed. When we presented our plan to him, he was fully supportive and agreed to assist us if we helped gather information about the activities of the Cow's Brigade, particularly the group within it that seems to be pulling the strings. He assured us that he would provide amnesty and protection in exchange for our help. Yasaka, I understand. If my future husband has decided to help you and as long as you do not have any ulterior motives towards me or my loved ones, I have no objections. However, Kirara, I apologize for not being able to do more during the tragedy that befell the yokai Nikomata and Nekishu. If we had been stronger at that time, we might have been able to retaliate or, at the very least, protect our people. Kirara, please understand the predicament we were in at the time. Yasaka, it was not your fault, nor was there anything you could do to change what happened. We could not take action without proper reason or justification. Lady Amaterasu was equally devastated by the events. However, without concrete evidence aside from alleged devil attacks on the yokai faction, we were unable to confront the Devil Council or Devil Kings. Thankfully, Kuroka provided the Red Dragon Emperor with valuable information that shed light on the true motivations of the Cow's Brigade. Kuroka, absolutely, Kirara. I still remember when I killed my former master, Lord Nibirius. He had a secret laboratory where he conducted experiments on me and other captured yokai as per the Council's orders. He even attempted to take my sister for his vile experiments before I killed him before he could do anything to her. The laboratory held the crucial information we needed, and I led Issei there to uncover not only the Cow's Brigade's interests, but also the Council's involvement. Their attempts to create artificial super devils and extract the powers of Nikomata and Nekishu were shocking revelations. All the evidence we found exposed their nefarious dealings and plans. Unveiled was enraged upon hearing the actions of the Council, and she spoke in anger. Unveiled, it seems that those despicable Council members are solely interested in their own welfare and the preservation of outdated traditions. Most of them, if not all, still yearn to be connected and collaborate with the old Satan faction, regardless of the harm they've caused to the underworld and its inhabitants. I can't wait for their crimes to be exposed for all to see, especially with the hero of the underworld standing against them and irrefutable evidence to showcase their mistreatment of non-pure-blooded devils and the reincarnated devils, as well as anyone who falls below the high-class status. I eagerly await the consequences they will face and the people turning against them. It's disheartening to know that the Devil Kings have done nothing about this. Kuroka, before you lay blame on them, although I'm not the biggest supporter of the Devil Kings, and I'm not trying to defend them blindly, it seems that the Council's actions were done without their knowledge. Even if we were to inform them, they wouldn't believe us without concrete proof. However, now that we do have evidence, we can demonstrate what they did wrong and how they surreptitiously sought the support of the same group that has been causing trouble for the Devils and the Alliance as a whole. Unveiled Issei. It's justice being served and the old devils facing the consequences of their actions. That's all that matters to me. Yasaka, you two need not worry. Oh, my little red fox has been fervently worked up over this and has been eager to handle them. I can assure you that there is no way they will escape unscathed, especially now that solid proof demonstrates they're plotting against the Devil Kings and the hero turning against them. They will find it difficult to maintain the people's support once it's known many of the council are working and helping the Cow's Brigade and the old Satan faction. Justice will be served. Kirara, speaking of which, where is your husband or soon-to-be husband? Yasaka, oh yes, he is currently in the underworld with Ravel, discussing his plans to marry her with her family. Additionally, he is scheduled to meet with the Devil King to inform him of his intentions and prepare for the broadcast in order to address the public about the council's misdeeds. During this broadcast, he will share information about unveiled Leviathan, who is the last descendant of the Leviathan clan and a hybrid of a devil and a human. He will also demand the return of all the Nikomata and Nekasha that are currently in devil peerages. Kuroka, that seems like a challenging task. How does he plan to remove them from the devil peerages? How does he intend to remove the evil pieces inside them without killing them? We witnessed the consequences when Issei forcefully removed them before. How does he plan on ensuring their return as yokai? Yasaka, he approached Chijuka with a request to develop a safe method for removing the evil pieces without harming the souls associated with them. The goal is to provide a means for individuals who were reincarnated in improper ways to leave without being condemned due to the manipulative actions of other high-class devils. So Ijuka is actively working on finding a solution to prevent the abuse of forcefully or deceptively reincarnating members by high-ranking devils. This solution also applies to your pieces, Kuroka. Kirara, so through this process, we will be able to rescue the yokai from the clutches of the devils and work towards rebuilding our species. Your mate is truly remarkable. However, Yasaka, we need to address something important, the baby you're carrying right now. Kuroka, what? You're pregnant. Unveiled, how long have you been pregnant? And why didn't you inform us sooner? Kirara, let's all remain calm and allow Yasaka to share the details. I'm sure she will spare no spicy details. Isn't that right, Yasaka? Kirara said with a sinister smile. Yasaka felt a slight pang of anxiety, realizing she had no choice but to open up about her situation. She wished her mate was present to support her, but for now, she took a deep breath and began explaining everything that had transpired between her and her mate, sharing all the details the girls were eager to know. With Issei, Sona, her peerage, and Ravel, he finished explaining everything to them, what happened to him, what he is planning to do in the coming days, and how they will help with it. But after everything was explained to all present, the first one to ask questions was Ravel. Ravel, Issei, based on the details you've provided, it seems like you possess substantial concrete evidence of the Council's wrongdoings against both the Yokai faction and secret information regarding their activities behind the Devil King's back. Can you elaborate on the importance of this proof? Issei, I apologize, Ravel, but I cannot disclose that information. The safety of those involved is at stake, and I cannot risk compromising it. I must respectfully decline your request, as I firmly believe it is in everyone's best interest to wait until the day of the broadcast. At that time, the individual possessing the evidence and knowledge will reveal everything. Ravel, I can see that you are quite serious about this matter, Issei. Your change in demeanor clearly indicates the gravity of the situation. In that case, I will not press further. It appears that not only myself, but all the Devil Kings will find out about this evidence simultaneously, along with any other pertinent information you possess. I will respect your wishes. Issei, thank you for understanding and showing willingness to wait, while also respecting my request to safeguard the individual in question, whom I have sworn to protect at any cost. Ravel, no problem, Issei. However, in return for keeping this information from the other Devil Kings, may I ask a small favor from you, if that's alright, winks at Issei. Issei, as long as it lies within my power, I have no objections to your request for a favor. Ravel, excellent. I look forward to calling in that favor at a later time. That's when a cough could be heard coming from Sona. Sona cough, well, despite the information that you're intentionally keeping from us for what I assume are good reasons, I have another question for you, if you wouldn't mind. Issei, of course not, as long as it's within my power to answer, or if I have the information at this time, feel free to ask. Sona, well, do you intend to continue your schooling considering you've been absent for the past 8 months? I would like to know if you plan on returning to Ko Academy to complete your studies. Issei, I knew someone would eventually ask that question, and I expected nothing less from you, Sona. While I would have liked to finish my studies at the school where I started, unfortunately, due to current circumstances and my impending role as the Yokai faction leader, I simply don't have the time. However, that doesn't mean I've neglected my education. Yasaka has been very diligent and insistent on my continued learning. She has arranged personalized teachers for me in various subjects such as art and literature. So, I can confidently say that I haven't slacked off in my studies. In fact, I feel like I've accomplished more in these past 8 months than in my entire time at Ko Academy, where I was merely known as the perverted idiot of the perverted trio. While I do have some regrets about not being able to graduate and have my parents see it, I believe my current level of education surpasses what I could have achieved there. Moreover, my reputation at the academy isn't the best, so it's best if I focus on what I'm doing now as the faction leader, along with my already busy schedule. Sona, I understand your perspective, Issei. It's unfortunate that you won't be returning to the school, but I respect your decision. It's good to hear that you've been continuing your studies and making progress over the past 8 months. It seems like you've been growing in various aspects of your life, which is great to see. Regarding your parents, do you have any plans to visit them? I'm sure they must be quite concerned about you. Issei, Sona, I really appreciate your understanding. It means a lot to me. It's a bit disheartening that I won't have more time with you and everyone here, but hey, you're always welcome to visit me whenever you want. As for my parents, I've been doing some deep thinking lately, and I'm kind of torn about whether or not to go see them. I can't shake the feeling that they wouldn't miss their disappointment of a son, the one who brought them shame and embarrassment. It's because of me that we haven't been invited to a family reunion or meet-up in years due to my behavior, so I imagine they might just be better off without me. Momo Issei, it takes a lot of courage to confront our fears and face the people we've disappointed. But trust me, your parents will understand. They know that nobody is perfect, and they'll love you regardless of your past. It might take some time for them to process everything and forgive you, but family is all about second chances and unconditional love. Saji, Momo is absolutely right, bro, family is everything. I'm sure they'll be relieved to see you and know that you're alive and safe. So just be honest with them, apologize for the mistakes you've made, and show them that you're committed to turning your life around. It won't be easy, but it'll be worth it. Issei thanks Saji and Momo for the advice. It's tough for me to accept that my parents might actually miss me and still care, despite my past mistakes and perverted antics. But you're right, I should go see them. They must be really worried, not hearing from me or seeing me for so long. It's not fair to them, and it's not fair to me to keep living with this worry and guilt. Once I handle things here, I'll visit them and explain everything that happened and why I was missing for 8 months. Saji, damn right, man. Your parents are probably worried sick about you. So you better make that visit happen as soon as you're done with all the craziness going on here. Trust me, they'll be relieved to see you and know you're okay. I know it. Ravel, speaking of which, does that imply that you plan to inform your parents about the supernatural realm, your involvement in it, and all the events you have encountered? It is your right to do so, and considering that they are your parents, they do have the right to be informed. Moreover, I don't believe any of the leaders would object to your parents being aware of your accomplishments and your place in this extraordinary world. Issei, yes, I do intend to share with my parents everything that has transpired, starting from the moment that fallen angel killed me until the recent events that occurred 8 months ago and continue until this day. I want them to take pride in me and to see me as a hero, someone whom children can look up to. I want to no longer be the son they should feel ashamed of, but someone they can proudly talk about in a positive light. Serafal, I don't think you should worry about impressing them or winning their approval based on your actions, be they so-called perverted or not. Regardless of your deeds, I believe they have always been proud of you because you are their son. I highly doubt they would feel a great deal of shame, and I am quite certain that they will support you unconditionally. So, please don't speak so harshly of yourself. They were proud of you even before you stepped into the supernatural world, and once they become aware of your achievements in that realm, they will be even more proud. Issei, thank you, everyone. I really appreciate all the words of encouragement. Now, I need to make my way back to the Phoenix Mansion to pick up Ravel. I also have to speak to Ajuka about something important, and check on the progress of his plan to remove someone's evil pieces without killing them. Serafal, alright, Issei-kun. While you take care of those tasks, I'll start preparing for the broadcasting at the Leviathan Mansion. I've already begun the process of transferring ownership of the Oppie Dragon show, as well as your other accounts and trademarks related to the show. We'll discuss the new name on the day of the broadcast. Sona, I'll assist my sister along with my peerage in helping out and preparing everything. But thank you so much, Issei, for supporting me in starting the raiding games school. It means a lot to me. It's even better that you're willing to include other factions. I can't thank you enough for supporting my dreams and ambitions. Issei, it's no problem. I truly hope that once we're done dealing with the Chaos Brigade, the Council, and the issues with the pieces, we can form an alliance with all the factions and work on our collective dream. But for now, I need to see Ajuka, pick up Ravel, and head back to Kyoto. And with that, Issei stood up and created a teleportation circle beneath his feet. He waved goodbye to Sona, her peerage, and Serafal before disappearing in a flash of red light. Serafal, alright, everyone. Let's get to work and make sure everything is set for the broadcast in 2 days. Sona and her peerage nodded, and they all started working diligently to prepare for the upcoming broadcast. Scene change. Ajuka's laboratory. Issei has located Ajuka's energy and teleported to him. Currently in Ajuka's laboratory, he is working on the process of removing evil pieces without destroying the souls in the process. Suddenly, Ajuka feels a familiar power teleport into his laboratory, causing him to smile as he turns around and sees Issei, a red-haired boy he saw not too long ago. Ajuka, Issei. It's quite unexpected to see you so soon after just a few hours. How can I help you? Issei, well, I wanted to check on the progress you've made since we last met. I know it hasn't been long, but considering your methodical and calculating nature, I assumed you would have made some headway in removing the evil pieces without harming anyone's soul. Ajuka, it seems you have quite an understanding of my personality and capabilities. I must say, you've grown and become more logical and calculating since we first met months ago. I mean that as a compliment, of course. Issei, please, I don't take any offense. I know I wasn't the brightest back then, but the past 8 months have allowed me to develop a more logical mindset. But back to the topic at hand, how much progress have you made so far? Ajuka, I have been studying the evil pieces you forcibly removed from yourself. Using that as the foundation of my research, I have been working on finding ways to separate the pieces from the soul without causing harm. I am still amazed that you survived such a grueling ordeal. Your luck is truly remarkable. Moving forward, I am deconstructing the pieces and discovering how they are fused with your soul. Even fragments of your soul are intertwined with them. Once I unravel this connection, I believe I can safely remove the pieces without any risk to the individuals, regardless of their previous resurrection using the pieces. It will take a few more days to finalize the method and conduct some trial runs, but we should soon have a reliable process in place. I assume you are not here solely for a friendly chat, but also to ask for another favor. It seems I will have quite a collection of favors to call upon from the future leader of the Yokai. Haha, Issei, well, it seems like you've read me like a book, haha. Honestly, I could really use your help in creating a specialized queen piece. Specifically, I need a piece that can be used on me, regardless of the power level of the king to whom I pledged my loyalty, and prevent it from turning me into a devil again. As you can imagine, it's important for me because I refuse to turn back into the very thing that I wasn't given a choice in the first place to become. And I've come to terms with and accepted that I've lost my human side completely now, and I'm now % kitsune and % dragon. I'm proud of what I am now, and I see no reason to become anything more. Ajuka, that's quite a tall order. I don't think it will be a problem for me to do that, but I would like to know the story behind this request if you don't mind. Issei sighed. He realized that he had been explaining things nonstop since the meeting earlier in the day, but he understood Ajuka's right to know why he was making such a request. Issei proceeded to explain everything that had happened during the meeting with the Phoenixes and Ravel's family. It took him about minutes to recount the events, allowing Ajuka to fully grasp the situation. Ajuka, I understand now. As for the request, well, I have about 3 weeks to get it done. So, I should be able to finish it before the wedding. Consider it my wedding present to you. However, I do have one thing I would like to ask, and it involves me calling in a favor that you've already given me. Issei, oh, that's great news that you'll be able to have it done before the wedding. And calling in a favor, I see. Well, I'm a yokai dragon of my word. As long as it's within my power, I will fulfill it. So, what would you like me to do? Ajuka, there is no need for all the formalities, especially considering your plans to deepen your relationship with the Astaroth clan. But I must emphasize that what I am about to request is on behalf of my own niece, and not a formal obligation. Upon my return from the meeting, I informed her that you are alive and will be returning soon. I apologize for not asking your permission beforehand, but I couldn't stand seeing her sad and depressed. After hearing the news, she immediately became happier and asked when she could meet you. I told her I would ask you when that would be. My niece greatly admires you for your determination and bravery, considering you a hero. Your inspiring role has lifted her spirits. She has made an unusual request, asking for a marriage contract with you. Considering you aim to strengthen your ties with the Astaroth clan, I thought I would offer this to you. But I understand this request may come as a surprise, but I value my niece's happiness above all else. I have been actively protecting her from unwanted interference, as the council has pressured her into arranged marriages. I firmly believe she deserves a chance to marry someone she genuinely loves and can form a meaningful connection with, rather than being forced into a union dictated by the council's whims. Issei, it's no issue to me that you told your niece that I am still alive, especially if it meant bringing her out of her depressive state. I understand all too well now how my actions and disappearance affected a lot of people, so I hold nothing against you for not asking me to do so prior. I'm glad you did if it meant her mental state is better now. And I understand your concerns about the council and their outdated ways. It makes sense that you would want your niece to have the freedom to choose someone to love rather than being forced into a marriage. However, I do have some conditions that I would like to add to the marriage contract. Given the complicated situation with my existing relationships, I do not want your niece to feel obligated to love me if she is not comfortable or genuinely unable to do so. We should aim to build a genuine relationship where love can develop naturally over time, rather than relying solely on initial infatuation. I hope you understand my perspective on this matter. Ajuka, I completely agree with your conditions for the contract. It's refreshing to see that you are willing to take the time to truly get to know each other and fall in love. My niece will be thrilled to hear that you want to give her the opportunity to connect with you genuinely. Once I finish my work for the day, I will stop by the Astaroth mansion and inform her of the good news. Issei, I'm glad to hear that you agree. I am excited to meet your niece and see how our relationship develops. But if it's not too much to ask, could you please share her name with me? Ajuka, certainly. Her name is Latia Astaroth. I appreciate your acceptance of the conditions and your willingness to make this marriage contract a true test of love. I will also begin working on a special queen piece for you to give to Ravel on your wedding day, as a symbol of your unique bond. Issei, I truly appreciate your efforts. It means a lot to me that you're willing to help this much, and I'm sure Ravel will appreciate your efforts as well. And Latia Astaroth, what a beautiful name. I am looking forward to meeting her in person soon. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to head home and pick up Ravel from the Phoenix Mansion. It has been a long day, and I could use some time to relax after this crazy day. Ajuka, I understand today must have been tiring for you, constantly answering questions and explaining things. But I am looking forward to our meeting at the Leviathan Mansion, where I will join the other Devil Kings during the broadcast. I am also excited to introduce my niece, Latia, to you on that day and announce your marriage contract with her during the broadcast. I am also curious to see how you two will interact. Ajuka didn't want to delay Issei any longer, so he said his goodbyes. Issei then activated a teleportation circle underneath his feet, teleporting him to the Phoenix Mansion to pick up Ravel. Both of them then headed back to Kyoto together, where they could relax and enjoy each other's company, along with everyone else, for the rest of the day. Issei enjoyed the time with his new family, and loved ones and thought about everything that had happened. He couldn't help but chuckle as he realized his harem was still growing. He was really looking forward to meeting Ajuka's niece, Latia, and he hoped that they would form a real connection. Issei was optimistic about finding another partner, and someone else to share his love with, and he hoped that they would love him back. Scene change days later, outside Yasaka Castle, the night before the broadcast. Everyone was currently sitting outside, watching the beautiful night sky of Kyoto, with a fire in front of them. They were all just talking and spending time together, discussing nothing in particular, until Rassweiss remembered something she wanted to ask Issei. He then spoke up, drawing everyone's attention to her. Rassweiss, hey Issei, there's something I wanted to talk to you about. Issei, sure, Rose, what's on your mind? Rassweiss Kunu approached me with a spell she wanted me to help you with. But unfortunately, it's a spell called Valhalla's Gate, and I've never heard of it before. I wanted to know more about the spell and if you have any information on it. Upon hearing Rassweiss's question, a heavy atmosphere settled over everyone, and Issei's usual easygoing and lovable smile transformed into a stern and almost terrifying expression. It wasn't until Yasaka wrapped her 9 golden tails around him that Issei snapped out of his thoughts, leaving everyone curious about what had just transpired. Issei, let's just say that I've come across some crucial information in the past 8 months. This knowledge has compelled me to not only increase my physical strength but also my magical abilities. I've spent countless nights and weeks in the mystical yokai library, immersing myself in different kinds of magic from all around the world. Some of these spells are necessary preparations for a worst-case scenario that I fear might occur. Irina, darling, what's happening? You seem to know something. Please share it with us. Ravel, yes. Withholding information from us only increases our worries. We've only just gotten you back, and we don't want to lose you again. Please tell us something. That's when Yasaka chimed in. Yasaka, my love, it's time for us to reveal everything and introduce them to her. Issei let out a sigh before speaking. Issei, alright, I'll give you a general overview, but I won't delve into the complete details. You deserve to know what I've been doing and find some peace of mind. In the past 8 months, I've not only been healing my emotional and mental scars but also investigating the Chaos Brigade. I've uncovered various details and foiled their plans. Moreover, I discovered that there is another organization within the Chaos Brigade that is manipulating everything behind the scenes. Around 4 months ago, I intensified my training, aiming to become stronger physically, magically, and honing my kitsune and dragon abilities inherited from Drake and Yasaka. Ravel, wait, if I understand correctly, you've discovered a subgroup within the Chaos Brigade that's controlling everything behind the scenes. And because of this new information, you've decided to intensify your training. Issei, yes, that's correct. Rassweiss, so, what exactly have you learned and why haven't you shared it with the leaders of the factions during the meeting when you returned? Issei, that's because I wanted to show you firsthand what I've discovered. At that moment, a message spell materializes around Issei's ear. He utters something and then dispels the spell. Shortly afterward, a magical circle forms in front of the group, emitting blue and purple light. As the light fades, a stunningly beautiful girl with long purple hair, hazel eyes, and an alluring figure is revealed. Issei, allow me to introduce you all to unveiled Leviathan, the last descendant of Leviathan. She is a hybrid of a devil and a human, with her father being a devil and her mother being human. Ravel, Irina, Rassweiss, what? Unveiled steps forward to introduce herself. Unveiled, greetings, everyone. My name is Unveiled Leviathan, and I am the last descendant of Leviathan. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. After receiving all this news, Ravel, Rassweiss, and Irina were stunned and left speechless until Issei spoke. Issei, it seems I have a lot to explain, so before you start freaking out any further, give me a moment to explain this whole situation and how I found her months ago. The girls looked at each other and nodded until they looked back at Issei, giving him the confirmation to go on with the story. Flashback to 2 months ago in Normandy, France. Issei found himself inside a small Chaos Brigade outpost, having already eliminated all the station soldiers. He was now interrogating the commander of the facility, determined to uncover the secrets of a covert group within the Chaos Brigade that seemed to be controlling the entire operation. The devil, defiant and filled with blind loyalty, spat in Issei's face before speaking. I would never tell you, the devil sneered. I look forward to the day when our leader disposes of you and your alliance. Issei wiped the saliva from his face, contemplating his next move. Without warning, he unleashed a powerful punch to the devil's jaw, followed by drawing him closer so they were almost nose to nose. You thought I was asking for information, Issei said with a hint of amusement. But you see, I have my own methods of obtaining what I need. I'll delve into your mind myself. Issei cast a mind-reading spell, scanning through the devil's memories. Although he did not find information on the secretive organization in question, he discovered something even more troubling. Once he had extracted all the necessary information from the devil, Issei swiftly ended his life, preventing any further harm to innocent people. Drake, Issei called upon his partner. Did you see what I did? I did, partner, Drake responded gravely. We stumbled upon something truly troubling. They have managed to acquire the rare and powerful sacred Hyter Longinus gear known as Nerid Kyrie. This gear has the ability to control dragons. Even the mighty dragon gods are susceptible to its influence and control. This is bad, partner. Issei, I know, we can't let the Chaos Brigade, or whatever mysterious group within the Chaos Brigade, get their hands on that gear or its user. Luckily, this devil had some useful information on the location of the facility where they're holding the user, and we're in luck because it's in France, specifically the port city of Marseille. Drake, well, partner, we can't afford to waste any time. That's a dangerous gear. We can't leave it in the hands of the Chaos Brigade, or the unknown group within it. We need to head there immediately. I think it's time for you to release at least some of your seals. Issei, I think you're right. I doubt they would leave that facility unguarded, considering the strength of that sacred gear and how proficient the user could be. I think I'll release out of my 9 seals. Drake, I would agree with that, partner. Issei, oh, really, you scolded me last time I unlocked 2 of my seals, saying it was overkill and a waste of power and effort on weaklings. Drake, this is no time for jokes, partner. You said it yourself, they would not leave that facility holding such a rare and valuable sacred gear and its user without having some high security, or at least some very powerful beings there to protect said assets so they could fulfill their plans. Issei, I know, and I'm not taking the situation lightly. There's a reason I said I'm releasing out of my 9 seals. I was only surprised because you would usually tell me that would be overkill. But I have a feeling there's a strong opponent there. But let's not waste any more time. Let's head over there. We can't afford to lose any more valuable time. The more we wait, the higher the possibility they could enact their plans or move the user out of the facility. Drake, you're right, partner. We need to get going. Issei swiftly exits the outpost facility, unleashing a surge of power as he unlocks 4 of his seals. However, he immediately conceals this immense power, ensuring that it remains undetectable to anyone nearby. Determined to ensure that the outpost can never be used by the Chaos Brigade again, he proceeds to destroy the facility with precise and calculated strikes. 30 minutes later, chaos ensues at the Chaos Brigade's facility in the port city of Marseille. Sirens blare throughout the building, alerting everyone to an unknown assailant's attack. Issei navigates the facility's corridors, utilizing his heightened senses and senjutsu abilities to locate the sacred gear user. With unwavering focus, he rushes towards their location. Issei, Drake, as I was scanning for the sacred gear user, I noticed something peculiar. The presence emanating from them indicates that they are not just a human but also possess devil blood within them. Drake, partner, are you suggesting that they are a human-devil hybrid bestowed with the sacred gear? Such a combination is not unheard of. Vala, who possesses the divine dividing gear, is another example of a human-devil hybrid obtaining a sacred gear. Issei, that's not what surprises me. Their presence bears a striking resemblance to a devil we encountered before, Kateria Leviathan, one of the supposed last descendants of Leviathan. Drake, fascinating. We will soon uncover the truth. We are almost there, partner. Issei, yes, we will. Issei, who arrived at the holding cell where the sacred gear user was being kept captive, shouted a warning to the individual behind the door to back away from it. He placed his hand on the door and used a mixture of his fox and dragon fire to begin melting the steel, eventually melting it completely away. As he entered, he saw a stunning girl around his age with beautiful long purple hair, a voluptuous body, and hazel eyes. She spoke to him with fear evident in her voice. Who are you? Are you here to harm me too? Issei, no, I'm here to rescue you. Please call me Issei Hayadu, the Red Dragon Emperor. I want to help you escape from the people who wish to use you. Can you please tell me your name? It's only fair that I get to know the name that suits the beauty standing before me. Upon hearing Issei's compliment, she blushed but found the courage to respond. Unveiled, my name is Unveiled Leviathan. Thank you for the compliment. You're very handsome yourself. She blushes even more after saying that. Issei unveiled, what a beautiful name that perfectly matches your elegance and beauty. Issei and unveiled found themselves entranced by each other's presence. However, their moment was interrupted by Drake. Drake hate to break up this romantic moment, but we are in a Cow's Brigade facility. We need to get this young lady out of here before we have to face a horde of Cow's Brigade members. Issei and unveiled blushed at Drake's words and quickly looked away. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Issei composed himself and understood the urgency. He gently picked up unveiled, apologizing for not asking beforehand, and said they needed to leave immediately. Facing a potential confrontation with angry Cow's Brigade members, they couldn't afford to waste any time. Unveiled looked at Issei, impressed by how gallantly he had picked her up. With stars and sparkles in her eyes, she couldn't help but blurt out her thoughts without thinking. Unveiled, my hero, she said it in the most loving and passionate way she could, not even thinking of it. Issei, who heard exactly what she said, was trying to fight back a blush until he realized unveiled was also fighting a heavy blush. He realized what she said and decided not to make the poor girl any more embarrassed, acting like he never heard her. Issei, did you say something? Unveiled, oh no, not at all, blushing profusely as she was being held in his arms. Issei, well, I need you to hold on tight. I'm going to get us out of here, and I promise I won't let any harm come to you. Unveiled's heart raced even faster upon hearing his gallant words. She held on to him tightly, nodding in agreement, as he started running through the facility, taking down any Chaos Brigade member in their way without putting her in danger. She was mesmerized by his unwavering determination to protect her. Eventually, they managed to escape the facility, and were almost completely outside the fences when an attack was directed at Issei. He swiftly dodged the attack, landing away from his previous position. Issei asked unveiled if she was okay, and she nodded, signaling that she was unharmed. As he looked up, Issei narrowed his eyes, sensing that his opponent wouldn't be easy to defeat. He now knows he made the right decision to release 4 of his seals. Now knowing that his opponent is currently standing before him is more than worthy enough for him to release that much power for this fight. Issei pulls out a transportation paper and gives it to unveiled. Issei, take this transportation paper, use it, and it will take you to a safe place. When you get there, let her know that I gave it to you personally for your safety. And tell her I'll be there soon. Unveiled, feeling conflicted about leaving her hero to fight alone, wondered about his reasons behind this decision. But why, Issei, you can't possibly face him by yourself, Unveiled expressed her concern. I can't leave the person who just saved me to fight such a formidable opponent alone, Issei reassured her, his confidence shining through. I am stronger than I appear. I want you to go to a safer place where the transport paper would take you. I have acquaintances who will ensure your safety until I arrive. I cannot bear the thought of you being caught in the crossfire of our battle. So please trust me and go. Tears welled up in Unveiled's eyes as she realized that Issei had been trying to protect her all along, even now, ensuring her safety during their fight. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she immediately embraced him before speaking. Promise me that you will come back from this, Unveiled pleaded. You risked your life to rescue me, someone who was trapped in prison, all on your own. I can't bear the thought of losing you after you've done all this for me. Promise me that you'll come back alive, and I'll see you again. Reciprocating the, Issei spoke with warmth in his voice. I promise you, you will see me again. When I return, we'll have plenty of time to talk. But for now, I need you to leave. With the seriousness in his tone, Unveiled reluctantly released the embrace and wiped away her tears. She nodded, activating the paper's teleportation ability. Just before she vanished, she shouted out to Issei, You better keep your promise. I'm holding you to it. She called out, her voice filled with determination. With a gentle smile and a thumbs up, Issei replied, I never break my word. That's a dragon's promise. Unveiled then disappeared in a beam of bright light, leaving only Issei and his formidable opponent. Did you say your final goodbyes? The opponent taunted. I guarantee you won't be able to keep that promise to that little devil human mongrel. Issei, who would have guessed I get the pleasure of being in the presence of the bane of the Ottomans, Vlad the Impaler himself, Dracula, so they have you as the guard dog of this facility. It makes me wonder, are you following the orders of the Cow's Brigade, or the group within it that's truly pulling the strings? After utilizing the transportation paper entrusted to her by Issei, Unveiled discovered herself in an opulent, grandiose throne room. Momentarily startled, her attention was immediately drawn to the regal seat itself, where 2 yokai guards brandished their spears menacingly at her. Positioned behind them, an enchanting yokai with resplendent, golden eyes and 9 majestic gold foxtails and ears captivated her gaze. Eventually, one of the guards erupted in anger, demanding to know how she had managed to infiltrate the sacred throne room. Guard, how did you gain access to the throne room, intruder? Guard, and how dare you brazenly present yourself before our queen without prior consent? We should kill you where you stand for this insolence. Unveiled trembled uncontrollably, consumed by an overwhelming sense of terror. However, a soft yet authoritative voice intervened and instructed the guards to stand down. It was Yasaka, a magnificent woman whose presence offered Unveiled a glimmer of hope. Yasaka inquired about Unveiled's identity, and how she managed to successfully circumvent the castle's formidable defenses. Summoning her courage, Unveiled spoke up. Unveiled, I was given this teleportation paper by Issei, the Red Dragon Emperor, who saved me. He assured me that I would be safe here and requested that I inform you that he will return shortly. Listening attentively, Yasaka promptly ordered her guards to leave, insisting on giving her privacy to talk with the girl. Although they initially resisted, Yasaka remained firm in her decision, and they exited the throne room, allowing Yasaka and Unveiled to hold their conversation in private. Yasaka, I understand now. This paper enabled you to bypass the intricate defenses of my castle, transporting you to my sanctuary in Kyoto. I am Lady Yasaka, Queen of the Yokai. It appears that my little red fox holds great faith and trust in you, granting you this passage to seek refuge within my domain. Before delving into the details of your predicament, I kindly request that you disclose your name. Unveiled felt relieved as she noticed that Lady Yasaka's voice had become more calming and soft-spoken. She took a moment to compose herself before speaking. Unveiled, my name is Unveiled Leviathan, Lady Yasaka. With a deep bow, she showed her respect for the Queen of the Yokai. Yasaka, there is no need for that. If my little red fox trusts you enough to bring you here for your safety and protection, then I have no objections. I will instruct the guards to treat you as a guest. So, please relax. It would be a good time to have some tea and tell me more about your situation. Unveiled, yes, that sounds nice. I am immensely grateful for both his kindness and yours in allowing me to be here. I am willing to share everything that has happened to me up to this point. Yasaka, good. Please know that you are safe here, and I have complete faith that he will return soon. But for now, please follow me. Let's have our tea outside. It's such a wonderful day, and it would be a shame not to enjoy it. Unveiled felt a wave of relief wash over her as she began to follow Yasaka. As they walked, she couldn't help but hope that her hero would return soon so that she could properly thank him. Scene change outside the Cow's Brigade facility, where Issei was fighting the vampire king, Dracula. Issei, damn, I've read and heard so many stories about this guy and his terrifying strength, but I never would have imagined he could actually push me to my limits like this. Even with me unleashing 4 of my seals, it seems like I'm still barely able to match him in power. No wonder he was so feared. Drake, partner, you need to watch out. There's something seriously wrong with him. I mean, he shouldn't even be alive right now, but his presence feels different from what I felt when he was alive before. Issei, what are you trying to say, Drake? Drake, I mean, he's even stronger than he was before his death. In the th century, the church gathered a whole army of vampire hunters, exorcists, and even some angels, along with the church using multiple powerful holy relics they had in their possession and their personal army, to bring him down. They eventually succeeded, but not without sustaining a massive amount of casualties among their own forces and the destruction of multiple holy relics. Issei, are you saying that someone actually brought him back to life? Drake, yes, it seems like the only possibility. After they defeated and killed him, the church couldn't just leave his body out in the sunlight to destroy him because he was a daywalker vampire. So instead, they chopped him up into pieces, removed all his organs, and put them in holy water to destroy them. Then, they scattered the holy water all over Europe, hoping no one would ever try to bring him back. Issei, that's extreme, man. They really went all out. Drake, you do not understand, partner. It took a whole army to take down this single vampire. He could even take on high-class dragons and god-class beings and come out on top. That's how formidable his power and strength were. Issei, damn, that's absolutely nuts. But you know what, it doesn't seem like he's been able to land many hits on me or do any serious damage. Drake, partner, it's important to note that he held the impressive rank of 8th out of the top strongest beings in the world during his lifetime. However, you need to understand that he is currently only playing with you because he knows that you do not pose a significant threat to him. So, unless you start taking this fight seriously, he is going to stop playing with you and end it. I strongly advise that you release more seals, as there is something I feel inside of him artificially boosting his strength. To be blunt about it, given his previous rank as the 8th strongest being and his current strength, which we have yet to fully assess, it is likely that he's on par with the strongest being at his current strength if I had to guess. Issei, damn, then I really can't be playing around. I'm going to have to release more seals if I want to compete with him. Man, when they made him the final boss to protect the princess, they sure knew how to pick a real monster. But you're right, it's time to get serious. I can't let him get away and try to look for her because if he finds her in Kyoto, I don't want to imagine the destruction and casualties that could be brought, especially if Yasaka and Kuno are there. I'm not going to risk their lives. Plus, I have to keep my promise to unveiled. Drake, good partner, show him what you're made of. But he's getting back up. It's time to get serious and take down this bloodsucker. Issei, you don't have to tell me twice. Dracula dusted himself off after getting hit by one of Issei's stronger attacks. Dracula, is that all you have? Child, with all that boasting you were doing, I thought you would actually bring me a decent fight. It seems like the beings in this day and age are weak, just as they've always been, having to group together to take out the strong. Nothing more than mere children pretending they have real strength when they have no idea what strength is. But I grow tired of this little game of ours, so tell me where the girl is, and I will give you a merciful death. Issei, haha, you think I need mercy from a walking corpse like you? Secondly, you and your mercy, because I won't be the one needing it. Our game has just begun, and I'll show you how strong I am, Vampire King Dracula. Dracula, you insolent child. I intended to end your life swiftly, but now I shall revel in draining your blood, relishing every moment of agony you endure. This ends now. I am no longer interested in playing your petty games. Prepare to meet your demise. Dracula extended his arm, his palm facing outwards, and conjured a blood-red sphere surrounded by crackling red lightning. Before his attack could land, a powerful explosion erupted from Issei, completely nullifying Dracula's attack. As Dracula surveyed the area where Issei once stood, he witnessed a radiant surge of power emanating from him, surpassing anything he had witnessed before. As Dracula surveyed the area where Issei once stood, he witnessed a radiant surge of power emanating from him, surpassing anything he had witnessed before. Issei's new form, known as the Heavenly King form, bears a striking resemblance to the Balance Breaker. However, it features less armor and instead showcases gauntlets with open fingertips and shoulder plates. His well-defined muscles are prominently displayed, and the green gems of the boosted gears are situated on various parts of his armor. In this form, his facial features have become sharper, with his eyes resembling those of a dragon and his ears becoming more pointed. Additionally, 2 protrusions emerge from his shoulder blades with reddish-clear wings like the vanishing dragon Balance Breaker's wings. This is the newly evolved form of the Balance Breaker. In this form, it is far beyond anything obtained before, although it lacks some armor. This does not make it any weaker. In fact, it is stronger and more durable. He is using senjutsu to strengthen his body, making him mighty and impenetrable. In this form, he has the ultimate balance of speed, power, magical, and physical attacks. Issei, well, I hope you're ready, Dracula. Let's see how well you hold up against me now with of my seals released and my Heavenly King form. And know this, I won't be holding back any longer. I promise you, by the end of today, you will be back in the pits of hell where you belong. But not before I get the information I need out of you. Dracula had a wicked smile, his fangs and sharp teeth gleaming with anticipation as he observed the incredible display of power from his opponent. It seemed that today, he would indeed derive some enjoyment from this encounter. Dracula, very well, child. You have piqued my interest. Let us see if you can truly match the magnitude of my power. With that declaration, Dracula allowed his powers to radiate from him, revealing the true extent of his formidable abilities. Drake, partner, be prepared. He is no longer playing around. He has unleashed his full power. Do not let your guard down. You are about to face your toughest opponent yet. Even Loki and his pet Fenrir cannot compare to the monster you are about to face. Issei, I understand, Drake. But I am no longer the same naive and foolish boy I once was, who relied solely on his boosted gear. I have grown and become stronger. I have developed my own unique skills, powers, and fighting techniques. And most importantly, because our souls are intertwined, I have gained your powers and attributes that are usually bestowed by the boosted gear. I can now access them at will, without the need to activate the gear. This is a perfect opportunity for me to test how far I have come. If I cannot defeat this monster before me, there is no way I can face bigger and stronger threats that may lie ahead. Drake partner, Issei Drake, I want you to stay out of this and just observe. I want to prove to both you and myself that I am your ultimate and strongest host. Drake, I understand, Issei. I see that you are taking the path of the dragon to prove your own strength. I respect your request. Now go and give it your all, brother. Issei smiled upon hearing Drake's words. Issei, just sit back and watch this fight. I am going to make you proud. Now, Dracula, show me the true strength of your monstrous power. Dracula with pleasure, and so, the two charged at each other. Their fists colliding caused shockwaves to travel through the air, uprooting trees and shaking nearby buildings. The thunderous sounds echoed through the atmosphere, but Issei, not letting his pride get the best of him, realizing this danger and seriousness of the situation, began throwing his heaviest and strongest attacks he could to as much damage as possible to Dracula. Issei, let's see if you can handle this vampire king. Issei began chanting a spell. Hear my call, O great Raijin. I summon you, the great master of the clouds. May your thunder rumble and your lightning strike. Send forth your brilliant light and strike my foes with your divine might. After Issei finished his chant, a multitude of storm clouds gathered above Dracula. In a sudden and swift motion, he found himself encircled by divine lightning. The bolt of electricity struck him from various angles, engulfing him in a mesmerizing display of yellow and blue static. Issei did not let up on his onslaught against Dracula. He summoned 9 spheres of blue fire that floated effortlessly above him, forming a half circle. Charging them with concentrated energy, he watched as the spheres crackled with power, waiting for the opportune moment. With a commanding gesture, Issei set the spheres in motion. They began to circle around him, their path mirroring the thunderous strikes of lightning that continued to rain down. Just as the lightning dissipated, the spheres hurtled towards Dracula, enveloping him in a swirling vortex of electric blue flames. Remaining on guard, Issei knew those attacks wouldn't kill him. But he understood that at least the holy element of the lightning attack, along with the flames he produced through his senjutsu in the follow-up attack, should at least wound Dracula critically or slow him down enough so that he could get in close to land a fatal wound on him. But that's when his instincts kicked in, prompting him to leap into the air and narrowly evade the blood-red spikes that emerged from beneath him. However, he had unknowingly placed himself within Dracula's reach. In a display of monstrous power, Dracula appeared above Issei, swiftly delivering a powerful blow that sent him hurtling back towards the ground, causing a massive crater upon landing. But Issei didn't have long to regain his bearings when he felt the killing intent bearing down on him. Quickly dodging out of the way, he saw Dracula wielding a blood sword, descending towards him. Dracula's impact on the ground made the crater even bigger, showcasing the amount of raw and unrestrained power he put into his blow. It could have easily killed Issei if he was hit by that attack. Issei, speaking out loud, damn, this bastard is no joke. Those are some high-tier magic spells I just threw at him, and it seemed like he wasn't even fazed in the slightest by any of them. Not even by the holy element of the lightning. Dracula looked at Issei, impressed by his ability to withstand his powerful punches and evade his rapid attacks. However, he couldn't help but notice that the child was confused. Dracula knew why and decided to enlighten the boy that he is no longer affected by the holy element. Thanks to the one who brought him back, they made sure that he was no longer vulnerable to the ways he was previously killed, meaning he was immune to the holy element. Dracula taunted Issei, asking if he had any more tricks up his sleeve or if that was all he had to offer. Issei, though frustrated, knew that he couldn't give up. Now that he knew the holy element wouldn't work on Dracula, which greatly limited the damage he could do, Issei pondered on other ways he could damage him and also wondered what the full extent of Dracula's abilities were, making things even more difficult. However, a mischievous smile appeared on Issei's face. Dracula saw the smile and arrogantly assumed that Issei had accepted his impending death. He warned Issei that he wouldn't be given a quick death and that he would make Issei suffer with an agonizing death. But Issei had a plan. He confidently declared that he had found another way to harm Dracula, despite his immunity to the holy element. Issei mentioned that there were still other ways to kill undead and unholy beings like Dracula. Dracula scoffed at the remark, dismissing Issei as a simple mongrel of a dragon yokai hybrid. He acknowledged Issei's impressive power but claimed that it wasn't enough to overpower him. Dracula encouraged Issei to surrender now to avoid further misery. Issei nah! Who said I was lying? But why bother explaining it to you? I can just have you experience it firsthand for yourself. In an instant, Issei disappeared from sight, causing him to search the area. Suddenly, Dracula sensed him and turned around, immediately impaling Issei in the stomach with his hand. Dracula, well, I must admit, I expected more from you after all that boasting about your newfound power. This feeble attempt at a desperate move is quite underwhelming, to say the least. But I suppose I was mistaken to have high expectations. As Dracula was about to continue his statement, he was interrupted by a devastating blow of a fist engulfed in green fire to the right side of his face. The intense pain caused him to let out an agonizing scream. Dracula's eyes widened with disbelief as he beheld the sight before him. The 5 Issei standing before him, their fists wreathed in shimmering green fire, exuded an unrivaled aura of power. As the realization dawned upon him, he glanced at the Issei he had just impaled, only to witness its fading existence. Anger surged through Dracula's veins. His face, wounded from the Issei's attack, refused to heal at its usual rapid pace. A surge of wrath consumed him, and he bellowed at them in a fit of rage. In an attempt to comprehend the situation, Dracula voiced his confusion, questioning his opponent. But how? I killed you! How were you able to harm me with that fire? Issei, unfazed by Dracula's outbursts, smirked with confidence before offering an explanation in a condescending tone. Oh, is the infamous Dracula feeling perplexed? Allow me to enlighten your ignorant self. You claimed immunity to the holy element, but you failed to grasp that there are alternative means to harm evil beings, whether undead or spirits. It can be achieved through the magics of purification or certain abilities possessed by extraordinary beings, such as the flames of a kitsune's fire. These flames, with their intensity and purification properties, can effectively eradicate evil spirits and even vanquish the undead, surpassing the effectiveness of holy elements. What you face now is a unique manifestation of these flames, merged with the power of my dragon flames and infused with senjutsu. I have christened it my Emerald Blaze Flames. As for your confusion regarding my demise, rest assured, you slew nothing but a mere clone. As you can witness, there remain 4 other Issei, including myself. So, Dracula, are you prepared for round 2? At that decisive moment, all 5 Issei charged towards Dracula, their fists enveloped in the fiery emerald blaze flames. Each Issei landed powerful punches on Dracula, causing him to be thrown in different directions, only to find another Issei waiting to send him towards yet another. With each hit, the emerald blaze flames inflicted tremendous damage on the great Dracula, who was being tossed around like a pinball, continually sustaining injuries. Issei, sensing the time to end the fight was near, directed his clones to position themselves strategically. They delivered devastating and deadly punches to Dracula's body, their strikes amplified by the raging flames. Dracula was sent hurtling into the sky, primed to be thrashed into the ground by the 4 remaining clones. Meanwhile, Issei charged a blast of emerald blaze flames, ready to unleash it upon the weakened Dracula. Suddenly, a massive surge of power and an overwhelming presence reverberated through the area, catching everyone off guard. Dracula vanished from sight, only to reappear above the 4 remaining clones. His eyes transformed into a deep, blood-red hue, indistinguishable from his pupils, as his body became enveloped in an ethereal black and red aura. His eyes transformed into a deep, blood-red hue, indistinguishable from his pupils, as his body became enveloped in an ethereal black and red aura. With a voice dripping with malevolence, Dracula declared, "I've had enough. I will not be made a fool of by some insignificant child who believes they possess true power. Behold my true power. And be gone." Dracula unleashed a devastating wave of red energy, disintegrating Issei's clones with a single swipe of his hand. The slash, accompanied by blood-red lightning, caught Issei off guard, disorienting him and knocking him off balance. Dracula, now standing menacingly over him, was ready to unleash true pain and misery. With a firm grip, Dracula lifted Issei and pummeled him into the ground, dragging him mercilessly across the terrain. Dracula's bat wings extended as he took to the sky, still gripping Issei's face. He taunted Issei, promising unimaginable pain. Issei was thrown towards the remains of the Cow's Brigade facility. Dracula then summoned hundreds of red orbs with sparks coming off them, directing them towards the impact site. For seconds non-stop, the orbs bombarded the remnants of the facility, leaving only rubble at the end. Meanwhile, Dracula floated with crossed arms, eagerly waiting to see if Issei would survive. To Dracula's surprise, Issei managed to conjure a barrier to shield himself from the onslaught of attacks. However, as soon as the barrage ended, Issei's barrier disappeared as he collapsed to his knees, breathing heavily and coughing up blood. Despite his grave injuries, Issei mustered the strength to stand and wipe the blood from his mouth, glaring at Dracula with hatred. Dracula, well, you're more tenacious than I ever imagined, but you need to understand the power disparity between us. Let me show you how truly outmatched and outclassed you are, so that in your last moments before I finally kill you, you will know where you sit in the pecking order of this world. You will forever know your place for as long as your pitiful life lasts before I take it. And I will enjoy every aspect of seeing the life drain from your eyes as I drink your blood. I might present your head to that little mongrel of a half-breed. I bet that would just break her spirit. I would love to indulge in the beautiful despair she will experience. But first, let me show you how truly outclassed you are. Without Issei even seeing Dracula move from his position, he felt a sharp and immediate pain in his side and immediately fell to his knees, holding his side. He noticed there was a giant gash in his side and blood was pouring out. He then looked back up to see Dracula licking his blood-soaked hand, which was covered in Issei's blood from the wound he just inflicted. Issei was left speechless, as he didn't see Dracula move at all even though he was looking directly at him. But refusing to give in or give up, he managed to use his fire abilities to cauterize his wound before standing up, even impressing Dracula. Dracula, I am quite surprised by your pure determination and will to continue standing after my onslaught. Even with that devastating wound, you still managed to find the strength to get up and face me. You are more than a brave boy, you have a fire in you that will not go out until you die. I can at least respect that, but I will enjoy putting that fire out. Issei, damn it, I can't die here. I made a promise to Unveiled, and I can't go back on it. I can't abandon the woman who saved me, Yasaka, or Kunu, who helped me recover. There's too much at stake for me to give up now. Drake, I know you can hear me. You've been staying out of this, but I need your help. Your honor as a dragon is unshakable, and I respect that about you. I'm about to do something reckless and stupid, but it's the only way to win this fight. Use whatever power I have left, and activate the backup teleportation paper I have. You can scold me later, but right now, praise me for being a true dragon and winning this fight. We can't let this monster run free, and we definitely can't let him get his hands on Unveiled. My promise as a dragon can't be tarnished like this. I know you're already willing to help, so just wish me luck, buddy. Dracula, so you've finally given in to despair and hopelessness. You see the hopeless situation you're in, fighting against a being far superior to you, you filthy hybrid. I'll put an end to your delusional misery. But before that, I think I'll start by ripping off your arms and making you suffer. As Dracula was preparing to launch a giant red blood spear towards Issei, he suddenly felt an enormous amount of energy being released from him. Even the king of the vampires was surprised by this unknown power coming from a boy who seemed to have no strength left to give. Issei had released his final 3 seals. He only had 1 minute now that he has unlocked all of the remaining seals on his power before it starts doing permanent damage. He starts performing his final trump card, merging it with his new emerald blazing flames. Issei, arise, mighty inferno spirit. Unleash your cleansing flames upon my foes, consuming them in the fiery embrace of purification. Let the world be rid of its evil as your flames scorch away the darkness, illuminating all with your radiant light. Draw upon the essence of my soul, mighty spirit, and manifest with the power of my emerald flames, taking the shape of a dragon. Come forth and smite all in your path to make way for your righteous and mighty light. Emerald Inferno Blazing Dragon. Issei turns his emerald blazing flames, mixing it with his own dragon spirit that dwells within his own being to summon a ethereal emerald green flaming dragon. As Issei prepared to unleash his powerful ethereal dragon of flames upon Dracula, the vampire countered with his most formidable attack. A massive red ball, crackling with red lightning, hurtled towards Issei, its destructive power evident. Dracula, recognizing the threat he faced, wasted no time in launching his attack. Die, you filthy mongrel hybrid! Dracula taunted. Issei, refusing to back down, shouted defiantly, Go back to the pits of hell you crawled out from. The opposing attacks collided, the struggle for dominance apparent. Slowly but surely, Dracula's attack began overpowering the emerald green fire dragon. Dracula reveled in his perceived superiority. Give it up, for you lack the power to defeat me, Dracula sneered. Your boost of power is nothing compared to my might. Now die like the mongrel you are. Issei, filled with determination, focused every last ounce of strength on the dragon, fueling it with all he had left. Gradually, the emerald dragon fought back, devouring Dracula's attack and surging towards its target. Dracula desperately attempted to erect barriers, but they crumbled under the wrath of the enraged flame dragon. Realizing the end was near, Dracula set up one final barrier, holding it with his own hands to protect himself from annihilation. It can't end like this, Dracula protested. I have lived for millennia, only to be killed by a mere child. I do not wish to die this way. Issei, unyielding, declared, It's your time to go, Dracula. You were slain centuries ago. You no longer belong in this world. Now, return to the pits of hell from whence you came. Issei's relentless attack finally broke through Dracula's barrier, devouring him like a dragon engulfing its prey. As the flames of the dragon consumed Dracula, he dissolved, his essence completely purified and cleansed. The last sound to escape his lips was a despairing scream, echoing through the air. Simultaneously, Issei feels his strength draining away, leaving him weakened. While his emerald flaming dragon lets out a mighty and powerful roar before slowly disappearing, and right before losing consciousness, he reactivates all 9 of his seals, transforming back to his normal state from his powerful heavenly king form. Despite his exhaustion, a satisfied smile crosses his face. He knows he has claimed victory in one of the toughest battles he has faced up until this point, and has come out on top. As Issei started losing consciousness and began to fall, a faint voice reached his ears before he succumbed to darkness. It was Drake, his dragon partner, offering praise and pride for witnessing such a remarkable display of strength. You did exceedingly well, brother, Drake's voice resonated. Your dragonic prowess fills me with pride. But rest now, for you have earned it. With the last of Issei's power, Drake used it to activate the teleportation paper. Issei was then enveloped in light, and a teleportation circle formed underneath him, transporting him back to Kyoto, where Yasaka awaited him. It was there that Issei would be able to recuperate from his hard-fought battle and allow his weary body to recover. End of flashback. After Issei finished telling the girls what happened 2 months ago and how he saved Unveiled and fought against Dracula, all of them were left speechless, filled with questions, and they wanted answers. The first person to recover from their shock after hearing the story was Ravel. Ravel, Issei, I'm relieved that you managed to survive that dangerous encounter and successfully saved a descendant of the original Leviathan. Your actions stopped the plans of the Cow's Brigade, who intended to utilize her gear to control the dragons. However, there is something that has caught my curiosity. I have read stories about Dracula, the renowned vampire king who was said to possess tremendous power and was once ranked 8th among the top 10 strongest beings. How did he manage to become so formidable that he could reach that level of power? A level typically reserved for super devils or godlike beings or dragons. Rias, who had finally recovered from the shock of the entire situation as well, shared Ravel's sentiments. Rias, it's truly astonishing. The fact that a vampire, even one as renowned and powerful as Dracula, was able to attain such great strength, is quite remarkable. Typically, only beings of the ultimate class or god class, as well as dragons, can reach that level of power. Do you have any idea how he was able to obtain such immense strength while there have been vampires who have achieved ultimate class strength before? It is rare to hear of a member of the vampire race reaching the rankings of the top 10 strongest in the world. It's a remarkable feat in its own right. Issei understood their confusion. He himself had the same questions about how the vampire had become so powerful that he had even garnered significant attention from the church, who had devoted substantial resources to bring him down. So after the battle, Issei did some research on Dracula. He decided to share what little information he had gathered after the fight with Dracula and how he was able to gain such power and surpass the norm for vampires, along with the eventual conclusion he came up with thanks to Drake on how it was possible for a vampire to achieve such strength. Issei, I have been grappling with the same concerns and questions regarding our search for information on Dracula. Given that he died in the th century, it is expected that finding accurate records about him would be challenging. Moreover, any existing documents may have been purged by the church to prevent anyone from trying to resurrect him after they killed him, or be in the possession of the vampires who are not exactly welcoming to outsiders, especially one who just killed their newly resurrected king. However, after exhausting various avenues and failing to find concrete information, Drake shared something with me that seemed logical and simple. Irina, what exactly did Drake tell you? Issei, I believe it would be best for Drake to explain. After Issei said that, the boosted gear materialized on Issei's left arm, through which Drake began to speak. Drake, as Issei mentioned, he made efforts to uncover information about Dracula. However, the scarcity of substantial details or the deliberate concealment of information regarding him complicates matters. Nonetheless, there is a simpler answer to this mystery. Ross, why so? Really, how so, Drake? Drake, firstly, it is essential to recognize that even among the devil race, there exist abnormalities that have propelled certain individuals to become part of the top strongest beings. We have instances of Yasaka and Sirzechs, both of whom can be considered super devils with power rivaling that of god-class beings. They hold the 7th position in the top ranking. Irina, I'm not sure I follow you, Drake. At this point, Ravel interjected, grasping the implications of Drake's explanation. Ravel, are you suggesting that Dracula, being an anomaly among his own race of vampires, could have attained a similar status? Drake, precisely. It is highly likely that Dracula, like Yasaka and Sirzechs, possessed the potential to emerge as an extraordinary vampire, surpassing the limits set by his race. This could classify him as a super vampire, similar to Sirzechs and Yasaka, who achieved a new height of power within their race, leading to the creation of a new classification of super devils. It's fair to assume that Dracula falls into a comparable category, which is why I gave him the name of super vampire, capable of reaching the same strength level as god-class beings and dragons. Dracula's former rank as the 8th in the top ranking during his lifetime attests to his exceptional power and potential. However, don't think that bringing him down was easy for the church. They used several holy relics along with a massive force comprised of vampire hunters, exorcists, and angels. Alongside the personal army of the church, they eventually defeated him, but at a grave cost that resulted in the destruction of multiple holy relics. They also sustained massive losses, wiping out approximately 8% of their entire forces after that fight. The church had the advantage of using the very element that harmed him the most, the holy element, specifically relics that are heavily imbued with that element, but it still took more than one to bring him down. Let that be a testament to his true might and strength, and how he earned the title of 8th in the top rankings. However, that was the level of power he was at when he was killed. But the Dracula we fought had his power somehow boosted to the level of being on par with the strongest being in the top, not to mention he was somehow made immune to the very element that killed him the first time, which was the holy element, so holy attacks were ineffective against him. How that was able to be done, either my partner nor I have been able to discover how they were able to accomplish that, nor what they used to increase his power to that extent, along with the assumption that he was resurrected quite recently, making me doubt he could have trained himself to the point of reaching that level of power, nor do I believe he could obtain that power on his own. This leads both me and my partner to assume that something was augmenting his power and boosting him. We truly were fighting a monster on such a scale that, if my partner had not fought him and had let him go about his business, he would have laid ruin to everything in his path in the quest to find that Leviathan girl. After Ravel, Rosweiss, and Irina processed Drake's words, they were visibly shocked to learn that Dracula, the foe Issei had fought, had been boosted, in some unknown manner, to match the power of the 5th strongest during their battle. They also learned that Issei had come dangerously close to losing his life in the fight, barely managing to emerge victorious. After a moment of silence, Ravel was the first to speak up. Ravel, Issei, that was utterly reckless of you. The only reason you managed to win was because of your luck. You need to stop this. Your luck will eventually run out. And I'm terrified for that day. Irina, I agree with Ravel, Issei. I'm glad that you're alright, but you can't just throw yourself into dangerous situations like that. You have indeed grown stronger. And I do understand that if you didn't fight him, he would have gone looking for unveiled and would have found himself in Kyoto. I know how much you care for your loved ones, and you wouldn't let any of them get hurt, but I still think there should have been a better way for you to handle this. Nevertheless, I'm just glad you're okay, Issei. Issei, Ravel, Irina, I'm sorry for worrying both of you, but it's in the past now. I didn't have a choice regardless. It was either fight him or let him go looking for unveiled, who I just rescued. If the Cow's Brigade or this unknown organization were to get their hands on her again, there's no telling what they would have done to her. I would not have allowed that to happen, especially considering the people I care about and entrusted her safety to. They would also be in danger if I let him go looking for her in the place I consider my new home and family. I understand what I did was reckless, but I regret nothing. It may have been luck that I won, but I still won and learned lessons from that fight. I've only grown stronger to prevent another close call like that, and I'll continue to grow stronger to protect the ones I love, no matter what it costs. Raswise Issei, I think the best thing you said showed me that no matter how much time has passed and how much you've changed, your kind-hearted nature remains. You're still that boy who would easily sacrifice his own life to save the ones he cares about and the innocent. It makes me truly happy to hear that. I am also glad that you made it back safely. That being said, it is indeed intriguing to consider the similarities between Dracula and the super devils, who stand as anomalies within their respective races. This suggests that there may exist individuals within other races who possess the potential to attain such extraordinary powers under the right circumstances. Yasaka, my love, it's great to hear that you see me and everyone else here as family, and we see you in the same light, my little red fox. But getting back to the topic at hand, it certainly seems that trouble is brewing. You mentioned that Dracula's power was increased somehow, not to mention that upon his resurrection he was somehow made immune to the very element that killed him the first time. Do you have any insight into what exactly could have been used to increase his power during the fight, and what could have made him immune to an element that is the natural weakness and highly effective at killing vampires? Issei, unfortunately, I do not have the answer to that question at the moment. Sun Wukong has been really insistent on training me rigorously, leaving little time for me to investigate other matters. He has been quite vocal about expressing his displeasure with my decision to enter a fight with Dracula using a newly acquired form that I had unlocked just a month prior. According to him, I had only tapped into about 2% of its potential, as I misused and misunderstood the full extent of releasing the 6th seal. But to be honest, I had only mastered the 5th seal and had about % control over the power of the 6th seal at that time. Sun Wukong made it very clear that my recklessness and pride put me in real danger. It was only through quick thinking, using the emerald blazing flame to counter Dracula's immunity to holy elements, that I managed to survive. Moreover, my last desperate attack was a reckless move that was heavily criticized by Sun Wukong. He emphasized that it was purely dumb luck that I came out of that encounter with only the damage and wounds I sustained, as it could have been much worse. Ravel, he's right, Issei. Also, I would like to know why you didn't use your balance breaker armor in this fight and instead stayed in your base form and began releasing the seals you've been talking about. And when that wasn't strong enough, you went into this Heavenly King form after you released your TH seal. What is the difference between this new Heavenly King form and your balance breaker armor? Is it an evolution, or something else, and are you unable to use your balance breaker and the seals together for some reason? Issei, I won't argue that Sun Wukong is right about what I did being absolutely foolish and reckless. But I still have no regrets, and I would do it again if I had to. And to answer your questions about the seals and why I didn't use the balance breaker in any of this fight, one reason is that using the balance breaker scale male armor only equates to me releasing 2 of my seals in my base form. As for the balance breaker itself, I've mastered it and can't use the seals while unleashing it. There are a few issues. First, I have attempted it before and it went horribly wrong because when I tried to use the balance breaker scale male armor and started to unleash some of my seals, the balance breaker armor wasn't able to withstand the flow of extra power through it, and it immediately overwhelmed the armor, causing the balance breaker to reset itself. And not only did it cause the balance breaker to reset, but the overflow of power also caused damage to my body. It's not anything permanent, but it did demonstrate how the seal releasing and the balance breaker need to be used together right and properly, not just recklessly. Answering your question about the seals, when I became both the dragon and a kitsune, along with Drake merging his soul with mine, I gained not only all of his strengths and powers in his prime, but also the strength I had already acquired at that time, along with the powers and abilities of a kitsune. Both Drake and Yasaka realized that my power was growing at a rapid rate, coinciding with each of my 9 tails growing. However, my body couldn't adapt fast enough without destroying itself. So, to alleviate this problem, we had to divide my power into seals, with each seal coinciding for each tail that grew. For example, we had to put a third seal for the third tail, a fourth seal for the fourth tail, and so on. After my ninth tail grew, we put a ninth seal in place. With the ninth seal, my power seemed to stop rising at that rapid rate. I still have the capability to grow stronger on my own, but it wasn't rising as rapidly due to the new changes of becoming a dragon kitsune hybrid. Since then, we haven't had to create any more seals, but I still haven't fully mastered the 8th seal or the 9th seal. In the fight with Dracula, unleashing all 3 of the remaining seals that I hadn't mastered only gave me a minute of time before it would start doing permanent damage to both my body and soul, due to the power easily ripping me apart, even in my Heavenly King form. That's how much power I have attained, if it gives you an idea. But getting back to the balance breaker armor issue, I have been coming close to a breakthrough in merging the balance breaker and the use of my seals together. This is because I can only access the Heavenly King form when the 6th seal is unleashed. That's why Sun Wukong berated and scolded me for my recklessness, because I had just unlocked that form and only had about % mastery of the 6th seal. But if I am able to properly merge the balance breaker scale mail and my seals together, I could come up with a new form that could be the in-between of my base form with a few seals released, along with the Heavenly King form. Irina, I see, your progress is absolutely mind-blowing. I can't believe how far you've come, and I'm so excited to see how much stronger you can become once you master your final 2 seals. And not only that, but if you're able to combine your balance breaker scale mail armor and your seal release, you'll create a whole new form and become a whole new level of awesome. That's when D-Drake spoke up with pride in his voice, not only as a dragon but pride for his partner, for the strength he's acquired and the potential he has to grow and gain even more strength. Drake, if my partner is able to master the last 2 seals, I firmly believe he has the capability to be on par with Shiva, the 3rd strongest in the world, and he could even possibly rival the dragon gods themselves. Upon hearing Drake's statement, everyone was surprised that Issei had that kind of potential and capability to become so strong that he could even rival Shiva, the god of destruction, who is the 3rd strongest, and even the 2 dragon gods. They were all amazed, including Yasaka, who had a better grasp of how strong her little red fox was, but was still amazed and proud to know how strong he could possibly become and the levels of strength he can reach. That's when Rosweiss spoke up. Rosweiss, honestly, that's amazing from the boy that I knew 8 months ago, who I always knew could break any limit that was in front of him. I could have never imagined, after hearing what happened to you in the Orc Club room, thinking you were dead, only for you to return 8 months later with a whole new level of power, not to mention all the changes you've gone through. To hear that you became stronger after having to remove your evil pieces and becoming a Kitsune dragon hybrid, that allowed your power to increase exponentially to the point you had to even seal away some of your power because your body couldn't handle all that enormous power within you. And now, to hear Drake talk about how you have the potential to even rival Shiva, the god of destruction, the 3rd strongest in the world, and even rival the dragon gods, this is quite incredible. You have gone through so many changes. I'm so happy to know that with all this power, you have not been corrupted or devoured by the power you obtained. You've maintained your good-hearted nature. You are truly a one-in-a-lifetime individual to meet, and I'm glad I have the privilege to be around you. Issei, I appreciate your kind words and honesty, Rose. I realized that a few months ago, I heavily relied on my boosted gear and lacked maturity. However, my circumstances have changed drastically. With the guidance and training from my master, Sun Wukong, along with Yasaka teaching me to harness and use the power of Senjutsu, I am making significant strides. Although I do not consider myself a master yet, I have incorporated my dragon aspects with Drake's teachings, and Yasaka and Sun Wukong have helped me harness and master my Kitsune abilities. I have also delved into extensive studies, exploring new magical techniques and spells. Looking back, I can confidently say that I have come a long way. The fight against Dracula was humbling, as it taught me the importance of caution, not underestimating my opponents, and not overestimating my own power and strength. Despite the immense challenges, I have no regrets. It was necessary to protecting Veiled, Yasaka, Kunu, and all the other innocent lives that would have been threatened by Dracula. Having a being like him alive and running around this world again would have only endangered more lives, so he needed to be eliminated once and for all. I fully intend to find out who and what this other organization within the Chaos Brigade that is really pulling the strings behind everything that's going on is, as well as their plans. I want to know why they are resurrecting long-dead figures like Dracula, making them stronger and immune to their fatal weaknesses, and what their main goal is in all of this. Irina, Issei, it would be wise to inform the faction leaders about what you have learned and the considerable strength you have gained. They should be made aware that there could be another faction within the Chaos Brigade that could be the real masterminds behind everything. Along with that, they are bringing back beings such as Dracula and possibly other ones they have already resurrected. Additionally, they may be making them even stronger by some unknown means. This poses a serious threat not just to the Alliance and the factions within it, but to all supernatural beings. Their plans, whatever they may be, could also have drastic ramifications for the human world. Ravel, yes, I have to agree with Irina. Holding this kind of information will only be detrimental to the Alliance and everyone else. They should be aware of the revival of very dangerous beings and the fact that the Chaos Brigade might not even be the real threat they're facing. There may be somebody else pulling the strings. Rosswise, I completely agree. Considering that our adversaries are resurrecting ancient foes like Dracula and are able to increase their strength, making them immune to something that could weaken or kill them is definitely a very dire and terrifying thought. The fact that our enemies are able to bring back long-dead gods or other beings to help fight for them is concerning. It is crucial that the faction leaders are informed of this development. Suddenly Yasaka cleared her throat and spoke up, her voice ringing out with a calm and composed tone gathering everybody's attention. Yasaka, now, everybody, I believe my little red fox knows exactly what he's doing. Out of everybody here, he knows all too well the serious threat that the Chaos Brigade poses, along with this unknown organization within it. I do not think he will withhold this information from the Alliance, but right now, we do not have enough information to say, other than the fact that the Chaos Brigade has been bringing back beings like Dracula and making them stronger. This is a serious threat, but worrying about things we do not have enough information about does no good for any of us. I assure you all that I have full confidence that he most likely intends to call for a meeting of the Alliance to relay this information and more. So, I believe that there is no reason to continue worrying about something we can't stop at this exact moment, and have very little information regarding their objectives and goals. But I think it would be best for all of us to retire for the night. We all have a big day tomorrow, considering it's finally time for the broadcast my little red fox intends to give to everyone in the underworld, to explain what happened. So, I believe it would be best for all of us to start heading to our rooms and calling it a night. Her words resonated with everyone in the room, prompting nods of agreement. They realized there was no reason to panic over something they lacked sufficient information about. With renewed enthusiasm, they rose from their seats and began making their way back indoors, eager to recharge for the eventful day that awaited them. Isn't that right, my love? Issei, she is right, girls. But to calm everyone's nerves and put all of you at ease with your thoughts, I do intend to inform the Alliance about what I've learned regarding the Chaos Brigade. I intend to call for a meeting after the broadcast to inform them of everything, so there's no reason to worry. But my beautiful golden fox is right. We have a big day tomorrow and we're all taking part in this. So I believe it would be best for everybody if we all head to bed and rest because we have a big day tomorrow. After the girls were reassured that Issei intends to inform the Alliance of everything he has learned and his own new strength, they felt at ease. They all began to get up, realizing that both he and Yasaka were right. Tomorrow is going to be a big day, so they all began heading inside to go to bed. However, that's when Unveiled mustered the courage to stop Issei and ask him something. Yasaka, seeing this, made sure to give Unveiled and her little red fox the privacy they needed. Yasaka looked over at Unveiled with a supportive smile that communicated to Unveiled that she had her blessings and patiently awaited the outcome of their conversation. Softly, Unveiled spoke up, addressing Issei. Unveiled, I see. Can we talk? There's something I want to ask you. Issei, sure. What's on your mind? Unveiled took a moment to gather her thoughts before speaking. Unveiled, I have something important to confess. Issei reached out and held her hand, sensing her nervousness. He wanted to offer support and put her at ease. Unveiled took a deep breath and finally expressed her feelings. Unveiled, I see. I've fallen in love with you over the past 2 months. I've had the chance to spend a lot of time with you and see what an amazing person you are. You've shown me that I have value beyond what others saw me as, and for that I'm grateful. And being able to spend time with you has been one of the happiest periods of my life. You've helped me open up and trust people again. The connections I've made with you and the others feel like family to me. I genuinely love you, and I want to be a part of your life. I understand that I may not be the main girl in your harem, as Yasaka holds that place. But I know that it won't affect how you love me or anyone else. Your love is unwavering. So, will you accept me as your wife and one of your mates? Issei unveiled. Ever since I first saw you when I rescued you from that facility, I've felt a strong connection with you. I didn't know what it was at the time, but something about you drew me in. You made me feel comfortable, and you've helped me overcome my lingering trauma. You've shown me that it's okay to love again and open my heart to others. I'm grateful not only to you, but also to everyone else who has supported and helped me, like Yasaka, Kunu, Kirara, and Kuroka. I appreciate all that you've done for me, and I want to make you my wife and partner. I want you to know even though Yasaka is the alpha in the group, it won't change how I feel about any of the girls who have my heart, including you. I will love all of you equally. I love you, my ocean princess. 9. Unveiled felt tears welling up as she realized that the man she had developed feelings for was reciprocating them. Unveiled, say I love you too. I want to be with you always, and I don't want to go back to the devils who would only use me for my sacred gear. They would only use me as breeding stock to rebuild the Leviathan clan or for my sacred gear, but I don't want that. All I want is to be with you. I am willing to give up my title as Leviathan to be with you, but I won't go back to the devils. Issei comforted her, ensuring her that he would never allow her to return to such a fate. Issei, don't worry, I will never let you go back to the devils. The council treated you unjustly, reducing you to a mere tool or possession. To me, you are so much more. And tomorrow, when the announcement is made, everyone will know that you are under my protection and the protection of the Yokai faction. And if you are willing, you can also become one of my mates. But I promise you, no harm will ever come to you. Unveiled, yes, I want to be with you forever. I accept being your mate. These past 2 months, you have helped me break free from my shell and see myself as more than just a tool for my sacred gear. I love you, Issei. Issei, I love you too, Unveiled. I'm grateful to have you by my side. You are my loving ocean princess. I adore and cherish you. Unveiled blushed at the pet name and suggested her own special name for Issei. Unveiled, can I call you my dragon knight? Issei, you did come into my life like a brave, valiant knight to save me and free me from my captors like I was a princess stuck in a tower. It's a very fitting name for my knight. Issei smiled, understanding the significance of the nickname she had chosen. Issei, I understand, and I love the name. It's something special between us. Unveiled nodded, feeling a deep connection as she spoke her chosen name for him. Unveiled, I'm glad you like it, my dragon knight, because it reminds me of how you saved me that day. The day I will never forget and the day I cherish because I got to meet you, my knight. After a sweet, Issei and Unveiled spent some more time together before parting ways for the night. Unveiled went to sleep with a content smile, knowing that Issei loved her back. Meanwhile, Issei returned to his room with Yasaka, who had a mischievous smile, wondering what would happen after Unveiled confessed her feelings to him. Issei, you probably already know, my golden fox. She confessed her feelings for me, and I reciprocated. We've been together for months and it became clear that we love each other. Thanks to you, Kunu, and her, I've learned to open up and love again. Yasaka, that's great to hear. By the way, she found out that I'm pregnant. It's good to know that she'll be part of your harem, as I've started seeing her as a sister during these last few months. We both love the same man. But there's something else you should know. The Shinto Pantheon has requested a meeting with you. Issei, when do they want to have the meeting? Yasaka, they want to meet a day after the broadcast. They think you'll be busy after that, so they want to discuss your broadcast and other matters. They also want to watch the broadcast tomorrow. Issei, it seems there may be an issue. I assume you will be there so they can properly watch it. Yasaka, of course, plus Lady Amaterasu would like me to talk to her about some things. Nothing serious, it's just girl talk because even goddesses like to gossip, hehe. Issei felt nervous sweats on his forehead, not because he was meeting the legendary Shinto Trinity, but because he couldn't stop thinking about Yasaka, his stunning mate, gossiping with Lady Amaterasu, the goddess of the Shinto pantheon. That single thought sent a shivers up his spine. Issei, alright, love, let's head to bed. Yasaka, wait a sec, aren't we forgetting someone? Issei looked confused, wondering who Yasaka was talking about. He looked at his beautiful golden fox with curiosity. Issei, who might that be? My enchanting vixen. Yasaka, Ravel, come in. Ravel entered the room wearing a blue nightgown, with her hair down instead of in its usual style. Ravel, hey, I see. I thought I could join you and Yasaka tonight, since we're getting married soon. If Yasaka doesn't mind sharing you, I know she can be a bit possessive over you. Issei, no problem, my beautiful phoenix. Yasaka, do you have any objections? You're the alpha of our little harem, after all. Yasaka, none at all. I actually invited Ravel here. And I guess I can share my little red fox with the sweet and loving phoenix since she genuinely loves you. Also, Ravel, don't act like you're not possessive of him too when it's just the two of you. Issei, alright, ladies. No need to start fighting over me. I love all of you equally, and that will never change. Now let's head to bed because we have a big day tomorrow. After that, Yasaka and Ravel climbed into bed with Issei. Ravel was on his right, and Yasaka was on his left. Issei then released his fox ears and 9 red fox tails, using them to draw both women closer. Ravel felt a sense of comfort and affection as she nestled into his tails, feeling his loving warmth. Yasaka's tails intertwined with his other tails, and she embraced him tightly. Eventually, they all drifted asleep, sporting serene and content smiles, knowing they were truly loved and cherished. But before falling asleep, Issei admired his beautiful mates, realizing how lucky he truly is to have them and relished in the profound happiness that he felt at that moment. He then closed his eyes gently, drifting into a peaceful sleep, feeling profoundly loved. I updated this because I noticed that there was missing dialogue towards the end of this chapter. That's why I unpublished it, and then republished it after finishing fixing it, adding the dialogue, and tweaking a few more things here and there. This story has the highest word count of any story I have written up to this point for a single chapter. Also, I did not think the second half would be so easy to fix and finish, so it is done today. If I had known that, I would have uploaded them together as they were originally supposed to be. But oh well. Also, a big thanks to Issei_Lucifer for the help. This was a big chapter, and thanks to him for helping me go through it and fix any grammar and dialogue issues. There might still be some errors here and there, but for the most part, I'm happy with the story. I can't thank him enough for the help. The total word count is, hope you enjoy the fully completed chapter and final part of the truth comes out. I feel like the build-up to this is very well worth it, and the payoff shows in the chapter itself. The day of the broadcast. Issei, unveiled and Carrara, the day has finally arrived. Are you two ready for what's about to happen? Once we do this, there will be no turning back. Not only will we be exposing ourselves to potential danger, but also the Yokai faction as a whole. We may face retaliation from those affiliated with the Council and even the Cow's Brigade. Carrara, I understand the risks involved, but I'm driven by the desire for justice and to free the few remaining Nikomata and Nekisha from the Devil's control. They need to be returned to the Yokai faction, wouldn't you agree, my lord, especially after all the gathered evidence that we have obtained? So we can shed light on their crimes. Issei, of course, that's exactly what I want, and that is exactly what will happen. Mark my words on that, Carrara. There is no negotiating on this matter, so that is my position when it comes to that. However, just so you're aware, only the members of the Shinto Trinity will be watching the broadcast. Once we release the evidence, they will likely be furious, especially since the Yokai faction has a close relationship with the Shinto pantheon. Carrara, perfect. Let the gods of the Shinto pantheon exhibit their divine wrath on those who committed these atrocities against our people. Issei, also, unveiled, I want you to know that once you make yourself known to the public, you won't be a part of the Devil faction anymore, and I know you wouldn't want to go back to the Devils anyway after what you've already experienced. And I intend to keep my word to you and protect my beautiful ocean princess. You won't be subject to their control ever again. And if anyone has an issue with that, they can address it with me or the Shinto pantheon. And I'm sure they would support me on this. Unveiled, I'm happy to hear that and to know I have your protection, my Dragon Knight. I would rather not be a part of a faction that secretly sold me off to a terrorist organization for their sinister motives and treated me as nothing more than a tool to help further their goals and ambitions, likely using me as breeding stock to rebuild the Leviathan clan. Carrara, besides that, what else do you have planned? I'm concerned about the details surrounding my mother Marguerite's captivity and the horrifying experiments conducted on her over the years. And how do you intend to rescue her so she can be present for the broadcast? Issei, after receiving the information you gave me a few days ago about where Magari is being held in a council-controlled facility, I promptly contacted Vale along with his team and started forming a plan for him and his team to break into the prison and rescue her. Once they've accomplished that, They will rendezvous with Azazel and make their way to the Leviathan mansion. They're already in the midst of the rescue operation, so we can expect to see them and Magari in the Leviathan mansion soon, a little after we arrive ourselves. Unveiled, it's great that she's being rescued as we speak. More importantly, she will be there to reveal the Council's crimes herself. Just like how I'm looking forward to doing the same by presenting the evidence I have regarding the Council's misconduct towards me and their collaboration with the Chaos Brigade's old Satan faction. I only wish I could see their faces as they watch the broadcast, while I reveal and start explaining all the misdeeds and crimes they've committed against the Alliance and the Devil faction itself. Kirara, and don't forget about all the evidence we've gathered, with Kuroka's help, in discovering Lord Nibirius' laboratory. This was crucial for finding the information needed to clear her name, and also provided us with evidence of their horrific experiments and other deeds. As long as the devils are willing or forced, if necessary, to return the Nekasha and Nikomata to the Yokai faction, where they rightfully belong, we will have achieved our goal. I believe you mentioned asking Ajuka to devise a safe method for removing the evil pieces from someone, right? Issei, yes, that's correct, Kirara. When I last spoke to Ajuka, he mentioned he should have a method ready for trial testing soon. That conversation was 2 days ago, so he might be close to a breakthrough or already conducting trials. Once they are freed from the devil's control, there will be no risk of them being labeled as strays or turning into mutated beasts. They'll receive the care and protection they deserve when they return to the Yokai faction, free from the evil pieces. Unveiled, that's excellent news. It's reassuring to know we're taking necessary steps toward justice for the Yokai. Kirara, yes, indeed, we will give justice for the Yokai, but I'm honestly eager to meet Vala. I've heard he's quite handsome and might just be my type, she said, licking her lips. Issei, laughing, good luck, Kirara. Just remember, Vala is obsessed with battling. Kirara, worry not, Issei. I have my ways of engaging with his battle mania. He'll find the challenge he seeks with me, that's a promise. Issei, recalling a night with Yasaka, felt a nervous sweat form. Let's not delve into that. Just keep Kunu away from your plans and conduct them far from where we are, so we're spared the details. Kirara agreed, but I insist on having his room next to mine. Switching topics, has Yasaka departed for the Divine Realm to meet with the Shinto Trinity and Lady Amaterasu? Issei, yes, his room will be next to yours. And indeed, Yasaka has left for the Divine Realm. Ravel, too, has left to prepare for the broadcast with her family. Irina, Raswise, and Kunu are with Yasaka. But we should head out soon. The broadcast starts in just over minutes, and we still have preparations to finalize. Are you ready? After Unveiled and Kirara nodded, a teleportation circle enveloped them in a bright red light, transporting them to Seraph's office in the Leviathan mansion, where they appeared before Seraph as she was finishing her paperwork. Before heading to the ballroom to help with the final preparations for the broadcast, she noticed the teleportation circle appearing in her room and saw Issei and 2 unfamiliar women stepping out from where the light disappeared. Issei, hello, Seraph. Seraph, oh, I see, it's good to see you again. I've been curious to catch up and see how you've been doing. Seraph's warm greeting to Issei was abruptly interrupted when she sensed a familiar power she recognized all too well, that of a descendant of Leviathan. Her attention immediately shifted from Issei to one of his guests accompanying him. She quickly redirected her gaze back to him, her serious demeanor taking over. Seraph, Issei, why do you have a descendant of the original Leviathan with you, and how long have you been hiding her? Issei could sense Seraph's frustration, anger, and concern. He understood that this could escalate quickly, so he decided to keep things under control by sending her a message. He radiated some of his power to Seraph, regardless of her status as a Leviathan, to show her that neither he nor his companions would be intimidated by her. Issei, alright, calm down. Unveiled will provide the details once the broadcast begins. I recommend that you not lose your temper with me, Seraph. I will not hesitate to defend her at all costs. I have given my word for her protection as the new lord of the Yokai, and as a woman I love, so I highly recommend that you wait a little while longer to get all the answers you seek. Do I make myself clear? He said as he released some of his power, showcasing his authority as both the Lord of the Yokai and the Red Dragon of Domination. Determined to show his seriousness, Seraph was both terrified and enthralled by the amount of power Issei was emanating. It pressured her, instilling a profound dread. She felt chills all over her body, and her primal instincts urged her to flee from the formidable presence before her. Simultaneously, Another part of her was inexplicably drawn to him. Recognizing his undeniable strength made her want to immediately submit herself to him, and let him ravage her body as much as he wants. She knew she stood no chance against Issei's newfound power level, but she was taken out of her thoughts by Issei's voice. Issei, I want to clarify that unveiled is not part of Devil Society, nor does she fall under Devil jurisdiction. As the new lord of the Yokai, she has severed ties with the devils, especially after the council's actions. Having saved her and holding her dear, I vow to protect her under Yokai jurisdiction. I'm ready to address any concerns, including those from Sirzechs, and will not hesitate to prove my capabilities if needed. Please remain calm. Unveiled blushed, touched by her Dragon Knight's defense, while Carrara smirked, amused by the potential teasing material. Serafal, noticing Unveiled's reaction, felt a pang of jealousy, but quickly composed herself, returning to her cheerful demeanor. She consciously curbed her power, realizing her attempt to intimidate Issei was misguided. Serafal, all right, Issei-kun, I understand. Your strength has evidently grown, and your aura was quite imposing. I'm eager to hear about your advancements and any changes in your character. Issei, seeing Serafal's relaxed state, withdrew his aura, reverting to his positive demeanor. Issei, thank you, Serafal. Indeed, I've grown, but I've also learned that strength alone doesn't guarantee invincibility. I've faced challenges that have humbled me. Now, allow me to introduce my companions properly. This is Carrara, a Nekashu, and Unveiled, a descendant of Leviathan. Serafal, so, the person under your protection, holding crucial information against the council, is Unveiled. Issei, yes, that's her. I couldn't disclose this sooner for her safety. It wasn't a matter of trust, but ensuring her security and that of others. The fewer people knew, the less risk there was of her being targeted. Serafal, I understand. It was a wise decision. In these matters, caution is paramount. And Unveiled, you're a blend of human and devil, correct? I'm Serafal Leviathan, one of the 4 devil kings. It seems you have important revelations for the broadcast, right? Unveiled, greetings, Lady Serafal Leviathan. It's an honor. Yes, I have significant information about the council's misconduct to disclose. You're correct, my mother was a human and my father was a devil. Serafal, interesting. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Unveiled, and Carrara, a Nekashu, right? It's rare to meet one of your kind. Welcome, Carrara. Hello, Lady Serafal. Yes, I am a Nekashu. Unfortunately, there are not too many left of us, thanks to those Devil Council bastards, she said, full of rage. Then she was silenced by Issei when he raised his hand. Issei, Carrara, calm down. I understand the hatred you feel, but now is not the time to let it out. Serafal, please refrain from asking any further questions and just wait until the broadcast. You will get most of the answers you need and more. Serafal understood the pure vitriol and hate Carrara set upon uttering the Devil's Council's name, realized it should be left for the broadcast to announce. However, she also felt a sense of dread building up, realizing the severity of the revelations that could be revealed. Serafal not only feared what Issei knew but also what Unveiled and Carrara knew, causing her unease. She realized the true magnitude of what this broadcast was. It was not just Issei revealing what happened months ago, but also the truth of what he has uncovered, along with what these girls know. Serafal gulped nervously before she spoke. Serafal, I understand, Issei-kun, and my apologies, Carrara, for bringing that up. Carrara, hearing her apology, just decided to turn her head and ignore her and face the other direction, walking a little bit away from the group. Unveiled, I'm sorry, Lady Serafal. Carrara is not the friendliest to people she doesn't know. It's a very complicated matter. I apologize for any rude behavior she is showing you. Serafal, no, it's fine. I obviously touched on a sore subject, so it is my fault. I can only apologize even if she doesn't want to hear it. Afterwards there was an awkward silence until Issei broke it. Issei, hey Unveiled, can you keep her company? You know how she gets when she's frustrated and upset. Can you please calm her down for me, my ocean princess? Unveiled, of course, my dragon knight. Lady Serafal, if you will excuse me, I have to go. It was nice talking to you, and I hope we can talk some more later. But before she went to deal with the brooding Nekashu, Unveiled ran up and gave Issei a quake on the lips before heading towards Carrara. Serafal was speechless for a second after seeing Unveiled, the last descendant of the Leviathan clan, the man that she also started to have feelings for. She snapped out of shock and asked him a question. deciding to tease him to lighten up the atmosphere after that tense interaction with Kirara. Serafal, oh I see Kuin, I see you're increasing your harem. And you even got yourself one of the last descendants of the Leviathan clan. I think after this broadcast and our meeting with the Alliance leaders, I'm going to cash in that favor you promised me. Issei chuckled at her response, showing his more light-hearted nature. Yeah, you could say that. It's kind of a long story, I'll explain it to you later. And of course, I'll keep my word to you, whatever it is. As long as it's in my power, I will fulfill it for you. Also, sorry about Kirara's cold attitude towards you. There's a reason behind it, but it's not my place to talk about it. It's her story to tell. So let's leave it at that for now, Serafal. But let's change the subject. Have you figured out a new name for my show? Upon hearing that, Serafal's mood immediately uplifted at the change of topic. Serafal, yes, I see Kun. We believe we have come up with a new name for your show. Serafal, we have decided on the new name for it from a paid dragon show to the heroic Kitsune dragon. Issei, I like that name. It's perfect. Also, I'm assuming everything has been set up for the broadcast by you and your sister's peerage prior to everyone else arriving. Serafal, oh yes, my sister and her peerage have been instrumental in the preparations for the broadcast. They have worked diligently alongside members of the Phoenix clan to ensure everything goes smoothly. The Phoenix clan has been particularly helpful in arranging the broadcast in full and ensuring we have the necessary coverage. They have also generously provided their personal guards to enhance the security of the event, complementing the guards stationed at the Leviathan mansion. I assumed you were protecting someone for their safety, so we've bolstered security for their arrival. This way, we can avoid any potential issues. And yes, they have also played a crucial role in securing the remaining control of the Issei dragon and handling other logistical aspects of your show. Ravel, in particular, has shown incredible skill and expertise in setting everything up and managing the presentation. She's been a great asset, working tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure everything is ready for the broadcast. So yes, we're all quite busy, with a little over minutes before the broadcast starts. Issei, that's good to hear. But Serafal, could I ask you a favor? Could you please keep Kirara and unveiled with you? I trust you to keep them safe in case something happens. I'm not taking any chances, so their safety is my top priority. Could you do that for me while I meet with the other leaders also? Could you keep them away from the others? Just wait outside the ballroom where the broadcast is being held. If I'm not there minutes before it starts, have Kirara come and get me, so we can enter together. This way, you won't be bombarded with unnecessary questions, and I can quickly address anyone trying to ask what you did upon seeing unveiled. Serafal, I understand, and you can count on me, I see Kun. I'll ensure their safety and keep a close eye on them until the broadcast begins. Issei, thank you for understanding and taking care of them. One more thing, do you know where your sister and her peerage, along with Ravel, are at the moment? Serafal, Sona and her peerage are currently setting up the room for the broadcast. They're arranging the lighting, cameras, and audio equipment. The tables and chairs have been positioned to accommodate all attendees. Ravel is coordinating with Devil TV and news stations to ensure they can receive the signal and broadcast the event. She's also making arrangements for Heaven and the Norse Pantheon, who are part of the Alliance, to view the broadcast and learn about the Council's transgressions and everything else you intend to reveal. These transgressions could significantly impact Alliance factions. Before you arrived, Yasaka contacted Ravel to ensure she could watch the broadcast in the Divine Realm with the Shinto Trinity, even though they're not officially part of the Alliance yet. But hopefully, after resolving the issues stemming from Rias' actions with your help, they'll be inclined to join the Alliance. We can address that after this is all over, of course. Issei, I see. I expect nothing less from Ravel and Sona. They're the kind of women who, when given a task, complete it with utmost diligence and perfection. If that's everything, I'm going to see who else has arrived and speak with other Alliance members. Serafal, okay, I see Kun. Just a reminder, the broadcast will take place in the main ballroom of the Leviathan mansion. You have about minutes before we start. If I don't see you minutes before it begins, I'll send Kirara to fetch you so we can enter together. After all, you're the main attraction. Issei nodded in acknowledgement of Serafal's words and began to explore the Leviathan mansion to see who else had arrived. That's when he encountered Ajuka and his niece, Latia, conversing in the hallway. Ajuka noticed Issei and gestured for him to join them, drawing Latia's attention. She immediately became nervous and sought refuge behind her uncle, striving to compose herself. It was evident that she was unprepared for the changes in Issei, and found him even more appealing. Ajuka Issei, it's wonderful to see you again. I hope all is well. I have my niece, Latia, here with me. She's been looking forward to meeting you. Issei, hi Ajuka, good to see you too. I have a moment, so I'd love to meet Latia. Ajuka, fantastic. Latia, come here, please. Latia Astaroth approached Issei confidently, eager to make a favorable impression and highlight her unique qualities. Meeting the renowned hero of the underworld was significant for her, as she admired Issei and respected his many achievements. Her amber eyes sparkled with anticipation, and her elegantly styled long blonde hair with vivid blue tips enhanced her graceful appearance. She aimed to capture his attention with her beauty and personality. Latia, greetings, Red Dragon Emperor. I'm Latia Astaroth. It's an honor to meet you, especially after hearing you accepted my marriage proposal. Your accomplishments are truly remarkable. 9. Issei, sensing Latia's admiration, warmly greeted her and respectfully ate her hand, causing her to blush. Issei, it's my pleasure. I saw this as an opportunity to bring joy to someone who seemed affected by my past. Your uncle mentioned how thrilled you were to learn I was alive, which brought me happiness too. That's why I accepted the marriage proposal. However, I hope our affection for each other will grow naturally over time. Latia was moved by Issei's genuine concern for her well-being. She had anticipated a courteous reply, but his thoughtfulness deeply touched her, intensifying her respect for him. Latia, thank you, Issei. Your kindness and empathy mean so much to me. I look forward to getting to know you better and fostering a relationship built on mutual love and respect. Issei nodded, his heart filled with appreciation for Latia's sincerity. He hadn't expected such a genuine connection to emerge from this arranged marriage. As he gazed into Latia's eyes, he recognized a soulmate, a person who, like him, yearned for a real emotional bond. Issei, Latia, I've made a decision. Ajuka might have informed you, or you'll learn during the broadcast, but I wanted to share that I am a dragon kitsune hybrid. This gives me the ability to sense the emotions others emit. I had reservations about being manipulated again, as happened with Rias. However, your sincerity has allayed my fears. I can tell you're seeking true love and companionship without hidden agendas. You want unconditional love, which I admire and value in you. I'm willing to offer my heart and work towards a fulfilling relationship with you, Latia. Latia clasped Issei's hand, overwhelmed by a mix of emotions: hope, joy, and what felt like love at first sight. She had always dreamed of a relationship based on trust and authentic love. She believed she had found her soulmate in Issei, from his honest words to the genuine look in his eyes that saw her for who she was, not just her appearance. Latia, I couldn't agree more, Issei. I'm committed to making our relationship work. Your openness about your feelings compels me to do the same. I feel as if I've found true love at first sight. I envision a future with you, complete with marriage, a family, and children. I want to stand by your side through good times and bad, not because of your titles, but for the person you are. Issei smiled, his heart responding to her words. He embraced Latia tenderly, surprising her with the depth of his affection. Latia was at a loss for words as he spoke. Issei, Latia, I am confident in our future together. I'm glad to provide the genuine, unconditional love you've longed for. I promise to fulfill all your desires and needs for love. Hearing Issei's vow, Latia responded with equal warmth and affection in her embrace. Then, she gently pulled back to look into his eyes, and in a moment filled with emotion, she eyed him deeply and passionately, taking Issei by surprise. He quickly responded in kind, there a testament to their burgeoning connection. Ajuka observed the scene with a sense of satisfaction and relief. Seeing the immediate connection between Issei and Latia, he felt reassured about their future. He had introduced Latia to Issei, hoping she would find happiness and love, and it seemed his hopes were being realized. Ajuka, Latia, seeing the commitment and love you both have shown in just a few moments, I have no reservations about this union. It's clear you've found love at first sight. However, Latia, are you aware that you won't be the only one in Issei's life? Lady Yasaka holds a special place, but Issei is known for treating all those he cares about with equal love and respect, regardless of their status. If you're comfortable with this, then I wholeheartedly support your relationship and look forward to seeing it flourish. Latia, hearing her uncle's words, gently disengaged from Issei and turned to face Ajuka, her expression serious. Latia, uncle, I am well aware of our society's norms that allow for harems, often leading to the objectification of women as mere tools for men's desires or to boost their status. I've seen many from our upper echelons who wish to add me to their harems, treating me as a trophy or a means to elevate their standing. However, from our brief exchange of words just now, I can already tell that Issei is different. I genuinely sense his care and desire to establish a true relationship with me. He doesn't view me as an object or judge me based on my body or social status. Instead, he seeks to build a meaningful connection based on love and affection. I believe that the other girls, who hold a special place in his heart, also understand this. It doesn't bother me that I might not be the primary girl in his life. I firmly believe that Issei will love me just as deeply as any other girl and will go to great lengths to ensure my happiness and well-being. I am grateful to have found someone with such a generous and compassionate heart, where there's ample room for me. Azuka, I see now. In that case, you both have my full support. Issei, I am truly grateful for the joy you've brought to my niece's life. I trust you will take good care of her and be her protector. Issei, please don't worry, Azuka. I will protect Latia just as I would any of my other companions. She will never feel unloved, exploited, or valued solely for her body or status. I seek genuine love, and if I can offer the same love that I have always longed for, I will be delighted to be with her. I assure you that the other members of my circle will warmly welcome her as a new sister. Latia, you are absolutely right. I see you as a genuine person who seeks love, not for your position or any superficial traits. Regardless of your place in our group, whether first or last, you will be loved equally. There's a place for each of you in my heart, and I am thrilled that you feel you can experience a true and loving connection. I look forward to the future, and the bond that will form between us, and the women who will soon become your new sisters, welcoming you into our family. Latia's heart swelled as she listened to his loving, sincere words. Her cheeks flushed, and she found herself speechless, not realizing tears of happiness were streaming down her face. Azuka and Issei noticed her emotional state and expressed their concern. Azuka, Latia, why are you crying? Is everything alright? Issei, yes, are you okay? Latia wiped her tears, finally understanding the source of her overwhelming emotions. Latia, yes, I'm fine. There's no need to worry, Uncle Azuka and Issei. I was just overwhelmed with happiness and joy. It's new for me to have someone so genuine and open with their feelings in my life. I've often been valued only for my appearance, or what I could offer someone. My emotions just caught up with me. I assure you I'm alright, Azuka, if you're sure. Well, let's go freshen up your makeup before the broadcast starts. It wouldn't be ideal for it to seem like you've been crying, as it might be misinterpreted. Latia, you're right, Uncle. Let's do that now. Issei, I'm looking forward to growing our relationship. I'll see you in the broadcast room after I've touched up my makeup. Issei, I understand. Take your time. I'll see if I can meet with any other leaders. Latia, it's heartening to see that my presence brings you so much joy. I too am eager to strengthen our bond and spend more time together. Feel free to call me Issei, a name I reserve for those close to me or those for whom I have affection. And if you think of a special nickname for me, I'm open to that as well. But for now, I should go and speak with some others. Azuka, I'll see you in the broadcast room too. Azuka, certainly, I'm eager to proceed with our plan. Until then, I'll see you in the broadcast room. Let's go, Latia. After their conversation, both Azuka and Latia walked away to touch up Latia's makeup, disappearing around the corner into another hallway of the Leviathan mansion. Issei took a deep breath, feeling grateful for having met such a remarkable woman and looking forward to the strong bond they would develop. However, his thoughts soon shifted to the plan he had discussed with the leaders beforehand, and the anticipation of its unfolding. Despite his confidence that everything would fall into place, he couldn't shake off the worry that unexpected issues might arise. Lost in these musings, he was brought back to reality by a familiar voice calling out to him, prompting him to turn around. Odin, hey there, dragon boy. How have you been? Issei, oh Odin. It's good to see you again, old man. How have you been? Odin, things have been good, but how is your relationship with Rosweiss? It seems things are progressing well. Her allowing you to call her by her nickname, Rose, is a positive sign. It indicates her trust in you and her openness to letting you into her heart. If she fully opens up to you, my boy, embrace it wholeheartedly. Love is a beautiful thing that can bring people closer together. Good luck, Issei. Issei, haha, I understand what you're saying. You're right, I've changed, and so have my priorities. It doesn't mean my love for boobs has disappeared, it just means I don't feel the need to flaunt it as openly anymore. Perhaps it's because true love from a woman helps a man mature beyond his hormone-driven teenage years, turning him into a real man, you know. I appreciate the compliment, by the way. I've been brainstorming on how to handle the situation with the Ms, aiming for a resolution that reflects well on them. I possess information that could compromise them, but I've devised a plan that should resolve the situation favorably. This plan will not only expose the Council and their cronies but also enable the Devil Kings to reform this broken system, ensuring fairness for all involved. As for my relationship with Rose, I'm hopeful it will deepen. Her allowing me to use her nickname is indeed a good sign. I'm ready to welcome her with open arms if she opens her heart to me. As they were conversing, another familiar voice joined in. Michael Issei, you've always been compassionate, ready to welcome those who genuinely care about you. Your plan, shared with us 2 days ago, was remarkable. I was impressed by its thoroughness and your strategic acumen. Your approach to placing our adversaries in the spotlight, forcing them to confront their actions, showcased your potential as a strategist. I'm amazed at your growth, Issei. Flashback to days ago, Issei's meeting with Odin, Azazel, and Michael. Issei began outlining his plan to Michael, Azazel, and Odin, who were all keen to learn more. He had dedicated considerable time to its development, and had gathered substantial evidence. His investigation covered the Devil Council and the Cow's Brigade, among others. He intended to disclose this information at the post-broadcast meeting and during the broadcast itself. Once Issei concluded, Odin was the first to respond. Odin, you've concocted quite the scheme, Dragon Boy. You've not only thought it through but have also begun its implementation by recruiting the White Dragon Emperor and his team. Their desire to defect from the Cow's Brigade, in exchange for asylum within the Yokai faction under your protection, is a clever move. They'll gather intelligence for us, and in return, they'll have your support, ensuring they cause no further issues for the Alliance. Michael, impressive, Issei. Convincing the White Dragon Emperor, your eternal rival, to align with you is a significant achievement. However, I want to clarify your plan's details. You aim to expose the Council's betrayals, particularly their actions against the Yokai faction and their collusion with the Old Satan faction. By revealing their unauthorized sharing of sensitive information with the Cow's Brigade, you intend to hold the Council accountable, while also pointing out the Devil King's oversight and curbing the Council's power. Your goal is to reform the Devil Society's outdated system, making it equitable for all devils. Have I got that right? Issei, exactly, Michael. My goal is to unveil the Council's wrongdoings and illuminate their crimes against the Yokai, especially the Nikomata and Nekasha. This will expose their collaboration with the Old Satan faction and highlight the Devil King's negligence. Despite their initial ignorance, their inaction points to a lapse in their responsibilities. I aim to show that the current system, staunchly defended by the Council, is flawed and requires reform to ensure justice and equality for all devils, including those of lower ranks. Not all Council members are complicit, but my findings suggest the majority of them are. Nevertheless, when I discuss this with the Devil Kings, they all agree to take responsibility for their actions and mistakes and are prepared to address the Council's errors by overhauling the entire Devil Society to ensure fairness and equality for all devils, regardless of their social status. Michael, your plan is remarkable and comprehensive. It accounts for various scenarios, from minor to significant, and prepares for potential resistance from both external adversaries and internal factions. By removing those who oppose us and our alliance, we can achieve true unity among our members. I'm eager to see what other strategies you have in store. Your tactical and systematic approach will undoubtedly turn the tide in our favor, enabling us to adopt a proactive stance instead of always defending against the Cow's Brigade. Issei, that's part of the plan. I also aim to shift the momentum against the Cow's Brigade, but we can discuss that with all the members of their alliance after the broadcast, when we delve into that topic. Both Michael and Odin were thoroughly impressed and felt proud to see how much Issei had grown and matured, tapping into more of his potential than they had ever imagined. The conversation then shifted when Azazel spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Azazel, I'm impressed by your plan and pleased that Vala and his team approached you to join the alliance under the Yokai faction. This ensures there's no perceived bias on my part, given my close relationship with Vala and the bond one share with you. Supporting their decision to defect from the Cow's Brigade would be indisputable, especially with the information they've gathered that you plan to present at our meeting after the broadcast. Clearly, none of us would challenge a faction uniting both the White and Red Dragon Emperors, especially with one of them as the new lord of the Yokai. Your group is formidable, and I fully back your plan. I appreciate that you're not imposing their inclusion, but seeking my endorsement for their integration into the alliance with the Yokai faction and fallen angels. This arrangement benefits both factions and averts potential conflicts that might arise from their new affiliations. Knowing their dedication to rectifying their past, I wholeheartedly support this initiative. However, I suspect you haven't disclosed everything to the Devil Kings that you've shared with us. Am I right? Issei, you're correct. I didn't reveal my entire plan to the Devil Kings. I chose to keep some strategies confidential to discuss them with other faction leaders. They were already supportive of the plan, and the element of surprise would lend more weight to our presentation. Sharing this earlier would have caused unnecessary uproar. I also didn't mention my hope for your backing when I set forth my terms. Should they resist or object, the Yokai faction, along with the Shinto faction, is prepared for war. I'm seeking your consensus to back me when I make this announcement during the broadcast. It's partly for effect, but it's essential to highlight the Council's errors and underscore the seriousness of the situation. The Devil Kings will need to accept the terms, surprising the Norse pantheon, angels, and fallen angels as well. This gesture will emphasize the gravity of the matter and the Devil King's dedication to peace, preventing another war, and making reparations. Odin, it looks like you've meticulously planned this, Dragon Boy. I see no issue in agreeing to your proposal. This will not only reinforce our alliance, but also bring Vala and his team into the fold. Moreover, it sends a clear message to our foes that you are very much alive and ready to fight. I'm excited about the prospect of going on the offensive against the Cow's Brigade, instead of being constantly on the defensive. I look forward to pushing them back. Michael, I must admit, I find it somewhat concerning that you chose to withhold certain information from the Devils to discuss with us instead. However, I trust that everything else you've shared with us aligns with what you've disclosed to them. As long as you commit to revealing all the information you've gathered after the broadcast, I am willing to support you. Issei, absolutely. Once the broadcast concludes, I'll ensure that all the information I've collected over the past few months is shared with the leaders. This will enable us to devise countermeasures and potential solutions. We'll also explore the possibility of welcoming other factions and pantheons into our alliance. Azazel, it's a bold and well-considered plan, Issei. By bringing the Council's actions to light and suggesting reforms, you're making a strong argument for change. This approach will not only deliver justice for the Yokai faction but also offer the Devil Kings an opportunity to regain trust and restructure the Council in a manner that's more inclusive and transparent, ultimately benefiting all classes within Devil society. Additionally, I'm pleased to hear that your relationship with Vala has improved, possibly evolving into a friendship or even a brotherly bond. Issei, I have to concede, my relationship with Vala has been far from perfect. He's always been obsessed with gaining strength and power. However, recently, we've begun to develop a friendship, and I'm hopeful that our bond will deepen to the extent that we might consider each other brothers. Surprisingly, once you get to know Vala and see beyond his obsession with superiority, you discover he has many admirable qualities. Frankly, our ability to get along might partly stem from the catharsis I experienced in defeating him during our initial sparring sessions. It seems that was necessary to move beyond his past remarks and actions towards me. Azazel, that's fascinating. Regardless, it's encouraging to see you two resolving your differences and finding a way to collaborate. The alliance between the White and Red Dragons marks a significant development. It's an unexpected twist that could illuminate the events shrouded in mystery during your 8-month hiatus. I'm eager to see how your plans unfold, especially regarding the integration of new factions and pantheons into the alliance. These additions will be vital in countering any emerging threats. Odin then interjected, his expression reflecting both intrigue and curiosity. Odin, you certainly have a knack for achieving the unthinkable. I would have never imagined the Red and White Dragons not only refraining from trying to annihilate each other in combat but also forming a friendship. It's an unprecedented scenario. Yet, it appears you've done your homework, Dragon Boy. I commend your commitment and thoroughness. If executed flawlessly, your strategy could significantly impact the future of the Devil race. Michael Issei, I fully support your proposed changes. Your plan has the potential to yield positive outcomes for both the Devils and the Alliance as a whole. Odin, I'm all in, Dragon Boy. I fully endorse your plan and your vision for the future of the Alliance. Azazel, you know where I stand on this, kiddo. You already have my support, but like everyone else, I'm curious about what else you have planned for this broadcast. Issei, feeling grateful for their backing, took a moment to thank Odin, Michael, and Azazel. He recognized the significance of unity and collaboration across factions, believing their joint efforts would lead to substantial improvements within Devil Society. Issei understood that their task extended beyond resolving current conflicts and preventing further discord. It was about laying a solid groundwork for future alliances with additional factions and pantheons. The meeting progressed, with the leaders discussing the nuances of Issei's plan in detail. They examined potential hurdles, seeking solutions to ensure a successful outcome. Each leader contributed ideas and insights, committed to a thorough examination of the plan. Their collective wisdom was pivotal in refining the details of the impending broadcast, which they anticipated would be a pivotal moment for Devil Society and the broader alliance. Confident in their support, Issei believed their concerted efforts would instigate the much-needed changes. End of flashback. Lost in thought about the meeting with Azazel, Michael, and Odin, Issei was jolted back to reality by Azazel's voice. Azazel, it seems I've arrived just in time. However, it's not exactly fitting for a faction leader to be caught daydreaming, is it? Turning, Issei saw Azazel accompanied by Vala and his team, including Lefei, Kuroka, Arthur, and Baika. He was relieved to see Magari safe and sound, rescued in time for this moment. Issei, Azazel, it's good to see. Before he could finish, Kuroka pounced on him, her feline features pronounced as she affectionately nuzzled him. Detecting the sense of Ravel and unveiled on him, she became more possessive, her eyes narrowing with a feline intensity. Kuroka, my love! I've missed you so much. But hold on, are you seeing other girls when I'm not around? Oh, my naughty dragon. Perhaps it's time for me to lock us away in a room just for the two of us during the next full moon, so you can fulfill your promise and help me realize my dream of having our little kittens. Hee. Issei, flustered, tried to explain, but Lefei intervened, magically lifting Kuroka off him. Just as Issei was about to stand, Vala extended a hand, helping him up into a brotherly embrace. Issei, glad to see you're okay, Vala. Wasn't too tough for you, was it? Vala, it was a minor inconvenience at most. But I'm up for another spar anytime. Issei, well, it seems Kuroka has already given me a good beating. Looks like you'll have your own Kuroka to deal with soon. Vala, I managed to fend off Kuroka before. I'm sure I can handle this new challenge. We're dragons, after all. Kuroka Naya. Issei, I take it Kirara told you that she likes Vala. Also, Lefei, put me down. I promise I will not attack him again. Lefei, fine, but if you act up again, I'm putting you right back in the air. After Lefei put Kuroka down and dusted herself off, she spoke to Vala. Kuroka, now Vala, you might have dodged me, but Kirara won't be so easy to escape. She's relentless. And just so you know, she gave Issei quite the challenge during their training sessions. Issei, I appreciate the help in getting my feisty cat off me, Lefei. Lefei blushed at Issei's gratitude and bashfully accepted his thanks. The conversation highlighted the evolving dynamics within their group, hinting at future challenges and the strengthening bonds among them. While Kuroka licked her lips at him with a lustful look after the feisty cat comment, Issei felt a shiver go up his spine but enjoyed the banter. While Vala began sweating nervously, especially when he glanced at Issei for confirmation of Kuroka's statement. Receiving a solemn nod from Issei, even Albion residing within the sacred gear felt a chill run down his dragon's spine, mirroring Vala's apprehension. At that moment, laughter erupted. Both Baiku and Azazel couldn't contain their amusement. Baiku, ha ha ha, it seems the host of the Vanishing Dragon is on the verge of becoming cat food, ha ha ha. Azazel, I must say, Valley, if she managed to give Issei a hard time in his balance breaker during their initial training sessions, she was likely holding back. I'd be wary of what she might do to you when she's truly determined. Here's a bit of fatherly advice, just surrender. She'll get what she wants one way or another. She is a woman, after all. Ha! While Baiku and Azazel enjoyed a laugh at the prospect of Vala's future challenges with his formidable female counterpart, Vala pondered the strength of a woman capable of challenging Issei during their early training. Just then, Issei approached Magari, who looked up at him. She sensed not only his yokai and dragon nature but also recognized him as a kitsune. Issei, hello, Lady Magari. I'm Issei Hayabu, the Red Dragon Emperor. More importantly, I am the new lord of the yokai and mate to Lady Yasaka. Upon hearing this, Magari attempted to kneel in respect, drawing everyone's attention away from their previous conversations to this interaction. However, Issei quickly intervened, preventing her from kneeling. Issei, no, please don't do that, Lady Magari. Even though I am the new lord of the yokai, I am aware of your former position as the leader of the Eastern yokai. I understand that Lady Yasaka assumed leadership over all yokai after integrating the survivors from the East following your disappearance, and the tragic events of that day. There's no need for you to bow to me, especially since I was not present at the time of the incident. Instead, I wish to kneel before you and pledge my commitment. Today, we seek justice for our people. Today marks the day when the yokai will see long-awaited justice served, and the remaining Nikomata and Nekisha will be reunited under the yokai faction's banner. As Issei kneeled before Magari, showing respect and remorse for the former Eastern yokai leader, everyone present was taken aback by the significant change in Issei. This act of humility and understanding towards someone he barely knew, yet recognized the importance of their past and expectations, showcased Issei's growth into a respected leader, strategist, and hero. Magari, touched by Issei's gesture, placed her hand on his shoulder, urging him to look up at her. Magari, my lord, your words and actions mean a great deal to me, both symbolically and substantively. Your efforts to rescue me and your broader plans, though I may not be fully aware of them, speak volumes. As a yokai Nekisha, I can sense your genuine intentions and emotions, and I have every reason to trust and believe in your capabilities. You've earned the respect and affection of my dear friend Yasaka and even my own daughter, who, along with Kuroka, saw fit to train you. Yasaka's decision to make you her mate and the lord of the yokai is something I honor. I have no doubts about your leadership, and I believe Yasaka played a role in your transformation into a kitsune dragon hybrid. I look forward to learning the full story later. But for now, please stand, my lord. A leader of your stature should not kneel. You are destined to guide our faction into a brighter future, ensuring the horrors of the past are never repeated. Please rise. Heeding Magari's request, Issei stood and offered her reassurance, mentioning someone dear to her, Kirara. At the mention of her daughter, Magari's eyes searched the hallway, and upon seeing Kirara, she was overwhelmed with emotion. Magari, Kirara, is that really you, my daughter? Kirara, without speaking, quickly moved toward her mother, tears cascading down her cheeks. She found solace in Magari's embrace, weeping as she clung to her. Kirara, mom sobbed, I missed you so much. I thought I had lost you forever. I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough to do anything. Magari, with the comforting assurance only a mother can provide, gently hushed her daughter, easing her tears. She spoke softly, offering solace to Kirara in her distress. Magari, my dear Kirara, it's all right. You're not to blame, and I can see how much stronger you've become. You have no reason to carry this guilt, my child. I'm here now, and I'm not going anywhere again, that's a promise. Eventually, the mother and daughter managed to process their long-suppressed emotions after their prolonged separation. Yet, they became aware of the onlookers witnessing their tender reunion. They agreed to continue their heartfelt moments elsewhere, at a more appropriate time. At that juncture, Magari shifted her focus to Issei and made a request. Magari, Lord Issei, if it's not too much trouble, I'd like to move to where the broadcast will be held. I'm prepared for this terrible ordeal to end and for the truth to be unveiled. Issei, understanding her urgency, concurred with her request. Issei, certainly, Governor Azazel, All-Father Odin, Lord Michael, Lady Magari, Valley, and your team, let's head to the Leviathan Ballroom for the broadcast. Kirara, were you tasked with gathering us and the other attendees for the broadcast that's about to start? Kirara, having regained her poise and dried her tears, affirmed Issei's query, mentioning that Serafal had dispatched her to gather them as the broadcast was set to begin shortly. Issei understood. Kirara, please lead the way to the ballroom. Everyone, the broadcast will soon commence. Let's follow Kirara to the venue. With a collective nod of agreement, the group commenced their journey toward the Leviathan Mansion's main ballroom, where the eagerly awaited broadcast was to take place. After 5 minutes of walking, the group finally made it to the ballroom where the broadcast was being held. Waiting outside were Unveiled and Serafal. When Serafal finally noticed everyone's presence, she immediately ran up to Issei before speaking. Serafal, Issei, great, you're here, and you brought all the remaining leaders that are supposed to be in attendance. We don't have much time to talk. We have to get in there as the broadcast is about to start in 5 minutes. Just to let you know, it's going to be hectic from what it sounds like from out here. My Sotan and Ravel are finishing up the last of the preparations, so we have to get in there quickly. Issei nodded in understanding and looked at everyone in the group that was outside the room. They nodded back, and he soon put both hands on the double doors and swung them open. He was welcomed by all of Sona's peerage running around, being given orders by their king along with Ravel. Soon, everyone present noticed that the door to the ballroom was opening, and they saw the rest of the leaders and the man of the hour himself, Issei. The devils were also shocked to see who was next to him. It was the SS stray Kuroka, and I could tell that she is a descendant of Leviathan as well. They weren't even able to ask him any questions before he raised his hand and said, "We don't have time. We only have a little time left before the broadcast begins. You guys will have to learn as it starts." All the devils in the room understood the sternness in his voice and just had to agree. They prepared to sit in their assigned seats as Sona briefed the newcomers on where they would be sitting, as well as giving Issei details of what's going on. She also gave him a flash drive with information that she would be given the signal to start displaying on the broadcast screens that would be sent out through all the TVs of the underworld, so they could see some of the information. Sona, alright, Issei, I wish I had more time to go over everything, but I'll sum it up as quickly as possible. Just on some of the information you've already sent me prior, open setup, and you said you had a flash drive you want me to set up. So if you have that, I'll get it put in there so when you give me the signal, I'll start letting somebody information be shown on the screen for all the citizens to see as well. Issei understood, glad to see everything prepared. That's when Ravel rushed over and get Issei. Ravel, hello, love, had to see you make it right before we begin. Issei get her back before he spoke. Issei, you know me, last minute kind of person. Seems like you're all ready to go. You're my hard-working beautiful phoenix, that's for sure. Ravel blushed at his words and compliment before she spoke. Well, of course, somebody has to keep you organized and in line. But don't you direct her attention towards Sona and also speak. Everything is prepared, and I'm ready to hand off everything I've set up to you to the control panel you'll be running with Tsubaki. Sona, excellent. If that's the case, you can go prepare to take your seat at your assigned table, and I'll take it from here. Your help has been appreciated, Ravel. Ravel, of course, and I look forward to when you announce our engagement. My mother and I have already been planning for that. So just be prepared to meet with us to get ready for that and our wedding dance, among other things. I'm going to take my seat now you finish getting debriefed by Sona. With that, Ravel walked away after releasing her on him, and he let her go. She likely turned around in a flirty manner, blew him a, and began heading towards her assigned table. This action made Issei smile. Soon enough, he was snapped back to reality by Sona, who wanted to debrief him with the rest of what was going on. After spending the last few valuable minutes they had before the broadcast began, everyone who needed to be debriefed was, and understood their assigned seating and all the responsibilities that Sona's peerage entailed. They manned the cameras, lighting, and everything else while Tsubaki and Sona were behind the controls as she began to count down before going live. Sona, we are now live in. At that moment, red lights on different cameras in the room indicated that the broadcast had begun. The viewers were now witnessing a room in the Leviathan mansion, filled with numerous tables. The individuals present included the Sirzechs, Ajuka, Seraphal, and Falbium, all seated at one table. Michael, Azazel, and Odin were also seated together at another table. Latia, Ravel, and unveiled occupied a third table. A fourth table had Vala, Lefay, Arthur, and Baiku. Finally, Issei, Karara, Kuroka, and Magari were seated at the last table. Issei, the man that everyone had been curious about, had risen from his seat and started speaking. All the cameras focused on him, the hero whose disappearance had left everyone in shock. It was recently revealed that he had returned to save them, and now many questions would be answered. Today, not only would damning evidence be presented, but many crimes would also be revealed. This moment would bring about significant changes, and the entire Alliance, Underworld, and Yokai faction would bear witness to their leaders' actions, causing shockwaves throughout each of these realms. Issei, greetings, everyone. I understand that some of you may have questions and concerns regarding my sudden disappearance and subsequent return. To stop the attack on the capital city of Lilith, I intend to address these matters and shed light on the events that unfolded during my disappearance. However, before delving into these details, it is crucial that we address more pressing issues at hand. But first, I request that children should not watch this part. Some graphic images and subject matter will be brought up, and I'd rather not have them see that or listen to what I might say. They shouldn't have to see the hero they look up to in this light when they aren't able to fully understand the severity of the situation. But to start, I want to make it clear that I am no longer a devil. I will explain everything in due time. For now, it is important to understand that I have now become a hybrid of dragon and kitsune. Moreover, I have been designated as the future leader of the Yokai faction, making me the new lord of the Yokai. I understand that this news may be overwhelming, and I assure you that I will provide further context in due course. Next, I must raise the matter of the insidious actions perpetrated by the Devil Council and certain council members themselves, which amount to treason. Their acts include the abduction of Nekasha and Nikomata, subjecting them to inhumane experimentation, and ultimately leading to the genocide and decimation of these particular races. Additionally, this council has committed numerous other atrocities that have gone unpunished. It is crucial to note that these claims are supported by abundant evidence, and the testimony of individuals who can verify the truth of these allegations. Additionally, I would like to recognize that the actions of certain individuals within the Devil faction have strained relations with the Shinto faction, who are currently observing the broadcast. They have a significant interest in uncovering the Council's wrongdoings, as they have developed close connections with the Yokai faction. Now, with this introduction concluded, I am delighted to introduce Unveiled, the last living descendant of the esteemed Leviathan clan. Unveiled will offer further insights into the atrocities committed by the Devil Council and their covert schemes to overthrow our society. Issei then sat back on his seat, his hands folded as Unveiled stood up and began to speak. Unveiled, greetings, everyone. I am Unveiled Leviathan, and I understand that many of you may not be familiar with me, which is completely understandable. Allow me to provide some background information about myself. You see, my lineage is quite unique, as my mother was human while my father was a devil. As the last descendant of the Leviathan clan, I carry the weight of preserving my family's legacy. During the Great War and Civil War, a significant number of Leviathans met a tragic demise, leaving me as one of the few survivors. However, due to a rare devil disease I possessed, I was forced into a prolonged period of slumber, unaware of the events unfolding around me. Only a select few were aware of my resting place, including the last living pure-blooded member of my clan. Unfortunately, this individual informed both the Old Satan faction and the Council about my whereabouts. The Council did hold the key to curing my ailment, while the Old Satan faction and Chaos Brigade sought to exploit my abilities, particularly my sacred gear, which had the power to control dragons and possibly even the dragon gods. Fortunately, the hero, Issei Hayadu, also known as the Red Dragon Emperor and the new lord of the Yokai, came to my rescue. 2 months ago, he liberated me from the facility where I was being held and saved me. He has been keeping me safe since, as my life and the safety of others would be at risk due to the Devil Council's exploitation and the Chaos Brigade's sinister plans. He has been my protector, shielding me from any harm that may befall me. I am profoundly grateful for Issei's incredible bravery and kindness. In a world full of people who only wanted to use me and cure my disease, only to sell me off to the very organization that has been threatening the devils and the other factions, he has truly become my savior. If it weren't for him, things could have ended tragically for me. They might have either brainwashed me to do the bidding of those in the Chaos Brigade, or removed my sacred gear by force, intending to use it for their own evil purposes. But Issei stepped in and protected me, ensuring my safety. Issei has been taking care of me because I have made the firm decision to never be a part of the Devil's Society again. The Council has betrayed not only me but the entire Devil Society. They are actively plotting against the Devil Kings, all for their own selfish desires. That is why I refuse to associate myself with them any longer. I say this with absolute confidence and a heart full of joy. I am now under the protection and jurisdiction of the Yokai, more specifically the new Lord of the Yokai and the Red Dragon Emperor, Issei Hayadu. Let me also mention that the Yokai faction holds strong ties with the formidable Shinto pantheon, so they would most likely support Issei in his endeavors. Once Issei returns, he will fill us in on all the details of what has happened since his disappearance 8 months ago, which has also put the Devil's Society on a precarious path towards war with the Shinto pantheon, all due to the actions of Rias. Issei, thank you, Unveiled. As she mentioned, I am here to ensure her safety. It is evident that she is not safe within the Devil's Society, especially after the actions of the Council's devils. Personally, I believe that the current system is flawed and has carried over into a newer era. I find it perplexing that despite my accomplishments, such as my victory over Loki and vanquishing Riser, my status remains unchanged from when I was a mere low-ranking devil months ago. I have a theory as to why the Devil Council has chosen to operate this way. It seems the Council perceived me as a threat because I was inspiring the lower classes, showing them that they too could achieve greatness without suffering under the hands of higher-class devils. In hindsight, their perception may have been justified. Moreover, their recent crimes against other factions and their blatant disregard for punishing higher-class devils, like Diodora, who was involved with the old Satan faction and the Cow's Brigade. He also turned church nuns into devils after having them wrongfully excommunicated, all for his sick fantasy. Then we have the conducting of experiments on yokai, including the Nekasha and Nikomata, before being killed by Lord Nibirius, further displaying the Council's malevolence. They seek to commit genocide against the majority of them, while forcing the remaining survivors into servitude to high-ranking devils. My allegations are not baseless either. I have 3 individuals who can attest to their crimes. If you don't believe me, I'll let them explain everything they have experienced themselves. Kirara, hello, I am Kirara, a Nekashu, and I'm the daughter of Magari. Kuroka, I am Kuroka, widely known among those in the upper echelons of the devil government as the SS rank stray. Magari, greetings, I am Magari, and I am also a Nekashu. Like my daughter Kirara and my fellow Nekashu Kuroka here, we are among the few remaining members of my race due to the atrocities committed by the devils. Just hours ago, I found myself in a secret prison, where I had been subjected to countless years of experimentation. The devils had led me to believe that these experiments were necessary to prevent further harm to my people, but it turned out to be nothing but a lie. Thanks to the new young lord's intervention and the brave team he assembled, I was finally set free and learned the truth. I am eternally grateful to him and everyone who risked their lives to rescue me. The actions of the Council, however, speak volumes about the devil's crimes. Approximately 7 years ago, they attacked our settlements, kidnapped our people, and mercilessly killed many. The atrocities didn't stop there. They have been continuing their gruesome experiments, resulting in the slaughter of countless innocent lives. It's a horrifying sight that I personally witnessed. But I'll let my daughter start things off. Kirara, thank you, Mother. I would like to bring attention to the actions of the Council, who meticulously planned and executed an assault on the East Yokai territories. Their target was the Nekasha and Nikomata yokai races, who comprised the majority of the population in those territories. The Council not only abducted a significant number of yokai, but also mercilessly slaughtered those who resisted their assault. In an effort to conceal their malicious actions, the Council cunningly pinned the attack on a band of renegade devils, while intentionally failing to acknowledge their own participation, skillfully shifting the blame away from the entire devil community. However, it is crucial for everyone to understand that the Devil Kings were unaware of these underhanded schemes until the very end. Although they could have been more alert, it would be unreasonable to place the full blame on them, though they are still not completely without some accountability in this. I just can't, with good conscience, put the absolute blame on the Devil King's shoulders. Nonetheless, I can firmly assert that the Council's strategies were carefully devised to thwart any challenges from the yokai faction. While the Shinto faction experienced significant anger and grief, they did not possess the required evidence to instigate a conflict with the devils, which could have ignited a war. Launching a conflict without adequate proof would have only led to greater casualties among the yokai, Shinto deities, and innocent devils uninvolved in the Council's machinations. Kirara found herself overwhelmed with emotions, seeking solace in her mother's arms as she broke down in tears, the cameras capturing her heartfelt moment of vulnerability. The atmosphere in the room shifted to one of profound silence, yet Issei's demeanor changed. His hands, no longer resting calmly, formed tight fists that drew blood from his palms. Despite her emotional turmoil, Kirara attempted to express the depth of her feelings, grappling with the weight of her heartache. As tears filled her eyes, Kirara's voice quivered, making it hard for her to articulate her thoughts. Her mother, recognizing her distress, was giving her comfort and helping her recompose herself so she could continue, as well as silently assuring her that she wasn't alone in this. In that hushed room, everyone present understood the true gravity of the situation. With a determined yet vulnerable look, Kirara turned her eyes to Issei, signaling her readiness to move forward. Issei then focused on Sona, the operator at the camera station, who pushed a button that illuminated the screen with a haunting visual of a mass grave containing the bodies of Nikomata and Nekashu. This devastating image painfully illustrated the callous disregard shown towards Kirara's people, their remains carelessly discarded in a grave within the barren wasteland of the underworld, denied even a basic burial, left to rot in an undignified manner for years on end. Drawing strength from her outrage and the evidence she had gathered, Kirara continued to speak passionately. With the new lord of the Yokai's support, they had managed to collect samples of yokai remains, leading to the identification of many missing Nikomata and Nekishu who were kidnapped on that night, while also strongly reinforcing their claims against the Council's atrocious actions, which included the massacre, experimentation, and enslavement of her people. The Council's utter lack of dignity, compassion, and respect towards the Nikomata and Nekishu was profoundly disheartening. They had been reduced to mere tools, seen only as playthings or sources of power for the Council's selfish interests. In a moment of overwhelming sorrow, Kirara turned to her mother once more and wept like a child in her mom's embrace, reliving the pain of those haunting images. Issei, filled with a slow-burning rage, felt the same fury he had experienced before, recalling his earlier visit to the pit where the bodies lay. Struggling to contain his anger, he fought to prevent it from spilling over. Meanwhile, Kuroka, witnessing Kirara's distress, seized the moment to share her own experiences and the knowledge she had gathered at that moment. Kuroka, that is not all. The same monster who did that to my race was the reason I became a stray, and was branded as such. That nefarious bastard experimented on my people, including his own peerage. That twisted monster is the reason for my suffering, and I still suffer with those horrible memories and the nightmares that come with it. Issei, if you could, I would like all the Mus present to receive the full documents that we have collected from Nefarious. Along with some of the documents, we should display them on the screen. Issei, still enraged, managed to collect himself and snapped his fingers, opening small portals above where each Mao was sitting. He also signaled Sona to display some of the documents on the screen for those watching. After he snapped his fingers, the portals dropped a document folder in front of each of the Mus. Kuroka yelled at all of them, "Thank you for still being strays and wanting to do something as punishment for what she did to the former lord. By all means, first read the evidence, and everything he's done in his sick, twisted experiments." She also broke down, causing Issei to stand up and run towards her, embracing her while she also broke down like Kirara, leaving behind these traumatic memories, while Issei comforted her. Issei, you can all see the great trauma and heartache the actions of the Council and their wicked deeds have caused. I recommend you read through those documents, and you will see how she was not a stray. She acted like a big sister should, to protect her little sister, Kaneko. If you are watching this, Kaneko, understand that your sister loves you. And just to prove it, I will send you a copy of these documents so you can see how your sister saved you from a terrible fate that most likely would have killed you. He snaps his fingers once more, symbolizing his intent to ensure Kaneko receives the documentation as well. Scene change: the Gremry estate. Rias and her peerage, along with her parents Venelana and Ziaticus, were sitting in the mansion. After hearing Issei's declaration, Kaneko saw a portal appear above her lap, from which a document fell out. It disappeared, and she picked it up. As she began looking through it, everyone in the room turned their attention to her, surprised by the revelation involving their former friend. As Kaneko read through the documents, she began to tear up, covering her mouth with her hand. The tears that initially trickled slowly soon became a deluge streaming down her face. Overwhelmed, she could no longer contain her emotions and got up, running out of the room while crying. "Rias, Kaneko, wait!" Akino stopped Rias from chasing after her, shaking her head in disapproval. "Kiba, should we go after her?" "Asia, we shouldn't leave her alone at a time like this." "Venelana, no, she has just discovered very important information about what happened and why her sister abandoned her. She needs space to process everything she has just learned, in addition to reconciling with the mistakes she and the rest of you made regarding that boy. Therefore, none of you will go after her. Everyone, please stay here. We will continue to watch the broadcast." Everyone nodded, understanding her reasoning, albeit feeling worse for it, but they complied and refocused on the broadcast. Meanwhile, back with Issei during the broadcast, Issei, having comforted Kuroka and reassured her, then turned his attention to where the Maos were sitting, noting the look of horror and disgust on their faces as they went through the files. Issei then spoke up. "Issei Mus, I wish to highlight the gruesome and sickening experiments conducted by certain individuals within this corrupted system. The loss of innocent lives stands as a true testament to the extent of these atrocities. As the most powerful beings of your race, the Devil Kings, You held a position of power but failed to wield it effectively. It's disheartening to witness the betrayal of trust by members of your own race who were meant to be allies. I do not wish to generalize all of you, nor do I harbor any hostility towards those present. However, I must express my profound anger and frustration. Such acts are unforgivable, and I demand reparations. As the Lord of the Yokai, I am prepared to pursue retribution, even if it means declaring war against the devils for their aggression and inhumane acts, all of which have been substantiated by the evidence you've now seen. Before I outline my demands for amends, it's crucial for Magari to share her experiences and insights, as she has yet to do so. Magari, thank you, Lord Issei. Based on what my daughter Karara has revealed, and what I have personally endured, the horror of these events cannot be overstated. Out of respect for those we've lost, I choose not to display those macabre images. However, I can corroborate Kuroka's account. I, too, was subjected to relentless experiments aimed at exploiting our powers for the devil's gain. Despite their assurances, their actions were driven by deceit. I endeavored to lead and protect my people, a role I embraced wholeheartedly, yet I regret my inability to prevent their suffering. Your commitment, Lord Issei, to holding the perpetrators accountable and seeking justice for our people, provides a measure of solace. Though the memories are too traumatic for me to recount in detail, I stand before you, ready to support your cause. Magari then bowed respectfully to Issei, who, having ensured Kuroka's well-being, approached and gently encouraged Magari to stand. Issei Magari, there's no need for you to bow or carry any burden of shame. You acted with the best intentions for your people. The failures lie not with you but with those who betrayed your trust. You have no reason to apologize, and I share in your pain. Rest assured, we will seek justice for our people. Issei then addressed the Maos once more. I have several non-negotiable demands. First, I require detailed information on the devils who have Nekashu or Nikomata within their peerage. I must know how these beings are treated. Should any be found mistreated or marked for death, I assure you, as the Lord of the Yokai, I will intervene personally, regardless of the offender's status. Secondly, to Ajuka, I am aware of your efforts to safely remove the evil pieces without harming the soul. I'd like to know the progress you've made. Ajuka rose to respond. Lord Issei, progress has been significant. With a few more days of testing, I am confident we can remove all evil pieces from the Nikomata and Nekashu in any devil's peerage. They will then be placed under your jurisdiction, Lord Issei. Issei nodded in appreciation and continued the conversation. Issei, I am glad to hear your positive response. Now, moving on to my second demand, upon completion of the process, I kindly request that all evil pieces be removed from their current possessors, allowing them to return under the jurisdiction and protection of the Yokai. It is essential that swift and immediate punishment be administered to those responsible for this heinous act. This includes anyone who may be in the remaining of the 7 pillars, without any hesitation. Whether these individuals were involved in the torture, abuse, or killing of the Yokai, their lives must be forfeit. Furthermore, it is my personal wish that the council members who willingly participated in these atrocities be executed without delay. As compensation for the destruction caused by Lord Nibirius' experiments, I demand the transfer of his land and all associated assets to the Yokai faction. Additionally, I seek the assistance of the devils in retrieving the bodies that were unceremoniously discarded in a hole. It is crucial that we give them a proper and respectful burial. We must also construct a monument to commemorate the atrocities they suffered. These are my terms, and I implore you, Devil Kings, to agree. However, should you refuse, be aware that I will go to war. Keep in mind that I will have the support of the Shinto pantheon, and you will face the wrath of the hero of the underworld. I sincerely hope we can avoid such a destructive path, but I cannot let the slaughter of my people go unpunished, especially after today's revelations. I eagerly await your response. But before I hear what you have to say, I would like to know what the other 3 faction leaders of the Alliance have to say on this matter and their stance on it. Would they stand by the devils, knowing the atrocities that they have just learned, and would they side with them in this war I would have to declare if they refuse my terms, or would they stand by what is right, side with the Yokai, and demand proper reparations, and if not met, would they join my side in this war to ensure that justice is given? After a moment of silence, Odin, Azazel, and Michael rose from their seats, their expressions grave. Azazel was the first to break the silence, his voice resolute yet tinged with reluctance. Azazel, violence and war have never been my preferred path, even since the Great War concluded. I have always found solace in scholarly pursuits and the development of sacred gears. However, in light of the evidence presented today, I cannot turn a blind eye to the atrocities committed against the Yokai. My position is clear. I do not wish for our alliance to dissolve, but rather to pursue our shared goal of everlasting peace. But if a peaceful resolution cannot be reached, and if war becomes the only recourse to attain just reparations and secure justice for the Nekasha and Nikomata races, then I stand with you, Lord Issei, as the leader of the Yokai. The fallen angel faction pledges its full support to your cause. Issei nodded, gratitude evident on his face, before turning to Michael. Issei, and what is your stance on this matter, Michael? Michael, the leader of heaven, spoke with a hint of sorrow in his voice, as he recalled the many injustices he had witnessed. Michael, throughout my tenure as the leader of heaven, I have witnessed countless atrocities committed in the name of my father. There have been instances when we knew of wrongdoing but failed to intervene, a decision we deemed necessary at the time. However, I deeply regret those choices and acknowledge the need to rectify past injustices. I cannot idly stand by any longer while further atrocities go unpunished. I do not seek war, for I have faith in the Mu's capacity to understand the wrongs inflicted upon the Yokai and seek peaceful resolutions. Yet, if war becomes the only option presented to us, then know that heaven and the angels stand united with the Yokai faction. Issei, I am delighted to hear that heaven will be backing the Yokai faction. What are your thoughts on the matter, All-Father Odin? Odin, honestly, after witnessing the evidence of the heinous acts committed and even the Devil Kings being unaware of their own council's deceit, the answer seems quite evident. They should agree to your terms to prevent any further division among us, especially with the Chaos Brigade becoming increasingly bold in their attacks. Moreover, it is highly likely that the Council has been collaborating with them and providing them with information. If they are imprudent enough to decline your terms, I will support you in this conflict. I sincerely hope for a peaceful resolution. However, if that proves unattainable and I am compelled to remain neutral, I would withdraw from the alliance. I have no desire to have allies who would overlook or tolerate such admitted atrocities without consequences. You have the support of the Norse pantheon, and we will stand by our allies, the Yokai faction, and Lord Issei. Their words hung heavy in the air, their resolve unyielding as they pledged their support to Issei and the cause of seeking justice for the Yokai. Issei, thank you, Governor Azazel, Lord Michael, and the All-Father Odin. Now that their positions are known, I would like to finally hear your answers, Devil Kings. Will you choose the path of peace with reparations and justice being given out to my people should those who have committed these crimes be properly dealt with and receive appropriate punishments for the atrocities they committed? Must war be the only solution, dragging the alliance down and letting our enemies get the upper hand? Should we really let our enemies revel in the fact that we're divided so much that they can easily go about planning and achieving their goals, whatever they may be? In an atmosphere of palpable tension, the vast room grew heavy with silence. Lord Issei's words hung in the air, their echoes resonating with profound meaning. It was Serafal, displaying unwavering resolve, who broke the stillness, offering an immediate and unequivocal response. Serafal, Lord Issei, I fully support your terms without any reservations. The Yokai race has suffered heinous acts that warrant your justified anger. I find myself in complete agreement with every condition you have laid out. Ajuka, standing in solidarity, rose from his seat to address the assembled group. Ajuka, Serafal's sentiments aligned perfectly with my own. I deeply empathize with your circumstances, and as such, I have devised a method to eliminate the evil pieces. Rest assured, I am wholeheartedly committed to your cause and harbor no disagreements with any of the terms you have set forth. Falbium, echoing the sentiments of his fellow Mus, voiced his unwavering support. Falbium, I, too, stand in complete solidarity with you, Lord Issei. Your terms resonate deeply with me, and I fully endorse each and every one of them. Every eye in the room turned expectantly towards Sirzechs, eagerly awaiting his response. Finally, he stood from his seat, prepared to express his stance. Sirzechs, Lord Issei, I understand and respect your concerns as a leader. Your compassion for your people and rightful anger towards the situation are evident. Furthermore, I have no objections to any of the terms you have outlined. I assure you that we will locate the remaining Nikomata and Nekashu and, under Ajuka's expertise, remove their evil pieces. They will then be returned to you, under the jurisdiction of the Yokai, where they rightfully belong. I wholeheartedly agree with every aspect you have presented. Issei, it brings me great joy to see all of you gathered here in this room. I hold each and every one of you in high regard, not just as mere leaders, but as comrades, friends, and in some cases, even lovers. It is a heartwarming feeling to know that justice will finally be served to the Nikomata and Nekishu, who have been wronged for far too long. Those who are still alive shall be returned to their rightful homeland, no longer under the jurisdiction of devils, but back amongst their own kind, the Yokai. I express my deepest gratitude to all of you and particularly to Sirzechs, who, despite the difficulty involved, has shown his agreement. Sirzechs, you have always been a man of great integrity, striving to do what is right. Sirzechs rose from his seat and addressed the gathering. Sirzechs, your kind words are greatly appreciated. There was never any doubt that we would agree to this cause. We cannot turn a blind eye to the actions carried out by certain council members who betrayed the Devil King, nor can we absolve ourselves of our own responsibility for not conducting thorough background investigations and failing to monitor the council's activities appropriately. Now that we are aware of their true intentions, we see them for who they truly are, traitors. To those few council members who might not be involved in this betrayal, we offer you a chance to surrender and cooperate. However, those who do not comply shall face the same consequences as the rest. No mercy or fair trial shall be given. The same applies to all those who conspired and aided in these heinous acts and other crimes. Turning to Issei, Sirzechs continued, Sirzechs Issei, if you would allow me, I would like to ask something of you. Although it may not be within my rights, as your elder brother and, more significantly, as the current Lucifer, I feel compelled to shed light on the full story of your disappearance and the events that transpired, especially since it was my own sister, Rias, who caused this unfortunate turn of events. I wish to explain to those watching the reasons behind your absence and the true nature of the circumstances that led to the loss of the hero of the underworld. May I have your consent to do so? Sirzechs expressed his respect by bowing before Issei, who, understanding the significance of this request, agreed without hesitation. Sirzechs had a smile as he rose from his bow and thanked Issei for allowing him to do this. He looked directly at the camera as Issei sat back in the seat and folded his arms, closing his eyes. Sirzechs began to explain to everyone what took place and how the situation happened. Finally, all the citizens of the underworld, along with those who dwelled in the part of the underworld controlled by the fallen angels in Grigori, the Norse pantheon, heaven, and the Shinto Trinity who were also watching the broadcast, would know what happened to the hero of the underworld and what caused him to disappear for 8 months. Sirzechs explained this. As each individual conveyed their unwavering support, the room held its breath, affirming their unwavering allegiance to Lord Issei's noble cause. Scene change. Divine realm of the Shinto pantheon. In the throne room, the esteemed Shinto Trinity and their guests were gathered. Among the attendees were Amaterasu, Susanoo, Tsukuyami, Yasaka, Kanu, Rasweiss, and Irina. As they watched a broadcast, Amaterasu turned to Lady Yasaka, nodding in acknowledgement. Amaterasu, I appreciate the level of dedication and thoughtfulness your mate has exhibited, Lady Yasaka. It is clear he has taken his role as leader of the yokai seriously and has made efforts to inform himself about the situation. I believe granting him authority before your official union was a wise decision on your part. Yasaka, our union solidified his position as the lord of the yokai. When we embraced one another that night, we experienced each other's love, and afterward, we marked each other as mates, symbolizing our commitment and unity. I have no problem with him acting with full authority to lead the yokai, and I have full faith that he will lead them in the best direction. Tsukuyami, I understand. I must say, I admire his leadership qualities and his empathy toward his people. By shedding light on what transpired with Magari, the Nikomata, and the Nekishu, he has earned my respect. I'm quite furious about the events, and I agree with your mate's terms. I would gladly support him in battle if it came down to that. Susanoo, I concur with Tsukuyami's statement. However, I would also like to challenge him, as I sense great strength within him. Yasaka, could you enlighten me about his capabilities and strength? Yasaka, I understand your curiosity, but I cannot disclose the exact capabilities and strengths of my companion. To truly grasp his power, you must witness it firsthand. Amaterasu, it appears that you have found your soulmate, Yasaka. I eagerly anticipate meeting him and granting him my blessing, perhaps even bestowing upon him additional aspects. However, this can only happen when we meet him in person, which will be quite soon. Tsukuyami, I am willing to bestow my blessing upon this young man. His actions and words have convinced me that he is deserving of it. Susanoo, I too am open to granting my blessing, but he must earn it. Leadership alone is not enough. I must gauge his strength and skill in battle before offering my support. Amaterasu, very well. Let us observe his progress. According to your account, Yasaka, he is not withholding any information. He plans to share everything during his visit, just like everyone else has done. Is that correct? Yasaka, yes, my little red fox has carefully considered how to gather and present all the necessary information. He has sought the assistance of Kuroka and Kirara in this endeavor. Lady Amaterasu. Amaterasu, I see. Well, what do you think of this? Angel, you have been silent since you arrived, and based on the look on your face, you seem to be in deep thought and very troubled. Is there something you know that we do not? Irina, startled out of her thoughts by Lady Amaterasu's question, replied, Irina, oh no, Lady Amaterasu. This is all new information for me, and it's quite troubling to know what has happened to the yokai. I've just been thinking about something, and it's been troubling me. It's nothing related to this, I promise. Amaterasu, I see. Well, whatever seems to be troubling you, I hope you figure it out. Yasaka, realizing this and sensing a lot of doubt and uncertainty coming off Irina, decided to inquire further. Yasaka, Lady Amaterasu, I'm going to step out for a minute to check on Kunu and make sure she's not giving Raswise a hard time. And I believe all the very graphic and unsuitable subject matter that's not appropriate for a child to hear or witness is done with. Now, I believe it's alright for Kunu to watch the rest of the broadcast with us. Amaterasu, very well then. You've been in our palace before and you know your way around. Just hurry back. I would still like to ask you some other questions about your mate, Yasaka, but of course, Lady Amaterasu. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. But Irina, do you mind accompanying me? It can be a somewhat long walk, and I would rather have someone to talk to while I'm heading over to Raswise and Kunu. Or do you mind? Irina, once again shaking out of her thoughts, was surprised by Lady Yasaka's offer. She nodded in agreement, stood up, and began heading alongside Yasaka to bring Kunu and Raswise back to watch the rest of the broadcast with everyone. After minutes of Yasaka and Irina walking the corridors of the palace of the Shinto gods, Yasaka broke the silence. Yasaka, Irina, are you going to let your doubt and guilt consume you until you fall from grace and become a fallen angel? Irina stopped walking, surprised by the statement. Yasaka also stopped and turned to face her. Irina, wait, what? Yasaka, I'm referring to the emotions of doubt and guilt that you are holding against yourself. I believe I understand what is causing it. Is it related to the fact that out of all the girls involved in mistreating my little red fox, you were the only one forgiven and given a chance to make amends, and you still have the opportunity to correct your mistakes and maintain a relationship with the man you love? Am I mistaken? Irina was completely surprised and taken aback by how accurately Yasaka was able to read her emotions. Irina, that's when Yasaka cut her off before she could even begin to speak. You must be completely surprised and shocked by that. But really, you shouldn't be. Or have you forgotten that not only am I a kitsune, but I'm also a senjutsu master? I can feel the emotions of others around me. And with that said, I can also tell you that I noticed when he forgave you and wanted you back in his life and told you he loved you still, that the doubt, regret, and self-hatred you had for yourself among other emotions greatly diminished but never fully went away. And I have noticed in the last few days, especially now, that I've seen that doubt and regret build back up and start to consume you. It seems like you're still overwhelmed with the actions you and the other girls performed, but more so your own involvement in it. Because of that, you still don't see yourself worthy to have a second chance with him. Am I wrong? Irina, taken aback by everything Yasaka said, put her head down as she began to speak, and at the same time, had a sad expression as some tears began falling down her cheeks. Irina, you're right about everything. All those emotions that you said, I still feel regret for my actions. Though he did forgive me, I still feel unworthy. I saw what my actions did to him, and what it caused him to do. Sniff, I know he's forgiven me, but even now, I still feel like I don't deserve it. Upon letting out everything she's felt, and how she's tearing herself up from the inside, she began to cry and put her hands on her face, covering it up as she cried. That's when Yasaka walked up to her and gave her a very warm and comforting, which surprised Irina until Yasaka broke the and spoke. Yasaka, oh dear, you have no idea how wrong you are. Right now you have shown why out of all those girls, you're the one who is worthy to be forgiven. Even after receiving it, you still haven't let your guilt or doubt disappear because you still feel like you don't deserve it or haven't earned his forgiveness. But that's exactly why you were forgiven and given a second chance. Irina's eyes widened upon Yasaka's words. She looked up at Yasaka with her red, puffy eyes and tears in them, only to see that Yasaka was giving her a loving and warm smile. Irina, I'm confused. What do you mean that makes me worthy of his forgiveness, Lady Yasaka? Yasaka, what I mean is that my little red fox knew that out of all the girls, you would still feel regret and remorse for your actions. You wouldn't let the fact that he forgave you cause you to forget the actions that led to the situation. Instead, it actually ate you up inside even more because you truly cared for him and felt genuinely horrible for your involvement in what happened. You had genuine remorse towards the man you love, yet you hurt so badly. I believe that if any of the other girls had been forgiven like you were, they would not have felt any guilt but only happiness in knowing that they get to keep the man they deem theirs and their happy lives can continue without thinking about their actions as something to learn from. As for you, you have never done that. Even after he forgave you, it still ate you up, and you have proven to me, and I'm more than guaranteed, to my little red fox, that you are worthy of his forgiveness. Like he said, he has known you since you two were children. You are his first friend and someone he truly loves and cares for. He knows you well enough to know that whether you realize this on your own or with someone else's help, you would take the right actions to correct it and earn the forgiveness he gave you instead of just taking it for granted. Irina was surprised and deeply touched. She truly understood how much her childhood friend actually cared for her and truly loved her because to her, Issei was the boy she fell for when they were children, the man she loves and has always had feelings for. He understood her personality so well in order to know this. This is the exact reason why he could forgive her. She was not crying in sadness anymore but in happiness, and she gave Yasaka for helping her realize this as she cried. Yasaka embraced the girl and reciprocated the, comforting her. Irina, I see what I need to do now. If I want to finally clear myself of this overwhelming guilt and doubt, and to honestly earn his forgiveness instead of just being given it. But how do you think I should go about it, Lady Yasaka? Yasaka, honestly, that is not an answer I can give you. That is something only you can decide. You need to determine the best way to show him that you want to earn his forgiveness. Any answer or suggestion given by me wouldn't be the same as if it came from you and your own idea of how to do it. He will know if somebody other than you came up with the idea because, like I said, he knows you and he knows who Irina is. She is his childhood friend, the woman that captured his heart, and the same woman that he could never forget the feelings he had for. So the idea must come from you because it will show sincerity. The gesture you choose to do will show him that you truly want to earn his forgiveness. Put this doubt and guilt behind you for good, move forward, remember the lessons you learned, and be a part of this family. Then you can share the love that he wants to share with you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Irina, who felt motivated and with a newfound sense of purpose, wiped away her tears and smiled at Yasaka before speaking. Irina, yes, I do understand what you're saying. I truly want to earn his forgiveness, and the way I go about it has to come from me, no one else. I understand that now, and thank you, Lady Yasaka, for showing me what I finally need to do and helping me start the path to get past my doubt and regret and move forward with my relationship with him. I understand that I will never forget the lessons learned from this situation that I helped cause, and I won't repeat it. Yasaka, good. Now, please stop calling me Lady Yasaka, because we both share the same man whom we love very dearly, just like the others who have the same feelings as you and I. This makes us a family. There's no need to keep calling me Lady Yasaka. Call me sister, because that's what we are now. Now that you understand what you have to do, I can already sense those feelings of dread, doubt, and all those other emotions you were feeling only a few moments ago starting to fade away. A new feeling of purpose and determination is radiating from you. So, figure out the way that best shows in your own way our Issei, and how you want to earn his forgiveness, no matter what it takes. But that said, we still must go and get Raswais and Kunu, so they can watch the rest of the broadcast together. And I'd rather not keep Lady Amaterasu waiting for too long because she can become quite impatient when it comes to girl talk and gossiping. Irina was taken aback to find out how much the goddess enjoyed gossiping. A giggle escaped her lips at the thought, and she turned to Yasaka with a warm smile, nodding in agreement as they strolled through the corridors of the Shinto god's palace together. Irina's face lit up with a smile as she pondered her next steps, feeling a newfound determination to seek forgiveness from the man she adored. She was determined not to let the past hinder their chance at a strong, enduring, and deep bond filled with love that could withstand anything. Remembering the heartbreak and sadness she had caused him before, along with the tears shed in the ORC room, she vowed never to let him experience that pain again. She was resolute in her decision to take action this time, refusing to stand idly by and watch the man she loved suffer like that ever again or cause that pain to him. After a little bit of time had passed, Irina and Yasaka returned with Rias and Kunu. As they walked in, Lady Amaterasu immediately noticed a major change within the angel's presence. No longer did she sense a sad and guilty aura around her. Instead, it was uplifting and fueled by a new sense of hope and determination. This caused the goddess to ask the young angel a question after seeing this drastic change in her. Amaterasu, well, Yasaka, I don't know what you and this young angel talked about while you were gone in that short time, but whatever it was, it seems to have uplifted the angel's spirits. I can now sense newly found motivation fueled by what I can only say is unconditional and true love radiating off her. It's quite impressive considering how she felt only moments ago before she left with you. I don't know what you two talked about with my dear friend Yasaka, Angel, but I'm glad to see this change and happier presence coming off you now. Irina, after hearing what Lady Amaterasu said, she then began to have a deep bright red blush on her face as she spoke nervously, but in a happier tone. Why yes, Lady Amaterasu. Let's just say I had to be told something that I needed to hear. I know after this I have a lot of things to take care of and there's somebody I have to prove myself to, and I can't wait to do so and show him I'm worthy of his love and trust once again. Amaterasu, I see. I am pleased to hear that, and I wish you the best of luck in all your endeavors. It appears that you are fully motivated to do what it takes to prove that you're worthy of regaining the trust and love of the man you care for so deeply once again. I hope you maintain that mindset, listen to your heart, and never allow your determination to waver because it will help you in achieving your goals. Irina nodded as she spoke up. I understand what you're saying, Lady Amaterasu. I can promise you that I fully intend to earn back his love and trust and never lose it so foolishly like I did before. I swear on my angelhood of that. Lady Amaterasu felt the conviction behind the words of the angel as she spoke, which caused her to have a smile on her face. The other two Shinto gods quickly glanced at what was happening before refocusing their attention on the screen to go back to listening to Sirzechs as he spoke on the broadcast. As the girls continued to talk, Yasaka clapped her hands to get everyone's attention, sensing that her little red fox was about to speak on the broadcast again. Upon hearing this, Irina, Yasaka, now joined by Rias and Kunu, took their seats. Rias, sitting next to Irina in the room, gave her a heartwarming smile, noticing the change in Irina and the others compared to when they first arrived. Kunu sat excitedly on her mother's lap, eagerly waiting to see her father show up. She looked up at her mother, who then looked down at her on her lap, and they smiled at each other as Lady Amaterasu spoke up. Amaterasu, I'm delighted to hear that, young angel. And you are right, Yasaka. It does look like your future husband will soon take over speaking again because it appears that Lord Sirzechs is finishing up with what he needed to say. I also have a feeling that the broadcast will be coming to an end soon. Let us all see what more he has to enlighten us with, and what new information we did not know before. After that, everyone began to face the screen that was displaying the broadcast. All those watching waited with anticipation for whatever new information Issei wanted to share, feeling that he planned on ending the broadcast soon and in a spectacular and grand way. Scene changed back with Issei, after Sirzechs explained everything that happened to him, including his sister's actions which violated the agreement they made with the Shinto pantheon for the territory of Ko, and how she brought Issei into her peerage through selfish acts. The audience watching the broadcast was visibly upset. Those viewing it on building-mounted TV screens booed Rias Gremry's actions towards their hero, while those at home, including children who had returned to the room, were also disturbed by what their hero had endured, yet relieved he had returned to them. The atmosphere was tense until Issei stood up again after Sirzechs' explanation. Issei, thank you, Sirzechs. Hearing this from you means a lot. It also shows how willing you are to address your sister's mistakes. Therefore, I ask all who can hear me, and all citizens of the Alliance, not to bear any ill will towards the devils, especially Sirzechs, Lucifer, or the Gremrys. I understand that Rias, being the heir, reflects on the reputation of the House of Gremry with her actions. Despite my personal feelings, I know there will be backlash against the Gremry household. I have agreed with both Sirzechs and Grayfia that little Milikas will no longer bear the burden of being associated with these events, to protect him from unfair scrutiny. He will leave the Gremry household and rebuild the Lucifuge clan, henceforth known as Milikas Lucifuge. Sirzechs, I have nothing else to add, Issei. I completely agree with your sentiments, and appreciate your initiative to shield our son from unjust treatment. I truly appreciate you for that, and I can't thank you enough for all the kindness you have shown to me and my family. After Sirzechs finished saying what he needed to, he sat back down. Issei continued, as you can see, everyone, that matter has now been settled. However, there will still be consequences for Rias Gremory and those in her peerage who were aware of her schemes. But enough with all that, let's shift to a new topic because I have great news to share with all those of the underworld, and of those members of the Alliance who are also watching. Upon hearing Issei say that, and the girls knowing that was their signal, Ravel, Latia, unveiled, and Kuroka all stood up and stepped forward. Latia and Ravel, who hadn't introduced themselves since the broadcast began, did so. Ravel, hello all, I'm Ravel Phoenix. Latia, greetings everyone, I'm Latia Astaroth. Issei explained, you might wonder why I had them introduce themselves and why these women are with me. I'm thrilled to announce my engagement to Ravel Phoenix, with the entire Phoenix family's blessing, and to Latia Astaroth, with her uncle Ajuka Beelzebub's blessing. I will also marry unveiled Leviathan and Kuroka, and not to forget, Yasaka, the queen of Yokai, who saved me, with Lord Michael's and Irina's Shida's blessings. My wedding with Yasaka is in just over a week, and Ravel's in 2 weeks. Suddenly, Odin stood up and announced another engagement for Issei, to everyone's surprise, especially Issei's. Odin, Lord Issei, with my blessing as the All-Father, is also engaged to Rosweiss. Right, you told me you'd visit Asgard with Rosweiss to seek her grandmother Gondel's blessing for her hand in marriage. Issei, caught off guard and internally sighing, responded, of course, we just need to set a date, which is yet to be decided. Odin had a smug, grin-shit-eating grin, and Azazel was barely holding back his laughter, added to the unexpected turn of events. Odin then spoke up once again. Odin, oh well, we can have you meet about 2 weeks after your wedding with Ravel. Of course, I know I shouldn't keep a newlywed couple from their personal time, but you'll be delighted to know that Gondel would love to meet the man marrying her granddaughter. As Odin tried to hold back a grin and laughter, the tick mark on Issei's head grew bigger until he eventually gave in, especially after hearing the loud and maddening laughter of his partner, Drag, inside his head. Drag, mentally speaking to Issei and wiping a tear from his eyes after laughing so hard, ha ha ha, partner, bet you didn't see that coming, ha ha ha. Issei, mentally, shut up, you overgrown lizard. Issei, refocusing on the subject at hand and ignoring his dragon partner still laughing, acquiesced to Odin's spontaneous demands, making a mental note to get back at the All-Father. Issei, of course, Odin. That seems like a very reasonable day. Just send me the particulars, and Rosweiss and I will be there. Odin's smile widened, on the verge of laughter, and he spoke, of course, and this will also strengthen your ties with the North. Considering you've also decided to have Ajuka remove Rosweiss' evil pieces, making her part of the North once again, this reinforces your ties with our faction. It's perfect, wouldn't you say? Issei, mentally, I'll get you back for this, old man. Issei, exactly, Odin, that's great to hear. I just didn't want you to forget to mention that because it seemed like you almost let that slip your mind, but I'm glad you remembered. After that, Odin sat back down, giving Azazel a high five under the table, showing how much he approved of what had just transpired. Issei coughed, regaining everyone's attention, and continued with what he was originally saying. Issei, thank you for reminding me, Odin. I almost forgot that little piece of information. But continuing, the girls will also have their wedding dates planned, and once the dates are set, the public will be informed of them, and the weddings will be open to the public with limited capacity. With that said, I have a few more things to say before we end this broadcast. Now, I am engaged to Ravel Phoenix and Latia Astaroth, and I will be strengthening my ties with both the Phoenix clan and the Astaroth clan. In addition, I will be strengthening my ties with the Citri clan and the Lucifuge clan. I will also be completely cutting my ties with the Gremory clan, which shouldn't be of any surprise, considering what Rias Gremory has done to me. It is to be expected. But moving on, I have a message for both Serorg Baal and Zekrom Baal. Based on the information I've gathered about the traitors of the Council and other matters, I have determined that Zekrom Baal has not been involved in the wrongdoings of the other Council members. This also applies to a few other members who seem unconnected to the atrocities committed by the others. So, I give you this chance, surrender yourselves and come forward. Work with us to bring justice to those who have betrayed the devils as a whole and show the citizens of the underworld that you're willing to change and had nothing to do with this. If not, you will have only sentenced yourselves to the same fate as the rest. And finally, Serorg Baal, I haven't forgotten my promise to you. The actions of your family do not reflect on you. You are a hard-working devil, and I would like to test my might against you. So, if you're still up for it, I say we have a fight. Let me know because I'm ready to go down and fight and see which one of us is stronger. After that, Issei brought his hand forward and lit up his fingers with his emerald blaze flames, sending a message to Serorg Baal. Issei began to speak, taunting the Baal heir. Come on, Serorg. This is a challenge for you to come and face me, so that we can uphold the promise we made. Issei began to speak, taunting the Baal heir. Come on, Serorg. This is a challenge for you to come and face me, so that we can uphold the promise we made. Issei, and before the broadcast ends, I have a message that goes out to the members of the Cow's Brigade who are watching this broadcast. Know that the Red Dragon Emperor has returned, now the Lord of the Yokai, and heed my message. I intend no longer to be on the defensive. Be ready because I'm coming to bring the fight to you, and that includes your leaders. I don't know what your plan is, but understand that I'm going to come and stop it. The hero of more than just the underworld has returned. The hero for all is here, and he's going to stop you all. After that, the broadcast abruptly ended, leaving all those who watched it surprised, angered, and amazed by what their hero just announced. The hype was real, knowing that a fight between their hero and Serorg Baal was imminent, not to mention the fact that he just called out the Cow's Brigade, giving everyone hope for a better future for the Alliance. Scene change, unknown location. In a large room with many people sitting around a table, Rias turned off the TV and reclined in his chair, a sly smile playing across his lips. Ah, so the rumors are true. You have returned, Red Dragon Emperor Issei Hayadu. Well, now I believe I know who killed Dracula, he mused, his voice laden with intrigue. This development could work to our advantage, but what do you think, Daisuke, considering this is the boy who has taken your former mate, and is now most likely acting as the father to your child and taking the role that you would have had if you had not left them? Daisuke smirked and said, well, it's time for my ex and my bratty kid to remember where their loyalty lies. They seem to have forgotten, but we'll fix that soon enough, won't we? Rias agreed, yes, we will. Soon you'll be able to take the role as the new Lord of the Yokai when he's taken out of the picture and get everything you've ever wanted. Daisuke, good. I can't wait to show my former mate and my child that I have returned, especially after they lose him to my hands. But I guess all in due time. Rias nodded. Indeed, your time to play your part in my plan will come into effect, but first, we must attend to a few other things. Isn't that right, Lancelot? Lancelot, ever eager for action, leaned in. Does this mean it's almost time for us to act on our plans? Rias nodded, his eyes alight with anticipation. Indeed. It's unfortunate that the Council has been exposed. Many of its members were our allies, providing us with intelligence from within the Alliance and the Devil's leadership. However, their unmasking is bound to create chaos, dividing their focus. This chaos serves our purposes perfectly. He pondered the loss of Dracula. He was a valuable asset, especially after being empowered by the King Peace, which made him impervious to holy elements. Despite his loss, we can still turn the situation to our advantage. Turning to Euclid, he commanded, contact the Teeps vampire faction. Inform them that their King Dracula was slain by the Red Dragon Emperor, who now leads the Yokai. They will undoubtedly seek vengeance for their fallen king, given the complete eradication of his soul. Euclid, having received his orders, nodded and departed. The plan was set in motion. Rias then addressed Viracana with a tone of excitement. The time for retribution has come. I have a task for you, one that will not only aid you in obtaining the fragments of Vritra's sacred gear but also make it easier for you to absorb the power of the evil dragon for yourself. You need to abduct a young boy named Saji, who holds all the fragments. Create enough disturbance to lure the Red Dragon Emperor away from Kyoto, allowing us to advance our other objectives. It's crucial that he is drawn away, particularly to rescue the host of Vritra, while you exact your revenge on the Hindu faction. So, we can enact our plans and begin our multifrontal assault on the Alliance and its factions. Viracana chuckled. You've provided me with an opportunity for vengeance, and you've even bolstered my power, making Indra insignificant. I'll follow your plan as it aligns with my goals. However, don't expect my unquestioning obedience. As the Demon King of the Azura, I will not be treated as a mere underling. Are we clear, devil? Rias replied calmly, absolutely. Our agreement stands. You assist me, and I assist you. Pleased, Virakana affirmed, as long as we understand each other, devil. That's when Shalba Beelzebub spoke up. I want to know when I can get my vengeance on that filth of a dragon for what he did to me. Lord Nibirius interjected. Easy now, Shalba. Your body has not properly acclimated itself to your new bionic arms and legs. Give it a little more time to adjust before you're ready to fight anyone on his level. Then, you can probably go through the process of receiving the king piece that I've been working on, which will boost your strength like all the others here. Shalba, fine. As long as I'm able to take out that dragon and his mates for what they did to me and the humiliation I suffered. Also, how is Katrara's recovery going since you brought her back? Lord Nibirius answered. She's currently in recovery. It'll take some time before she's ready for combat, or even to go through the king piece insertion process. But you'll get your chance for revenge as well, so don't worry. It's only unfortunate Asmodeus was not able to be brought back, but what can you expect when he was killed by Sirzechs Lucifer and his destruction magic? Rise of him added. Yes, that is true. I bet you are glad to be back, Lord Nibirius, and most likely furious knowing that all your hard work has been thrown to the winds. Lord Nibirius responded. I am upset and disappointed, my Lord Rizvam. But thanks to you bringing me back to life, I have not only increased my research but also improved upon the abandoned King Peace project. Ajuka deemed it too risky to continue. So, understand that giving me a new chance allows me to conduct more experiments and testing. There's still the one that killed me, and her sister. She will pay for what she did to me through even more grueling and painful experiments. Let's not forget that little Kitsune girl, perfect for experimentation. If you allow me, once you take control of the yokai, I'll have her. Daisuke. Daisuke interjected. I couldn't care less about that little brat. The only reason I mated with her mother was because she was beautiful. She was just foolish enough to think I would commit to her. But I will admit it did make me feel good to break her heart, leaving her with a child she had to raise. But it might be time to kill that little brat if she's been contaminated with that dragon yokai hybrid abomination. You're more than welcome to take her and do whatever horrific experiments you want on her, Lord Nibirius. Excellent. Though you are quite the cruel and heartless individual, even to your own daughter, I can respect that. Rise of him now, that's enough. You will get your fun, but in due time, so keep that in mind, you two. Both Lord Nibirius and Daisuke nodded in agreement. Rise of him then focused on the three individuals before him. With our objectives defined, you are tasked with leading your assault on the Pendragon Manor, Lancelot, to also thin the Alliance's forces even further. We're going to send allies to help the Pendragons and also allow you to look for that certain object that you've been seeking from your former king to whom you pledged yourself. Lancelot grins, excited for his next conquest. He remembers the thrill of betraying Arthur by taking Guinevere, and now he plans to find the artifact of his old king in the Pendragon Manor. He is determined to take it for himself as the ultimate act of disrespect. Lancelot revels in the fact that he has betrayed and even killed some of the Knights of the Round Table, those pathetic excuses for knights whom he once swore an oath to serve together as brothers in arms, but was happy and actually eager in betraying them all the same. It brings him the same satisfaction as what he did to Arthur and his wife. Soon, he will take the last thing of value from his former king, Arthur. Ha! Rise of him, Morgan Le Fay and Mordred. I need you to assault the capital city with our forces. But particularly, Mordred, you need to go after a certain individual who goes by the name of Serorg Beale. I want you to break him and retrieve the Longinus, Regulus Nemia. According to the informants in the council, they found out that the current heir of the Beale clan is the possessor of it. Furthermore, it is known that it has gained its own sentience, making it similar to the boosted gear and divine dividing gear. That shouldn't be a problem for you, considering you were resurrected with the flesh of the Titan Atlas, giving you a godly level of strength. Moreover, with the king piece within you, you should be easily able to take him. Mordred, haha, I can take him on. And of course, I want to try out my new body and strength and see how far I can go with this king piece you've given me that also boosts my strength. Haha. How do you want me to get a gear that has gained its own sentience? Rise of him instructed, Lord Nibirius, give him the device. Lord Nibirius nodded in acknowledgement, and walked over to Mordred, handing him a large, thick, circular device an inch thick that fits in the palm of his hand as he describes what it does. Mordred, listen. Once you beat him into submission and you're able to break the gear enough that it's too weak to resist, put this on it. It will immediately absorb the gear and seal it in here, making its free will meaningless once it's trapped inside. Putting it under our control, and more importantly, having the strength you already possess now added on with the king piece along with this sacred gear, you would truly start to rival those in the top strongest. Mordred, I see. You can count on me, especially if it means I can become even stronger and prove to my worthless father that I should have been given my birthright as the true and rightful ruler of Camelot. I should have been given the throne, but that being said, as long as I can eventually use my new strength to bring down the Pendragons personally, you will have my assistance in your endeavors. Rise of them, excellent. Now, Morgan Le Fay, I understand that you have your own motivations, but I need you to follow through with what needs to be done. Eventually, I will let you pursue that Le Fay girl, and you can do as you will with her. In the meantime, I need you to support our forces with your magic. We're dealing with the Beals, causing problems for the Satans and wreaking havoc. Can you do that? Morgan, I understand and can abide by your plans, as long as I'm eventually allowed to kidnap that Le Fay girl. Even after you resurrected me, I am still not whole, considering that bastard Merlin still holds a portion of my other half of my soul. But if I can have her and possess her body, merging our magical powers, I will be unstoppable. As soon as I gain my other shard of my soul from that bastard, I'll become the true master of magic and make him pay for what he did. Rise of him, understand that you will have your time for vengeance. Just follow my plans, and you will get what you want. Morgan, I understand, and I will support our forces and Mordred in the assault on the underworld. Rise of him, satisfied with their agreement and allegiance to his scheme, awaited the moment to strike, delighting in the prospect of unleashing turmoil and subjugating all factions. His laughter echoed, a testament to his grand aspirations. As each member pursued their personal vendettas, the plot thickened, with Rise of him confident in their impending triumph in this intricate game of deceit and dominance. Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow Skinny40k for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.